I shall be crowned king. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction. So don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 901 Threat. Startled and flustered, Robert even faltered in his dodging maneuvers, nearly falling into the raging inferno. Even so, it was too late. As the girl's lips curled into a slight smile, the four judgment knights who had simultaneously surrounded her seemed to sense something amiss and scattered. Without his teammates' cover, Robert, as the captain, could only further distance himself from the girl and rejoin the others. The sneer-wielding Freya seemed completely unconcerned, not pursuing them. In fact, the flames swirling around her receded considerably, appearing harmless. What's going on? Everyone report, Robert roared angrily. Although he suspected something was amiss, this was different from his teammates refusing to obey orders. It involved his authority as captain. But no one answered, because a piercing scream exploded behind Robert. His pupils contracted sharply, and he whirled around to see the soldier who had raised the banner and summoned the storm clutching his chest, sweat pouring down his body trembling violently in agony. Almost in the blink of an eye, the soldier's chest, neck, limbs suddenly glowed with an unnatural, golden red light, like steel scorched by flames, violently hammered. Shocked and terrified, Robert suddenly smelled a burned, smoky aroma in the air. Boom! A massive explosion rang out, and a powerful member of the Judgment Knights, entrusted by Robert to cover the rear, was instantly blasted into a human-shaped torch. His flesh and blood were visibly burned away, carbonized, his bones, like firewood in a fireplace, broke, shattered, and finally turned into sand and ash, scattering and drifting among the embers. The entire process took only about half a minute, less than 30 seconds. Robert stared in shock, completely dumbfounded, forgetting that he was still fighting a blasphemous mage, forgetting that he had just been berating his teammates for their incompetence and disobedience. He was completely immersed in the terror before him. But the real terror was only just beginning. Boom, 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 explosion after explosion rang out, and the remaining Judgment Knights, powerless to resist, were transformed into dazzling fireballs, swirling around Robert. When he finally regained some composure from his terror, he realized that he was the only one left, except for the one who had run out to deliver the message. The entire squad had been wiped out. Unlike the Inquisitors who often carried out missions alone, the Judgment Knights, despite being only 1,000 strong, were still an army, skilled in coordinated combat. Conversely, the Judgment Knights, acting alone, were inferior to the Inquisitors in terms of ability and skill. Feeling the increasingly scorching air around him, Robert, filled with fear and unease, had only one thought left in his mind: escape. He decisively threw down the steam gun he was carrying and retreated in the opposite direction from the elven girl. No, that's not right. Freya Massacre was able to wipe out his entire squad so easily because there must be another blasphemous mage in Redan Bay besides her. His identity and abilities are unknown, but he should possess strong insight. It was because of the intelligence he provided that Freya was able to ignite the enemy she encountered on their first meeting. But if you were there, how could he possibly have escaped? Robert grew increasingly terrified. His body, strengthened by the Wild Hunt Knight bloodline, began to stiffen and weaken, and breathing became increasingly difficult. Even the heat emanating from his breath sent shivers down his spine. Watching the retreating figure disappear into the distance, the elven girl, who hadn't moved an inch, slowly raised her right hand. Golden red flames swirled, hovered, and converged at her fingertips, and then, boom, a golden red beam of light flashed across the ruins of Redan Bay, piercing Robert's chest. The terrified Robert didn't even have time to scream, because his lungs, heart, and ribs had already been burned to ashes. Still sprinting, he used the momentum to continue his charge forward, but lost his balance and slipped, plunging into the boiling inferno beside him. He vanished without a trace in the blazing white flames. Under the dim night sky, Freya Massacre, now alone, silently watched the still burning street, slowly restraining the power she had just unleashed. She hadn't fully recovered. She couldn't recklessly squander her power as she had during the attack on White Whale Harbor. A slight misstep, and her power would spiral out of control with her rising emotions. The two were actually interdependent. Now she not only had to control the level of her anger, but also ensure she didn't use too much power at once. "How are you feeling, Your Majesty Freya? Can you continue fighting?" A familiar yet annoying voice echoed in her mind, causing the sneering elven girl to frown slightly. "Time is running out. There are still hundreds of Judgment Knights and tens of thousands of Holy War soldiers, plus a steam-powered airship waiting for us to deal with." "Yes," Freya said calmly, "so instead of continuing this pointless chatter, let's quickly report the surrounding enemy situation to me. I apologize, but because of someone, I'm slightly worried about your condition," the voice continued, deliberately teasing. "Louis Bernard has left Redan Bay and joined up with the Grenadier Regiment at the West Gate. They are currently heading to the outer positions to assemble and await orders from the New World Legion. It's very safe. For now, my safety is none of your concern. Also, next time when reporting intelligence, just get to the point. Useless information only wastes my precious time." In the court of Iser, a subject as ungrateful as you would have had his tongue chopped off by my father, the elven girl spoke coldly, but knowing the young knight was safe softened her expression considerably, though she still wouldn't let him off easily. "Don't forget, I said I would kill you. Although I won't do anything to you for now because of Louis, it doesn't mean I won't keep my promise. If I discover any wrongdoing on your part, that you've taken advantage of Louis's kindness to harm him, that you've caused him unjust losses, sacrifices, and humiliation. In the name of Moss's Field, I will make you witness firsthand just how terrifying the wrath of the true god's bloodline, the Iser royal family, truly is." Anson Bach. Yes. I understand. In the council's basement, Anson sat at the map table with a wry smile, his helpless gaze as if he were looking at a young girl, clearly not very old, yet hopelessly in love. Well, that certainly seemed to be the case. Although she had awakened her bloodline and possessed power comparable to a blasphemous mage, strictly speaking, the concept of a blasphemous mage doesn't exist among the Iser elves, since they don't evolve upon awakening power. Freya's character, or rather her feelings for Louis, remained unchanged or unwavering. This was the only reason she readily agreed to restrain the Knights of Judgment and the Holy War Army. After all, as a fugitive wanted by the Holy See, let alone covering for others, even revealing her own existence was extremely risky, even for a blasphemous mage. Even the strongest spellcaster is still only themselves, and has weaknesses, while the Holy See possesses almost inexhaustible resources and power. Even hiding in anonymity in the desolate wilderness wasn't absolutely safe. With a soft sigh, Anson, who had been chatting idly, chewed on the pipe he had picked up, closed his eyes, and refocused his attention on the images and realms reflected in his mind. From the very start of the battle, he used his supernatural abilities and domain to cover the entire Redan Bay town area without any blind spots. Then, through the plan principle, he simulated the mind-reading ability of dark magic, seamlessly transmitting what he saw and the information he gathered to Freya. Because the plan principle inherently possesses the ability to gather intelligence, the moment the Judgment Knights stepped into Redan Bay town, information about them began to continuously gather in Anson's mind. Depending on the amount of information gathered, he could also enhance the effects of Freya's spells within his domain. At the same time, by monitoring the Judgment Knights' every move, Anson could also break up the seemingly numerous enemies, allowing the elven girl to successfully intercept them without having to face too many enemies at once, avoiding the risk of exposing weaknesses under siege or getting bogged down in a difficult battle. This was Anson's plan, and also the combat method he saw as maximizing the effect of his plan principle, support, rather than direct confrontation. After all, his goal was merely to delay the enemy's actions, not to actually annihilate the Judgment Knights. Simply blocking and restraining them was something he and the elven girl could easily accomplish with their current coordination, even if the Holy War Army successfully landed. However, this seemingly perfect plan had one small problem. Anson, his eyes tightly closed, slowly raised his head, his attention focused on the night sky in his mind, on the airship floating directly above Redan Bay. Compassion, it was the only unavoidable obstacle in the entire plan. Anson could limit the abilities of the Judgment Knights with sensory abilities, and he could erase the aura released by Freya while she was expending her power, but he couldn't limit everything the airship observed from above, because that would require him to distort reality on a large scale within the area, exposing himself before Freya could even conceal herself. Its threat wasn't just its ability to fly, it transformed the battlefield from two-dimensional to three-dimensional. The enemy could use it to obtain intelligence they wouldn't otherwise have access to, more directly mobilize firepower, and more easily assemble their forces. Even under attack, its massive and conspicuous size could instantly reveal the attacker's location. Without eliminating this threat, both he and Freya risked being surrounded and annihilated. Outside Red Hand Bay Harbor, the Holy War Fleet. Flagship lookout, the officers of each regiment are waiting in the cabins. The first batch of 6,000 men preparing to land has assembled and is ready to depart at any time. Stepping onto the deck, the deputy commander of the Holy War Army, Lenore, said solemnly, "Please give the order, Your Highness." Leon Francois, little Leon, his lips tightly pressed together, was leaning against the ship's railing, his eyes fixed on Red Hand Bay, which burned fiercely in the darkness of the distant night. A compassionate heart floated slowly above the town, occasionally hurling something to the ground. Each time it left, a more ferocious fire would erupt in that area, billowing black smoke that blotted out the sky. He sighed softly, turning his gaze away to look behind him. "Remember? Just call me Leon. We're friends." Meeting young Leon's sincere gaze, Leno, his face tense, remained silent for a long time, finally giving only a barely perceptible nod. "Anson Bach, he's in that town, with those heretics and false believers." Leon's eyes remained fixed on him. "Are we really going to fight them?" "It's our mission, Your Highness." "Leon," Leno sighed. "It's not a matter of whether we want to or not, but the Hantu, we've only recently gained independence. The elves of Isar have already shown us the consequences of disobeying the church. I know you're not concerned about being enemies with Anson Bach, but about the despicable actions of the Holy War Army. But no matter how despicable they are, we can't resist them now. The Hantu can't afford the consequences of not accepting them. You don't need to tell me that. But we have another mission, to safely bring the 40,000 Holy War Army soldiers back to the Hantu. We can't afford even the slightest loss," Leon said in a deep voice. "We've all experienced the Hantu War. We've all witnessed how Anson fought against the much stronger Imperial Army. Do you think we can fight him without paying any price?" "This is different," Leon shook his head. "There's absolutely no comparison between the Holy War Army and the Imperial Expeditionary Force. Even if there were, what trump cards does Anson Bach have right now? His most trusted Storm Legion isn't even here. Can he possibly create any miracles?" "Yes. If it's him, he definitely can." Leon looked confident, his eyes gleaming with an unusual light. "Notify the landing forces to delay their departure for another 30 minutes, citing the chaos at night. Also, the vanguard is not allowed to immediately launch an attack after arriving at the port. They must wait for the follow-up forces to assemble before proceeding together." This order, which sounded like a child throwing a tantrum, left Leno silent for a long time. Finally, he could only nod helplessly. "All right, since you've made up your mind, then I have no choice but to." Boom! Before he could finish speaking, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed above the town of Redan Bay in the distance. Chapter 902 is a bit late. The blinding flames interrupted their argument, their eyes widening in shock as they stared at the scene before them. A gigantic fireball hung high in the night sky, surrounded by blazing white flames, like the midnight sun. Under this eerie radiant light, even the stars seemed to lose their color, and the golden red heat bathed the entire sea. The two, dumbfounded, were naturally bathed in it as well. But instead of feeling grateful, they quickly realized that the enormous sun must be the merciful Heart steamship. The Knights of Judgment were in grave danger. "Leon," Leno was the first to regain his senses, urgently pressing down on the shoulder of the still stunned Leon, about to say something, but was stopped by the other's raised hand. "Notify the advance troops to organize a landing operation as soon as possible." Staring blankly at the raging fireball, Leon spoke without turning his head. "Don't wait for any more orders. Get those 6,000, no, 10,000 men to set off immediately, now. 15 minutes. Within 15 minutes, I want to see 10,000 Hantu Holy War Army soldiers appear at the port of Red Hand Bay, raising the Francois emblem and the Ring of Order banner. Weapons and equipment are irrelevant. I just need 10,000 men to land immediately. Whether or not they can gloriously capture Red Hand Bay and eliminate the New World heretics is one thing, deliberately refusing to help is another. So far, only the Hantu Holy War Army has achieved nothing in the New World. While there are objective factors at play, if they also clearly show an unwillingness to actively obey orders, that would be extremely dangerous. Having witnessed firsthand how Anson Bach, with a small force, united the various factions of the Hantu and led them to victory in the Hantu War of Independence. Leon learned the most crucial lesson: unity. Even if you hate your allies, even if you wish to see them die willingly, you must remain united. Otherwise, even if you preserve your strength, you will lose your voice within the alliance. Similarly, as long as you send reinforcements, even if the final result is unsatisfactory, your contribution will still be indisputable, and you will become a sought-after figure by all sides, like the Storm Division during the Hantu War, who were the first to come to mind when waiting for reinforcements. Leon nodded and turned to walk towards the cabin below deck. 5 minutes later, the bugle calls for the Hantu legions to assemble and launch their attack resounded across the sea. Leon's gaze remained fixed on the direction of Redan Bay. The Merciful Heart airship was not only the trump card of the Knights of Judgment and the Holy See, but also the morale pillar of the entire Holy War Army. Even if they knew how absurd this final battle, led by the Grand Master of the Knights of Judgment and aimed at completely annihilating the main force of the Free Confederation, was, as long as that airship was still in the sky, the soldiers would remain convinced of their victory. But now that airship had become a giant fireball, and it might crash down, smashing into Redan Bay. Such a scene would be a devastating blow to morale. At that time, it would be the opportunity for the vast Earth Holy War Army, currently the largest in force and still intact, to seize control of the Holy War Army. Little Leon silently clenched his hands, biting his lower lip as if making a firm decision. The reflection in his pupil seemed not to be the burning Redan Bay, but rather someone with a confident smile. The best way to follow in your idol's footsteps is to become him, and then surpass him. Tense and excited, trembling all over, he could no longer suppress the upward curve of his lips. Cousin Anson Bach. I'm going to defeat you. Oh dear, how scary. I'm so afraid. Inside the Mercy airship, with its alarm bells blaring, a young man resembling Sir Feller laughed gleefully. His hysterical expression was enough to make any rational person conclude that he's gone mad or he was always a madman. The piercing sounds and striking red lights clashed in the cabin. The Judgment Knights piloting the airship were in chaos, everyone on edge, striving to execute the necessary emergency procedures according to standard operating procedures. The somber and fearful atmosphere contrasted sharply with the maniacal laughter of the young man, creating two completely different extremes. The steam-powered airship was attacked, suffering severe damage from an unknown attack. No explanation is needed. The Knights of Judgment have encountered similar situations countless times, struck by lightning, torn apart by flesh and blood tentacles, infiltrated by illusions and spiritual power. Countless times they have become targets of the enemy, countless times they have escaped death. After all, it is a behemoth flying in the sky, its size comparable to a battleship. No spellcaster could ignore such a visible threat, let alone blasphemous mages. Even if they don't understand military affairs, they can imagine how heavy a blow it would be to the enemy if this thing were to be discovered. But they all failed. All those who tried to destroy compassion failed. The young man still sneered, his expression perfectly embodying the word contempt. You really underestimate the ultimate creation that Saint Isaac created with his highest achievement and all his accumulated knowledge. Don't you even use your brains? If it were just a warship powered by a steam core, how could it become the core combat force that the Holy See and the Knights of Judgment trust so much? Increase power, release the distortion field, increase propulsion power, deploy the distortion field. The soldier in charge of relaying the order roared, while flipping down a very conspicuous red switch behind him. The already rumbling machines in the cabin suddenly began to accelerate. The exposed brass gears and bearings seemed to become monsters desperately breaking free of their cages. The violent vibrations made it impossible for anyone to hear each other's shouts, even face to face. If Anson were here, he wouldn't have trouble noticing that this machine was very similar to the difference engine he'd seen in the basement of Clovis Cathedral, only much larger, occupying almost a quarter of the entire cabin. Brass pipes of varying sizes, thicknesses, lengths, and functions filled every visible corner, providing energy to this steam-powered difference engine. However, unlike the difference engine, its function was extremely simple, even brutally so. It calculated all the external influences affecting the airship. This seemingly insignificant, even somewhat redundant function, was actually the truly terrifying aspect of this airship. What was going on? Anson's attention was fixed on the steam-powered airship engulfed in flames in the sky, a question mark popping into his mind. Less than 10 minutes ago, The flames summoned by Freya had ignited the entire airship into an artificial sun. Logically, even if it hadn't immediately turned into fireworks, it should have been gradually burned away and disintegrated. Even if its materials were incredibly hard and sturdy, with an extremely high melting point, the elven girl, empowered by her double-layered domain, could melt even steel bars into molten iron in the blink of an eye. Then the entire airship, apart from the scorching marks on its outer layer, remained at a temperature visible to the naked eye, far from causing any serious damage. Was it the effect of the distortion domain? No. Anson shook his head, his brow furrowed. He hadn't perceived any changes in the distortion domain. Although he couldn't decipher its core laws for the time being, the domain's effect was remarkably simple and brutal. If the distortion domain of the three old gods' tombs 1,000 years ago was an underground palace, then this was worse than a bare-bones house, at best a drafty, leaky roof frame. How could something so crudely made have managed to stay afloat? Anson Bach, the elven girl's deep roar echoed through the burning ruins and streets. Although she was clearly trying to control her emotions, her near out-of-control rage, accompanied by the flames she casually unleashed, raged through the already infernal town. I understand. Although he was still completely bewildered, Anson knew very well that if he didn't calm the elven girl down soon, it wouldn't just be her who'd get out of control, but also the entire retreat, withdrawal, and counterattack plan. That steam airship is suspicious. I need a little time. Until then, I need to restrict the movement of the Judgment Knights within the city as much as possible, and prevent them from getting close to the Autonomous Council. After all, the enemy's actions were mainly ground-based, and it seemed that the Holy War Army had already begun its operations. As long as the movement range of the Judgment Knights and Holy War Army soldiers was restricted, the airships responsible for providing support, no matter how unreasonable, wouldn't move too far. This way, he would still have room to maneuver, relying on the plan principle to continuously gather intelligence about it, to find out the truth about this strange airship and the distorted domain, which could withstand the double attack from him and the elven girl. Really, a bastard who just sits there directing others while hiding in the shadows plotting schemes. Freya gritted her teeth under the night sky, her blood-red pupils trembling slightly, showing signs of about to lose control. She slowly raised her hands, as if supporting something, a silver droplet of water staining her fair cheek, seemingly struggling slightly. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the earth as a pillar of fire, 10 meters in diameter and 50 meters high, shattered the ruins, shooting skyward amidst the gasps of countless Judgment Knights and Holy War soldiers. But this was only the beginning, for soon a second, a third, a fourth, accompanied by deafening roars of scorching flames, the area near the docks of Redent Bay town was quickly engulfed by pillars of fire. Row upon row, maintaining their orderly ranks, they quickly transformed from independent entities into a massive wall of fire, incomparably conspicuous in the darkness, even surpassing the artificial sun floating in the air. The Judgment Knights within the town retreated behind the wall of fire immediately, managing to avoid the most dangerous situation of being separated by it after the sacrifice of several comrades. The Holy War Army of the vast lands, organizing their landing at sea, were simply stunned, clutching their small sampans and oars, completely forgetting what they were supposed to do. Anson's attention, however, was entirely focused on compassion. Even as the wall of fire rose, the airship, now a giant fireball, continued its rapid ascent, proving that Freya's attack still posed a threat, but this danger seemed quite limited, otherwise it would have been reduced to ashes a dozen minutes earlier. Affected by attacks, able to counterattack in time, possessing an extremely simple distortion domain. Anson suddenly thought of a possibility, but dared not completely believe it. He was fairly certain that while the airship possessed a distortion domain and at least one spellcaster, there was absolutely no blasphemous mage-level being. Then, how did they manage that? Taking a deep breath, Anson maintained his domain while narrowing the range of his insight ability, focusing his attention on the airship. This was a technique he had only mastered the moment he became a blasphemous mage, allowing him to enhance his insight into people or objects through focus. The advantage was avoiding most irrelevant information and speeding up intelligence gathering. However, it also seemed to have the drawback of being detected and having his ability exposed. Anson truly didn't want to do this unless he was desperate. The information in his mind gradually diminished, slowly penetrating the flames enveloping the airship, and the scene inside the cabin began to appear before Anson's eyes. The room, filled with steam and a mechanical feel, was a chaotic mess. At least a dozen or so people dressed in Judgment Night uniforms were busily working on various pipes and instruments, each shouting and yelling, their faces flushed, trying to convey their meaning to their companions through lip movements rather than spoken words. Wait, instruments? Anson's eyes widened suddenly as the empty basement and the steam-powered airship's cabin overlapped before him. They use the difference engine to calculate a flaw in Freya's domain, and then use the distorted domain to simulate the effect, thus rendering the attack ineffective. There's about a half-hour time difference between its appearance and the launch of the attack, but the airship only malfunctioned for 10 minutes. Adding the reaction time from its rapid ascent, it stopped moving after about 10 minutes. That means, the mercies, it only took 10 minutes for its difference engine to complete the calculation and for the distorted domain to react. At such speed, unless it can be destroyed instantly, no spellcaster can do anything to it. A normal spellcaster takes at least 10 minutes to find a flaw in an opponent's domain or to change the domain. Anson felt a chill. He suddenly realized another terrifying fact. If the difference engine on the airship could find a flaw, could it immediately transmit the information to the Judgment Knights below? If so, what was the point of organizing an ambush here? It seems you finally discovered the problem, a mocking voice rang out. Unfortunately, it's a little too late. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 903 Their Purpose. Seated firmly on the map table before him, Sir Fellas stretched his arms naturally to the sides, a mocking expression on his face as he surveyed the dumbfounded Anson Bach. His nonchalant gaze silently spoke of smugness. No. Desperately trying to bring his somewhat dazed mind back to its senses, Anson's bloodshot eyes focused on the still empty map table. That's right, it wasn't that Fellas could actually time travel instantly, rather, the images in his mind overlapped with his vision, coupled with a touch of mental stimulation and the other man's deliberate sarcasm, creating the illusion that the other man was sitting right in front of him. Yes, it was just his own problem. Repeating this to himself, Anson finally calmed down, his lips pressed tightly together, and he began to consider a suitable strategy. Clearly, his impulsive actions had exposed his position. Now, only two things remained uncertain: the maximum power of this difference engine, and whether the person sitting before him was indeed Sir Fellas. Although they looked remarkably alike, and Anson had only seen the real Sir Fellas once and didn't have a strong impression of him, his focused insight ability still revealed many differences, basically confirming that they weren't the same person. The most obvious difference was the grotesque, twisted iron ring around the other's neck, ironclad proof of being a spellcaster. Could this be the reason the Knights of No Faith's intelligence was wrong? Was Sir Fellas, the adjutant to the Grand Master of the Knights of Judgment, actually two people, one a gifted individual and the other a spellcaster? Stop daydreaming, Your Excellency Brigadier General Anson Bach, the Sir Fellas, seated sarcastically, spoke. For you now, my identity is probably the least important thing, isn't it? If I were you, the most important thing right now would be to avoid being captured by the Knights of Judgment in public, to expose your identity as a spellcaster, a blasphemer, in front of your own soldiers and subordinates. Of course, that's no longer important, because it's too late. Everything is too late. Run, Anson Bach, run like a mud-covered log, because wherever you run, the ring of order will follow. We, the Knights of Judgment, will drag all of you inhuman monsters from the shadows into the sunlight. And then, exterminate you all. He sat motionless in his chair, his sinister eyes radiating a resolute light, as if the menacing iron ring around his neck had been erased from his memory, as if he had forgotten that he too was a genuine spellcaster. Quietly observing the despicable face of his opponent, Anson, who had initially been somewhat flustered, gradually calmed down and closed his eyes again. Since the opponent possessed the ability to crack the difference machine in the spellcaster's domain on the spot, it was equivalent to possessing a means of dimensional reduction attack against him. Conventional tactics were meaningless. He had to find a new path and devise a new battle plan. If he let Freya cover him while he launched a sneak attack, no, that wouldn't work. The opponent had already cracked one, they could easily crack a second. Even if he won the current battle, it was difficult to ensure he wouldn't expose his weaknesses. The only outcome for a conventional army against an airship was one-sided slaughter, and spellcasters would have their abilities cracked by the difference machine. But if he didn't stop the airship's advance, repelling the enemy's attack was a pipe dream. What should he do? Wait? Perhaps a different approach would, but even if this succeeded, the situation would most likely spiral out of control. No, perhaps a completely out of control situation is the most advantageous option for me. It's just a little unfair to the Truth Society. Anyway, as long as it can stop the Holy See, they probably won't care about this little thing, right? Anson's lips twitched slightly as he desperately suppressed the urge to laugh out loud. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, what? The elven girl's cold voice rang out, still filled with disgust and impatience. Finally figured out a plan to deal with that strange airship? Dare to say no, and I'll cut off your tongue? Then it's more appropriate to leave your tongue in my mouth. Anson smiled calmly. It's like this. I need you to do me a favor now. A small favor. A small favor. What do they want to do? Sir Fellas on the airship frowned slightly, looking down at the elven girl whose firewall was gradually being dispelled in the autonomous council, which had almost been reduced to ruins. He breathed a sigh of relief, but his expression was full of doubt. Even if the difference engine on the airship had cracked Freya Moss's abilities, the Judgment Knights below couldn't possibly come up with a countermeasure immediately. There was no need to give up the fight right away. My lord, the messenger below reports that the Holy War Army of the Vastlands has successfully landed at the port with 5,000 men. Requesting further instructions, the attendant beside him shouted loudly, his extremely tense expression making it seem as if the person in front of him might devour them alive at any moment. What? 5,000 people have already logged in? Are those country bumpkins from the vast lands fast? Sir Fellas scratched his head in surprise, unable to resist teasing. I thought my dear brother would be faster. It seems he's unhappy about the Grand Master hiding the plan from him. Sigh, what a thankless fellow. Even at a time like this, doesn't he understand the saying the more you know, the faster you die? If it were me, I'd be jumping for joy, thanking the Ring of Order for sparing me. Sitting in his seat, Fellas kept muttering to himself, his expression shifting between sorrow, laughter, and sarcasm, changing 8 times a second, as if every facial muscle and joint in his limbs had gears and bearings installed, spinning wildly under the power of the steam collar. The attendant beside him stood fearfully in place, not daring to utter a word, desperately avoiding eye contact with the Lord Fellas before him. But even this small wish failed to come true. The attendant, who had subconsciously turned her head, stopped abruptly, only to find that Fellas, who had been sitting in his seat, had somehow gotten up and was now standing there, staring at her with a playful expression. You are afraid of me? Gently cupping the attendant's beautiful face, Fellas teased as he sized her up, a fair complexion, delicate features, and a well-proportioned, curvaceous figure. Female members were rare in the Judgment Knights, and those who were beautiful were even rarer. Yes, no, that's not it. The attendant froze, trembling as he desperately tried to explain himself. I'm sorry, yes. I was wrong, please forgive me, sir. Oh, what did I do wrong? With his right hand gripping the attendant's throat, Fellas examined him as if he were a toy, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Tell me. Wrong, I was wrong. The attendant, already sobbing uncontrollably, stammered, his desperate and terrified eyes like those of a rabbit caught by a predator, vaguely aware of his impending doom. The busy and chaotic atmosphere in the cabin remained unchanged. Everyone subconsciously avoided looking in that direction, as if a single glance would plunge them into the dark abyss created by the evil god. Yes, the abyss. They all understood that Grand Master Glad Manfred wouldn't care about a mere attendant, a newcomer to the Judgment Knights, or even if they immediately unleashed a massacre based on their compassion. The reason was simple, he possessed that value. Without his crucial trump card, the Knights of Judgment had no chance against the Apostle Rune. Huh? As if struck by lightning, Fellas froze on the spot, remaining stunned for a good 10 seconds before regaining his senses. What did you just say? The follower, already terrified, stammered, but driven by his survival instinct, he quickly recalled the scene. Wrong. I was wrong, not this one, the previous one. Please forgive me, sir, the one before that. The one from the very beginning. The Holy War Army of the Vast Lands was landing at Redan Bay, with 5,000 men already ashore and assembling. The Knights of Judgment on the ground were awaiting further instructions. That's it, Sir Fellas muttered to himself, his pupils trembling slightly. Finally understanding what Anson Bach wanted to do, he froze for a few seconds, then suddenly pulled his follower into a tight embrace. "And my lord?" The terrified attendant struggled to control himself, his body stiff. Thank you so much." Feeling the softness of his hands and chest, Feller's face broke into a satisfied smile. "My dear colleague, your words saved tens of thousands of lives, in some ways even the entire world. What's your name?" "Elizabeth. Elizabeth Lemon. Elizabeth Lemon. I now formally give you two important instructions," Fellers, still enjoying the moment, said with his eyes closed. "First, order all the Judgment Knights on the ground to absolutely forbid them from easily approaching the city. Even if Freya Massacre launches an attack, they are not allowed to retaliate, because she will absolutely not attack first. As for the second," Fellers suddenly paused, his handsome face twisting into a cunning expression as he stared into the attendant's pale green eyes, filled with fear. "Miss Elizabeth Lemon, will you marry me?" Freya narrowed her eyes, staring at the Judgment Knights opposite her. Not only had they not launched a surprise attack while her wall of fire had dissipated, but they were actually beginning to retreat. She couldn't help but ask a question. But this didn't hinder her next move. The elven girl, whose domain had already covered the entire Redan Bay, gradually began to raise the temperature of the surrounding air to a point where normal humans could withstand it. Such high temperatures meant that even slight activity for a prolonged period risked dehydration and heatstroke, let alone combat. But with her abilities already countered, the elven girl truly didn't understand the point of doing this. However, in her sight, the strange steamship also stopped approaching the town's interior, instead slowly retreating back to the now ruined port, as if it had been repelled by her. "What's going on?" The elven girl finally couldn't hold back any longer. "Anson Bach, what exactly did you do?" "That's the crucial point." "I didn't do anything." Anson's voice carried a hint of confident power, "because it wasn't necessary. Didn't need to. Dear Her Majesty Freya Massacre, we've all forgotten a fact, a crucial fact," Anson said in a deep voice. "The Knights of Judgment, or rather, the Holy See's pretext for stepping into the New World. What is their purpose? Is it for a mere spellcaster named Anson Bach? Is it for this icy, worthless land? Is it to expand their power, or to hunt down an elven queen who fled from the court of Isar, abandoning her kingdom, or the guy who helped her escape from the city and decided to live in anonymity? Anson Bach, if you really want your tongue cut out or to be burned at the stake, you don't need to go through all this trouble. None of these, we, including you, are not worth the Holy See expending so much energy and squandering so much manpower and resources." Anson remained unmoved. "There's only one target worth them doing this for." The elven girl, her face cold, paused for a moment before giving her answer with slight hesitation. "Rune." "Exactly." Anson's pupils contracted. "Only an apostle who can truly pose a threat to the Holy See, is worth all this effort. Everyone else is just an afterthought in this war. Or conversely, if we killed Apostle Rune, none of us would have survived. Then the reason for their selective retreat is simple: we lifted our defenses at the same time the Holy War Army landed. In their eyes, there's only one reason: they've found a more important, more crucial target, and therefore can't waste extra resources to block the seemingly more threatening ground army." This sounded somewhat incomprehensible to the elven girl, because she had been acting on the instructions of some liar from beginning to end and had no idea what was going on. "You mean, there's something on that airship that can threaten an apostle?" "I'm more inclined to believe that it can only threaten Rune." Anson narrowed his eyes. "The Knights of Judgment, or rather, Gerard Manfred, he wants to force Rune to reveal himself by threatening to wipe us out, and then deliver a fatal blow. That is their true objective." Chapter 904 Traveling on Dry Land. Stepping onto the increasingly scalding seawater, Lenore strained his eyes, staring at Redan Bay, now a blazing wasteland beneath a rolling heat wave. The air, seemingly distorted, was thick with a scorching heat and visible dust. After the deafening roar of naval cannons, the relentless bombardment by airships, and the inexplicable pillars of fire, the entire town was a shadow of its former self. Such a battlefield was an absolute nightmare for both sides. The sweltering heat had turned morale into a joke, and the devastated environment and inferno made it impossible for troops to fully deploy. It was nothing more than a chaotic melee where victory was uncertain, a relentless torment. Moreover, many soldiers reported that apart from a few refugees, there were no free Confederation troops in the city. The enemy had already completed an orderly evacuation immediately after the attack. Blocking the path was an Isar elf named Freya Massacre. Leno didn't know Freya, but any Hantoman would be familiar with the name of the Iser royal family, and certainly wouldn't be unaware of the 13 councils. Furthermore, due to his relationship with Leon, he had participated in the cleanup work following the events at the Iser royal court and knew about the escape of a spellcaster who had nearly destroyed the court. And now, this fugitive from the papacy was not only alive, but right in front of him, his next target. Letting ordinary troops fight spellcasters capable of easily destroying a city, the Judgment Knights, do they already consider the Holy War Army of the vast lands as disposable expendable resources? Young master, please be patient. A family knight, drenched in sweat, heard his complaint and quickly stepped forward to remind him, the main force of the Judgment Knights has moved to a position near the port, less than a few hundred meters from us. They have many experts with perception abilities, will be discovered, it doesn't matter. Do you think they'd punish us for such a small matter, or refuse to let the Knights of the vast lands fight for the Ring of Order? Lenore snorted, but his voice was noticeably lower, partly due to the intense heat. What's the situation with the army? How many have successfully landed? About 8,000, but they only have the most basic equipment, and, enduring the dizziness and suffocation brought on by the heat, the family knight handed Lenore the last cool, damp towel. At the current temperature in the town, I'm afraid more than 3/4 will be lost before the enemy even makes a move. 3/4. It should be all of them. Lenore frowned as he took the towel. He knew, of course, that this was the knight's euphemism. If things continue like this, sending more troops to land will only be suicide. Has the Knights of Judgment offered any countermeasures? The knight paused, then shook his head regretfully. Lenore's frown deepened. Ultimately, no, it should be all the Holy War officers present who were dismissing the Grand Master of the Knights of Judgment's plan with utter disdain. What surprise, what improvisation! The other side seemed completely oblivious to the vast difference between 1 or 2,040 or 50,000, the terrifying consequences and outcomes of unplanned, impromptu actions. This wasn't hard to understand. After all, the Second Council of Public Order was in the 47th year of the saintly calendar. The disarmed papacy was left with only a group of inquisitors skilled in hunting, plus the 1,000-strong Knights of Judgment. Their top-tier combat power was naturally overwhelming, but the concept of group warfare had long since disappeared. Moreover, due to Clovis's rise, the military theories and strategies of the Order world over the past 50 years have continuously progressed along with improvements in production levels, weapons development, and the intensity of warfare. What used to be a decisive battle involving tens of thousands of troops is now commonplace, with one side often numbering only around 10,000, a situation far beyond the current comprehension of the Holy See. The current Holy War Army clearly reflects the Holy See's attempt to regain control of military power. If they don't intervene, this army can operate somewhat autonomously, but at the cost of disintegration and power struggles between various legions and their respective backers. The consequences of intervention are already obvious. Leon Francois was naive, but naivety is not stupidity. He decisively ordered a quarter of his forces to land because he saw through the fact that the Knights of Judgment lacked control of the main army, yet still attempted to seize power. Even if the Holy War Army of the Hantu ultimately accomplished nothing, being the first to send reinforcements amidst the chaos was already a worthwhile contribution to the aid and loans from the Holy See. Lenore sighed. His last shred of hope to fight for the Ring of Order had completely vanished. He began to consider how to establish contact with Anson Bach on the other side to minimize the Hantu's losses in this holy war. If he could seize the opportunity to eliminate the threat posed by the Empire and the Holy See to the Hantu, so what if Anson Bach was indeed a false believer in spellcaster? It seems my father has a secret agreement with some faction, waiting for the Holy War to reach a stalemate, causing the Empire to suffer heavy losses in the New World. Notify the follow-up troops that they must assemble as soon as possible after landing, but no combat preparations are needed. Urge the Knights of Judgment to resolve the issue, otherwise, the annihilation of the 40,000-strong Holy War Army of the vast lands is a minor matter, but the failure of the Battle of Red Hand Bay will affect the reputation of the entire Holy War Army, the Knights of Judgment, and the Holy See, which absolutely cannot be compromised. Outside Red Hand Bay, on the New World Legion's defensive line, Louis Bernard stood alone in a brightly lit trench, his face extremely grim. Red Hand Bay was reduced to scorched earth. The enemy was gathering its last remaining forces, preparing to utterly annihilate the remaining strength of the Free Confederation. His dearest friends and loved ones were risking their lives to buy him time, hoping for a turnaround and victory. But the reality was that a full hour had passed since the retreat. The few elite troops who had managed to break through the encirclement had only managed to muster a little over 10,000 men, the vast majority of whom were loyal to Sailing City. The rest were still a disorganized mob, completely bewildered by what had happened, let alone capable of fighting. With such an army, let alone facing the approaching Holy War army and the already landed Judgment Knights, how many would survive the night was uncertain. In fact, Lewis was being overly pessimistic. If he knew that the opposing Holy War army was also in disarray, and that the Knights of Judgment were trapped in the port by their own people, unable to advance an inch, it wouldn't be hard to see that the New World Legion had already performed exceptionally well. Despite being equally unprepared, their nearly 30,000-strong army had at least been mobilized. They were simply unable to organize an attack or break out, but their defense was definitely not a problem. In his mind, Lewis and Freya, alone, were fighting a bitter battle against hundreds of Knights of Judgment and airships in the sky, dodging enemy encirclements while simultaneously engaging in ambush, constantly teetering on the edge of life and death. The actual situation, while not entirely consistent with his predictions, was at least diametrically opposed. Freya was openly fighting against thousands, suppressing all the Holy War troops attempting to land, while Anson was playing simple addition and subtraction games with the difference machine on the steam airship. Fellers, fearing to be found out, dared not let the airship get any closer, lest a fatal flaw be discovered. Both sides, fearing their trump cards would be exposed, reached a delicate and terrifying balance. On the surface, the Free Confederation even held the upper hand. After all, as long as the Jihad army couldn't advance further, Anson's plan would be considered successful. Lewis, however, was unaware of the situation, especially since Lisa had complained more than once, pulling her guard company and grenadier regiment to rush back and protect Anson, only to be dissuaded by Fabian. Faced with the girl's dissatisfaction, the young knight felt only deep self-reproach. His best friend had risked his life for their shared goal and cause, yet he was so incompetent as to fail even in fulfilling his most basic duty, completely betraying his friend's passion and trust. Just as this self-reproach was about to reach its peak, and he was on the verge of collapse under the pressure, he received not the good news of the entire army's assembly and readiness, but rather a slightly unexpected and devastating piece of bad news. What? The young knight, his brow furrowed, abruptly stood up, looking at Fabian with a puzzled expression. You, say it again. The northwest flank of our position was attacked by an unknown force, sir, the Storm Legion's deputy commander repeated, his calm expression betraying his heavy heart. Our two outer reconnaissance outposts have been wiped out by the enemy, and nearly a company of soldiers are missing. If nothing unexpected happens, they should all be dead. How long ago? 10 minutes ago. Excluding the time it took me to get here and relay the message, the battle itself should have lasted less than 5 minutes. Fabian took out a pocket watch, displaying the face pierced by a stray bullet, and handed it to Lewis. It's a soldier's personal item on the first line of defense, kept in his left pocket. Without it, 161 soldiers would be missing or killed. 161, Lewis murmured softly as he took the pocket watch. The bullet hole wasn't large, but it wasn't the lead bullet he was used to. It looked more like steel or brass. Why do you say they're dead? No deserters, sir, no deserters, Fabian emphasized expressionlessly. I am just an ordinary officer, a mediocre subordinate of Brigadier General Anson Bach, but even someone like me, after participating in a few battles, knows that no matter how fierce the battle, there will always be deserters. Generally speaking, in skirmishing and line infantry free fire, to wipe out 160 soldiers in one go at night, it would probably require a fierce battle of 2 or 3 regiments. If either side suffers a company-sized casualty in an encounter, and the commander still hasn't given the order to retreat or break out, it can mostly be considered serious dereliction of duty, and execution on the spot wouldn't be an exaggeration, and such battles, even if they are all composed of cavalry, often last from 30 minutes to an hour. Turned a battle in 2 hours is absolutely swift and decisive for a commander. It is absolutely impossible without excellent command skills and the soldiers' excellent cooperation. Most importantly, launching a surprise attack silently without being detected by the enemy puts a greater test to an army's fundamental capabilities. The capacity of a barrel is determined by its shortest stave, and the upper limit of an army comes from its lowest-ranking soldiers, and the weapons they possess. I still remember Brigadier General Anson Bach, who insisted on replacing our Leighton rifles with Leopold breech-loading rifles, changing loose ammunition to fixed cartridges, and going to great lengths to acquire artillery from his superiors, not wanting to waste even a single small cannon. His decision proved entirely correct. These weapons greatly enhanced the combat effectiveness of the Storm Division, which at the time numbered only 2,000 or 3,000, leading to the victories at Eaglehorn, White Tower, the siege of Carinthia Port, and all subsequent victories. Fabian spoke expressionlessly about the past, each sentence seemingly unrelated to the current situation, a rambling conversation. Lewis, who had remained relatively calm, suddenly showed a flicker of panic in his eyes. A force, neither large nor small, was approaching the position. Their firepower was extremely fierce, and their soldiers were highly skilled, capable of wiping out an entire reconnaissance company in an extremely short time and without the soldiers noticing. And no one would survive. I understand the situation now. Thank you for reminding me, Deputy Commander Fabian, but next time you report, don't beat around the bush. Taking a deep breath, the young knight said in a deep voice, be direct. Tell me exactly how you would have reported to Anson Bach. Understood, Fabian nodded, but his expression clearly didn't indicate he hadn't taken it in. We need to respond immediately to this mysterious army whose situation is unclear. If I'm not mistaken, they should also be part of the Knights of Judgment, and they may also be under the cover of steam airships. Lewis pursed his lips. What is your suggestion? I have no suggestions. When Commander Anson Bach was around, it was never my place to offer any suggestions. Fabian shook his head expressionlessly, but I can tell you another important piece of intelligence. According to our insider information within the Holy War Army, the Knights of Judgment brought more than just steam airships with them to the New World this time. They also brought a new type of equipment based on advancements in steam core technology. A new type of equipment, we don't know the specifics, we only know that its code name is Dry Land Boat, and its name is called Land Cruiser. Chapter 905 The Iron Box. What is that? The sound? Listen to the noise over there. It sounds like something's coming this way. This sound. It sounds like a steam train. What's wrong with you? This is the New World. Where are you going to get tracks for a train to run on? Stop talking. I worked as a railway worker in Bigang. This sound really does sound like the steam core. The soldiers in the trench argued incessantly, staring blankly at the rumbling sound coming from the darkness, like muffled thunder, until the officers' angry shouts finally interrupted their noise. They tensely deployed into a line formation in the trench, sticking their gun barrels out from their bunkers, ready to intercept the invading enemy. The ground beneath their feet was shaking slightly, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of smoke, evoking memories of the line soldier's time as a railway worker. Back then, he had also smelled a similar odor, lying on the rail sleepers, judging how long it would take for a steam train to pass by the vibrations. Closer and closer. They're here, almost here, practically in sight. What are you babbling about? The officer drew his saber and smacked the soldier on the shoulder with the back of the blade. Hold your weapon steady, don't get distracted. Did you hear me? Yes, the soldier, jolted awake, turned around. 500 meters, company commander. The sound from the other side, less than 500 meters away, now only about 400. The Grenadier Company commander's face was ashen. The enemy had closed to within 400 meters, and they still hadn't received any useful intelligence on the position, proving that the sentry posts and scouts left behind at the front had been wiped out. And without a single extra sound. The Grenadier Company commander, pale-faced, stared intently into the darkness before him. Everyone, prepare to fire. You there? Report the coordinates. Yes, sir. A trembling soldier, cocking his rifle, shouted, 350 meters, on my command, everyone, aim. The ground beneath their feet trembled slightly, and the soldiers huddled in the trenches shook incessantly, raising their dark rifle barrels to aim at the barely discernible enemy. But when they finally saw their enemy, they were utterly stunned by a sight they could never have imagined. Huge, metallic objects, spewing billowing steam, slowly emerged from the night, unhurriedly approaching the defensive line. They were arranged in neat rows, 5 in each row, advancing at a uniform pace. There were no pack horses pulling them, no laborers pushing them. The dumbfounded grenadiers saw only a sky-covering cloud of steam, and rows of enormous metal crates. Well, it looked like an iron water tank with levers and gears, using a steam core to drive wheels. The principle was roughly the same as a steam train. Unlike the colonists and Imperials, The soldiers and immigrants from Clovis mostly had some impression of steam trains and subconsciously associated the iron boxes in front of them with them. But without tracks, how did this thing move on land? Just as the soldiers were stunned, the water tanks opposite them suddenly stopped advancing. The one on the left in the front row, like a proud line infantry drummer, raised the ring of order flag directly above it and swung it forward sharply. Was it going to fire a volley? The bewildered company commander, though confused, instinctively gave the order to take cover, telling the soldiers to obediently hide in the trenches, while sending the quick-thinking railway worker to request artillery reinforcements. And then, this became his most regretted, last order. A land cruiser, inside the artillery position, the young knight who had just arrived urged his soldiers to prepare for defense while trying to understand the intelligence he had just received. You mean the papacy has built a steam train that doesn't need rails, and can transport soldiers inside, and is also equipped with cannons, slightly different, but you can understand it that way. Fabian followed Louis expressionlessly, keeping a half-step distance from him, but its terrifying aspect is not just that. The birth of this weapon signifies that the papacy has completely completed the miniaturization of the steam collar. And it is certainly equipped with various weapons that they have just developed and are still in the testing phase. Frankly speaking, I think you should immediately organize the New World Legion to break out. There can be no more delay. Oh, just because of a new type of weapon. Louis, as a knight, first frowned slightly in disbelief, then suddenly stopped. You mean our current tactics and equipment are insufficient to withstand it? I don't know. Fabian shook his head, but the person who gave me this information said that the Vatican has spent 15 years developing this new weapon, with the aim of quickly defeating the elite legions of most of the existing nations in the order world with a relatively small force. The reason isn't hard to understand. Stripped of its right to intervene in secular affairs, the Vatican hasn't built a decent army in many years. What they need isn't a large-scale legion, but a weapon capable of decisive victory. As for whether it's truly insufficient to resist, that's a question I can't answer. Louis nodded slightly. Clearly, the Vatican's determination to bring this weapon to the New World was to use the flesh and blood of the New World legions and millions of people in the Free Confederation to complete its final combat test. Boom! Just as the two were still discussing, a thunderous roar came from the front of the position. That's, the astonished young knight turned sharply, his pupils shrinking. The first line of defense on the northwest flank, a battalion of grenadiers is already stationed there, Fabian said expressionlessly. The grenadiers are the Storm Legion's best equipped elite troops besides the Guard Company. They have 3 small caliber howitzers, all equipped with Bernier and Leopold rifles, and double-barreled shotguns and grenades are issued to the squad level. They should be the most suitable test targets. Louis's face darkened, and his gaze towards Fabian held shock, disbelief, and a hint of disgust. Did this man already consider that battalion of soldiers dead? A strange anger rose in the young knight's heart, but there was nothing he could do now, or rather, everything had to wait. The enemy appeared too quickly. Whether organizing defense, counterattack, or breakout, the artillery positions and the defenders on each line needed time to adjust. The deafening roar and cannon fire echoed across the battlefield, and countless shouts of battle pierced the night, reverberating in their ears. Fabian silently pulled out his pocket watch, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the dial. The spinning hand seemed to possess a kind of magic, allowing him to hear the cries of countless people and see the corpses lying in pools of blood. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Just when the two silent men felt they were about to reach their limit, the disarrayed railway worker, so disheveled he couldn't even find his hat, finally ran to the artillery position. Report, 4th Infantry Company, 2nd Infantry Battalion, Grenadier Regiment, has suffered more than half its casualties, lost its position, and the remaining troops are unable to reorganize and are retreating towards the second line of defense. A rout. Company Commander Sanders Wayne was attacked by unidentified repeating rifles and died along with his soldiers in the forward trenches. Their bodies were never recovered. Bang! Fabian, expressionless, crushed the pocket watch in his hand, his right hand, clutching metal parts and glass shards. A bloody mess. Artillery. Louis, who had been struggling to control himself, finally couldn't hold back and roared at the surrounding positions. Tell me, how much longer, sir? 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, immediately open fire on the first line of defense. No matter how many cannons you have prepared, how many shells you have, fire them all out immediately. Leave not a single one. Yes, the artillery officer, seeing the marshal with such an expression for the first time, panicked and, as if in a dream, began to roar at his men. Louis, hands behind his back, turned to Fabian. Behind the Grenadier Regiment are 2 line infantry regiments from Sailing City. Their equipment isn't as good as yours, but they should be able to hold out for about 10 minutes. Before I came, I ordered the cuirassiers to assemble and stand by. Including miscellaneous troops, there should be at least 3 or 4,000 men. Even if they can't destroy those strange weapons, at least they can. No. Before he could finish, the railway worker who had just escaped grabbed the young knight's hem. Quick, make them all retreat, quick, we must be quick, or it will be too late. The railway worker was flustered and at a loss, unable to even speak clearly. It's not just the cannons, those big iron boxes, they can't be destroyed at all, and, Fabian, his gaze sharpening, suddenly stepped forward. The railway worker whirled around, staring intently at the outwardly composed but inwardly furious deputy commander. Tears suddenly welled up like a burst dam. Breathes, that iron box monster, it breathes fire. Fabian and Louis exchanged a silent glance, both seeing panic in each other's eyes as they watched the sobbing soldier. The situation was worse than they had anticipated. Gunner, there are 2 soldiers trying to ambush us below the trench on the left. Take them out. Inside the sweltering steel monster, sitting in the center of 3 periscopes, Gerald Manfred spoke calmly, aim carefully. This is a last-minute operation, and we only have half a load of ammunition. Understood, Commander. The response came from a burly man with a bare upper body and a face covered in golden fuzz, laughing as he shoved a metallic shell into the magazine. Speaking of which, why not give such a good target to the secondary gunners? We should have enough ammunition, right? The angle is too far. Cruisers weren't designed with depression issues in mind. To take them out, the secondary gunners would have to go to the hatch with their guns. That would be risky, as they might get sniped. Gerald shook his head. It seems perfect on the surface, but it's not quite what it's supposed to be. Sigh, those lunatics at the monastery are such a killjoy. Really? I think it's pretty good, the gunner muttered softly, carefully locking the breech block, and then, boom, a golden red flash swept across the trench, and from the pile of corpses where no one could be seen, a shrill scream came, along with shattered pieces of flesh scattering into the sky. And this was just the beginning. There are enemies gathering directly ahead, estimated to be about 10 to 20 people. A secondary gunner, half crouched on the ground and holding what looked like a steam-powered blowgun, said coldly, requesting the order to fire. Slow down, don't be so hasty. Smiling, Gerard looked up through the periscope at the dozen or so figures frantically gathering in the trench, seemingly preparing for a bayonet charge. Judging from their expressions, they seemed well aware that their weapons couldn't stop them, yet they still charged forward without hesitation. This was truly. Wait a little longer, let them rush into their deaths. Yes, sir. With an expression as if watching a good show, Glad stared expectantly at the scene through the periscope. Sure enough, after noticing the iron box monster in front of them stop moving, a dozen or so Sailing City soldiers finally raised their bayonets and charged forward head-on. 60 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters. The secondary gunner silently pulled the trigger, slowly rotating the small crank on the gun like a millstone. The seemingly inextinguishable muzzle spewed forth seemingly endless smoke, bullets relentlessly sweeping towards those undeterred figures. And then, watching them fall like wheat harvested by a scythe. Just after turning the entire rank of enemies into mincemeat, the wide-eyed secondary gunner finally spotted the figure still hidden behind them, struggling to crawl towards them with a bundle of grenades. Seemingly realizing he'd been exposed from the side of the gun barrel pointing at him, the soldier, both shocked and terrified, suddenly stood up, raised the grenades high above his head, and tried with all his might to throw them onto the top of the cruiser. Oh, Commander, next time, no hesitation, and no mercy whatsoever. Those you killed were heretics and false believers, the mortal enemies of the Ring of Order. They were not human, Glad said coldly. Pilot, continue forward. Target, New Continent Legion Headquarters. Chapter 906 Complete Disappearance. The flames and smoke continued to spread, but the piercing screams and the warriors' battle cries were gradually being replaced by the roar of the steam core and the ceaseless billowing steam. The growling steel monsters continued to rampage across the battlefield, but their opportunities to continue displaying their cruelty were dwindling. The New World Legion, realizing that individual soldiers posed no threat to these monsters, began an orderly retreat, withdrawing from the conquered positions. On the other hand, the Judgment Knights, now fully exposed, no longer concealed themselves, openly approaching the surrounding light sources. Amidst the raging inferno, these pitch-black, metallic gleaming, monstrous monsters were finally fully revealed to the terrified New World Legion. 2 direct-fire cannons, 4 rotary steam-fired rifles, track links strong enough to traverse most trenches, 19mm thick new armor, a nearly 8-meter-long hull, and a crew of 9. And it all began with the miniaturization project of the steam core, which the papacy had finally completed in the 99th year of the saintly calendar. This is also the final content of St. Isaac's notes regarding the steam core. The moment it is only the size of a bedside table, and its kinetic energy is at least 3/4 of its original value, will be the moment when the whole world is turned upside down. The papacy, deeply convinced of this, spent countless efforts and resources, finally completing the creation that even St. Isaac himself could not complete at the end of the 99th year of the saintly calendar. They also completed the last weapon St. Isaac personally designed before his death, the land cruiser. According to the monastery madman, this weapon was created for the upside-down future St. Isaac spoke of. It is the hammer that ends all wars, the engine that starts a new war, the final stroke burying the ancient Dark Age, and the beginning of a new, even more terrifying and bloody Dark Age. But in Glad Manfred's eyes, the reality was far less rosy than the madman described. One tracked vehicle of the second squad is damaged, and the hull is stuck in the trench of the second position. Both engines have malfunctioned and are being repaired. They are temporarily incapacitated. The fourth squad was ambushed by the enemy during a flank attack. One vehicle was pierced through the side by a curved fire cannon, and the armor of the other 3 vehicles has been damaged to varying degrees. The fourth squad's attempt to break through the artillery fortification failed, and they are stuck in the fortress and unable to move. There are enemies around who seem to be trying to launch an attack. They request reinforcements. A series of bad news was continuously transmitted to Glad's mind through flag signals and inside-type talents, causing the Grand Commander, who had originally placed high hopes on this new weapon, to completely abandon his initial beautiful wish of destroying the position, completely disrupting the New World Legion, and severely damaging it. In his view, this weapon was good, but far from being able to end all wars, even disregarding its absurdly high failure rate. Nearly a quarter of the troops broke down within the first half hour of the battle. Its so-called unrivaled combat power, well, it wasn't that impressive. 2 smoothbore cannons plus 4 steam-fired repeating rifles provided formidable firepower, but even a single 6-pounder field gun fixed within its fortifications could pose a threat. The 17mm armor was thick, but not impenetrable. Even without these, grenades or soldiers climbing on top of it could still pose a threat. But this didn't mean the madmen in the monastery were wrong. They might simply have been directly quoting St. Isaac's description. For a former friend who had been dead for over a century, and in a world where muzzle-loading cannons were still considered cutting-edge technology, this weapon was indeed invincible, provided you could actually build it. To truly unleash the terrifying power of this war machine, an army must be built around it, an army equipped with indirect fire cannons, steam-powered repeating rifles, and a large number of conventional weapons. That is the future of the Papal Holy War Army. Taking advantage of the enemy's retreat, the Judgment Knights, finally able to catch their breath, requested a temporary halt to the attack and a short rest. After all, nearly a quarter of their fighting force had been lost at the start of the battle, and continuing the fight could result in the complete annihilation of the seemingly unstoppable land cruisers. Absolutely not. Giving his men no chance to object, the seemingly easygoing Gerard Manfred retorted immediately, "Don't you understand? It's precisely because the enemy has withdrawn from their positions that our situation has become much more dangerous, because their artillery positions can now indiscriminately bombard the entire area. I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, the miniaturization of the steam core is a technology the Vatican has painstakingly developed. Even if the heretics of the New World obtained it, they wouldn't be able to use it, let alone leak it. That's simply impossible." Boom. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, accompanied by a thunderous roar, the high ground on both sides of the distant position suddenly burst into flames. The New World Legion's artillery bombardment had finally begun. Under the deafening barrage, Louis personally led the assembled cuirassiers to meet the retreating army, his face grim and extremely unpleasant. Although the artillery bombardment temporarily halted the enemy's advance, the entire New World Legion was on the verge of spiraling out of control. In the pitch-black night, most soldiers were unaware of what had transpired, only knowing that the front lines had suffered heavy losses, The reinforcements sent to reinforce had been decimated, and the entire army was nearly wiped out. Such a terrifying casualty rate, even from eye level, would have been enough to cause the entire army to crumble on the spot. The power of fear slowly eroded their hearts, spreading rapidly throughout the legion like a plague, and the extreme emotions of the masses would trigger widespread chain reactions. Although the command system wasn't completely paralyzed yet, various forms of unrest had begun to break out among the troops on different positions. Awakened soldiers refused to regroup, and arrogant officers, still hoping to gain merit, recklessly attempted to ambush a lone land cruiser, only to run into friendly forces passing by due to the darkness. "My lord, we must organize a breakout immediately," Fabian, suddenly raising his right hand, stopped the young knight who was still trying to approach the battlefield, staring sternly into his eyes. "The judgment knights are still advancing towards the command post. Once they breach it, the losses won't be just what we have now. We don't have time." "Breakout? How are we going to break out?" Lewis, equally cold-faced, said. "You understand the situation. The enemy could break through our entire position at any moment. Even if we try our best to hold them off, it will only buy time. Turning back to breakout will only make the Legion an easy target for the enemy to slaughter, then leave behind troops that can hold off the enemy and launch an attack on the Judgment Knights at all costs to buy time for the Legion. Hold them off." "All right, who should we send?" "Me," Fabian, expressionless, spoke calmly without the slightest hesitation. The young knight remained silent. "This won't do. The Storm Legion is one of the core elite forces of the New World Legion. Heavy losses would have an indelible impact on the Legion's combat effectiveness." Lewis's expression was somewhat dazed, the anger from just moments before seemingly replaced by his former naivete. "Let me handle this." "If it were me." "Don't joke around, sir," Fabian interrupted casually. "I appreciate your understanding and comfort, but I'm not joking." "This isn't comfort, this is joking." The Storm Legion's vice commander suddenly stepped forward, grabbing Lewis's collar with his bloodied right hand, staring intently into the eyes of this gifted individual. "Lord Louis Bernard, I know you are an excellent sea knight, and I acknowledge you as an excellent leader, but please don't let your emotions ruin the achievements that Lord Anson Bach has worked so hard to make. If anything happens to you here, the Free Confederation will absolutely not win this damned war. As the vice commander of the Legion, I absolutely will not allow such a thing to happen in my hands." Feeling the blood flowing from his neck, the young knight seemed to awaken suddenly. His lips were tightly pressed together, and his trembling pupils reflected Fabian's resolute determination. "Are you really sure? It has nothing to do with my thoughts, but under the current circumstances, there is no better, less damaging option." The young knight remained silent, turned, and waved to the cuirassiers behind him before heading towards the direction where the Legion was assembling. Fabian, left alone, did not leave immediately. Clutching his injured hand, he pulled a dagger and gauze from his robes, carefully removing the fragments embedded in his flesh and slowly bandaging himself. 10 minutes later, Lisa appeared in the trench with a dozen fully armed figures. The girl deliberately avoided looking at his injured hand, took out the only remaining can of meat from her pocket, opened it, and handed it over. "Here, thank you, Miss Lisa." He chuckled and took the can of meat with one hand. The upcoming battle might be difficult. "Are you and your guard company ready?" All was ready. "Lisa is a good girl, we've already prepared." The girl, seemingly feeling slighted, snorted, but couldn't help glancing at the blood stain soaking the gauze. "But are you really alright?" "I'm fine, but thank you for your concern, Miss Lisa." Fabian nodded slightly, his gaze silently shifting to the figure beside him. "Whether we can turn the tide doesn't depend on me, but on your intelligence, Lord Roman. While I don't doubt you, you wouldn't deliberately give false information just to retaliate against Brigadier General Anson Bach, would you?" Roman, with his icy expression, seemed too lazy to answer the question, but when Lisa began to stare at him with ill intent, the loyal adjutant still snorted coldly. "There are plenty of ways to kill him, no need to be so despicable." Red Hand Bay, towards the port. "What?" The land cruiser forces suppressed on the enemy's outer perimeter, unable to break through immediately, and they've even managed to break out? How is this possible? Inside the Compassionate Heart's cabin, Sir Fellers stared in astonishment at the newly arrived intelligence, clearly disappointed. Did those monastery lunatics say this thing was a revolutionary war machine, capable of easily annihilating any army? I don't know, but according to the Grand Master's intelligence, that doesn't seem to be the case, the attendant replied casually, his strange gaze suggesting his mind was still stuck on the moment someone proposed to him. This new weapon seems to have a high failure rate, and the enemy's reaction is also very swift. They've found a way to barely cope and used wide-area bombardment to block the Grand Master's plans for a quick breakthrough, causing the battle to seem to have reached a stalemate. A stalemate, that means defeat, Fellers said with a wry smile. If we can't quickly dismantle the New World Legion, the pressure is on us. Spread the word. The Knights of Judgment are launching a full-scale attack to break through Anson Bach and Freya Moss's field's blockade as soon as possible. A full-scale breakthrough? The follower hesitated for a moment. But didn't you say that if we attack now, we might be exploited by Anson Bach? That's right, no one expected that this guy's domain law would be of the insight type, Fellers sighed. A spellcaster awakening an insight type law, no wonder his mentor was a dark mage. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse that he didn't walk the path of dark magic. But in any case, we must react. If we let the New World Legion escape so easily, we will never have another chance to force out the Apostle Rune. So no matter what, we must take action now. We absolutely cannot allow the New World Legion to break through completely. As if hesitating for a moment, Fellers suddenly raised his head. Tell Shadowless that his men can start taking action now. The main force will help them hold back Freya, and the rest is up to them. Even if Anson Bach has indeed advanced, it won't be long, and he might not even have fully grasped his own laws. A blasphemous mage in this state is at most a high-level spellcaster, not as troublesome as the 13 Council. Understood. The attendant nodded vigorously, turning to relay the order, but suddenly stopped, remembering something. Wait, sir, I remember the Holy See's order mentioned that Anson Bach should be captured alive. Oh, is that so? Feller's expression faltered for a moment, then he sighed heavily. That's truly a pity. So, tell Shadowless to leave no survivors, Feller said casually. To avoid the scandal of the Judgment Knight's disobedience being exposed, let Anson Bach disappear completely. Chapter 907 The Actions of the Judgment Knights. Beneath the smoke-shrouded dome, the Merciful Heart, with all its searchlights switched on, resumed its operations, slowly advancing towards the town of Redan Bay. Almost simultaneously, Freya's domain was noticeably suppressed. The Holy War Army of the Vastlands, who had nearly succumbed to the heat at the port, were surprised to find the surroundings suddenly much cooler, erupting in excited shouts. Oh, so they've finally stopped hiding and aren't afraid of having their distorted domains broken, is that it? Anson, with his eyes closed in the basement, subconsciously raised an eyebrow. A pure distorted domain isn't difficult to destroy once its weakness is found, and a difference machine capable of rapid calculations isn't truly powerful enough to predict the future, but the combination of the two achieves a kind of perfect balance. The distorted domain can withstand the caster's initial attack, while the difference machine is responsible for deciphering changes in the opponent's domain, cracking it, and finding the least costly countermeasure. Only slight adjustments to the distorted domain are needed to deal with almost any situation. Perfect, absolutely perfect. If the situation weren't so dire, Anson would have applauded the guy who designed this system. This combination alone could easily crush all the blasphemous mages like himself and the elven girl, who didn't yet have a deep understanding of their own laws and were still in the brute force stage. Even an experienced spellcaster like Talia, who was beginning to look up to the next stage of evolution, wouldn't be able to break through this combination easily. So what exactly is its weakness? While opening his domain and maintaining his powers, Anson, whose mind was flooded with countless messages, seemed to have lost the ability to think, staring blankly at the figures approaching the town simultaneously from the sky and the ground. The one leading the Holy War Army to land was actually Lenore. It seems the Knights of Judgment are truly in such disarray that they have no troops left. If it were me, I would absolutely not dare to let such a suspicious allies' army appear so brazenly behind me. Would that be putting the fate of the battle in someone else's hands? Anson Bach, aren't you ready yet? The elven girl's angry roar echoed in my mind, pulling me back from my reverie, still adjusting. The difference machine on the other side is very fast. Even if we immediately distort the surrounding laws, it will be completely cracked within 10 minutes, of course I know that. How long will it take? Never mind, you don't need to answer anymore. With a useless person forgotten, Freya, her face as cold as ice, slowly raised her hands, her petite body enveloped in white flames rising slowly. A magnificent golden dagger floated in front of the girl, which she gripped tightly in her hand. The flowing flames began to extend along the blade, transforming into a blazing, fiery longsword. But the flames on the sword's edge had no temperature. Anyone unfortunate enough to touch it wouldn't be ignited or explode on the spot, they would simply be affected by the elven girl's emotions, becoming slightly agitated. This was Freya's new understanding of her own domain after experiencing a life-or-death ordeal. The raging fire of passion could not only burn the world but also the human heart. Greed, ambition, faith. All desires were like dry tinder waiting to be ignited. Even the slightest spark could set them ablaze. And she herself was that spark, the spark that would burn them all to ashes. With a cold laugh, Freya slowly raised the flaming longsword in her hand, aiming the tip at the approaching airship. Golden red flames roared out, like a hunting python baring its fangs, slicing through the night sky towards the airship. Bang! The flames quickly engulfed the entire airship, and the flickering flames, as if possessing their own life, began to freely swim and scorch, eroding the distorted domain that blocked them. Inside the cabin, the busy Judgment Knights had unknowingly stopped what they were doing. Their bloodshot eyes widened as they screamed, laughed, cried, and hysterically writhed, seemingly immersed in an unknown frenzy. Kicking away a colleague who lunged at him with a roar, Fellers, expressionless, tightly embraced his flushed follower, letting her bite and suck blood from his neck and collarbone. The elven girl, her body ablaze with flames, curled her lips into a smile. What difference, machine? Nothing more than this. As long as the distortion range exceeds reality, even the most powerful weapon cannot conceal the inherent weakness of the individual. To think that tools can bridge the gap in evolutionary levels is utterly arrogant. But the next second, her smile froze. The previously still distortion domain suddenly showed an anomaly, gradually forming a thin, translucent film on its outer edge, keeping the flickering flames at bay. From a distance, it looked like an airship encased in a thick layer of ice crystals, yet burning fiercely within a raging inferno. Freya's expression froze. She was so surprised she couldn't even block the attack from below. Transparent ice crystals tore open her right wrist, the one holding her sword. The gushing blood burned in the air, turning into sparks that scattered to the ground. Target spotted. Begin interception. A Judgment Knight on the ground, wielding a longsword covered in a thick layer of ice crystals, coldly ordered. All captains, proceed as planned. Maintain constant contact with the reconnaissance teams. If attacked by the target, retreat immediately. Our objective is to block her movements, not annihilate her. Yes, sir. Countless auras within the burning town came into the elven girl's view, her beautiful face slightly furrowing. Seriously, these vermin are a nuisance. Based on her previous encounters, she could roughly determine that although the Judgment Knights were well equipped, their strength was actually considerably inferior to the Inquisitors she had encountered before. Only a few were truly powerful. Most, disregarding equipment, were merely at the level of ordinary talented individuals. The problem lies in numbers. Even the weakest gifted individual is still a gifted individual. At least their abilities are appropriate and they are not suppressed by their domain. Knowing their weaknesses, they can still pose a threat, even a fatal one, to a blasphemous mage. To win this war, the Knights of Judgment dispatched over 500 knights at once. Even with Freya's confidence, she couldn't guarantee she'd be completely safe if surrounded. She also bore the responsibility of holding back and blocking these enemies, buying time for Lewis, certainly not for the Free Confederation, and a moment's carelessness could lead to neglecting one aspect for another. Anson Bach, the elven girl's face grew increasingly grim, her bloodied right hand gripping the flaming longsword tightly, the flickering sparks regaining their life. To your side and rear, the second street on your right, directly ahead near the ruins of the city gate. Anson immediately understood and gave the exact location, while his attention began to shift towards the airship, but he didn't choose to focus on it. Only 2 minutes. They're moving very quickly. It's probably a diversionary tactic. 2 minutes? In 1 minute, I'll send them to hell, the elven girl sneered, raising her longsword while slowly raising her other hand, her open fingers suddenly clenching. Boom, 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 a deafening roar erupted, and 3 huge fireballs slowly rose from the ruins of Redan Bay. Limbs and blood were shrouded in billowing black smoke, turning into raindrops that scattered around. Anna's squad is wiped out, Alexander's squad is wiped out, Raoul's squad is wiped out. The voices of the Judgment Knights on the ground showed no panic, calm as if they had long anticipated their comrades' fate. The remaining squads continue their operations, maintain the encirclement. The magical effects of the escaped Iser elf are directly related to his emotions. There will be a noticeable precast animation. Reconnaissance personnel in each squad must closely monitor this and report back promptly. Yes, Sir, the Judgment Knights were acutely aware of the gap between themselves and the blasphemous mage. Individual combat was hopeless. Only by gathering intelligence to the best of their ability, utilizing everything at hand, and taking collective action could they avoid total annihilation. They had long since disregarded life and death, fanatically believing in the power of the Ring of Order, placing their individual value on the collective. Years of experience and the sacrifices of countless predecessors had forged in them a courage to fight to the death for their goal. But in the eyes of the elven girl, this tactic was utterly disgusting. Neither rushing over to their deaths nor retreating immediately, they swarmed around like bees, harassing the area while occasionally attempting to cross the line and launch attacks. They couldn't be wiped out all at once, and she also had to prevent them from breaching her defenses and attacking Lewis, who was leading his retreating army. Not only were they constrained, but she also had to be wary of an incredibly troublesome airship. These vermin, Freya gritted her teeth, her crimson eyes burning with killing intent. While she was efficiently slaughtering the Judgment Knights based on the intelligence provided by Anson, she was also constantly deflecting lead bullets raining down from all directions. Even though the knights knew that steam guns were useless against the elven girl, they still didn't give up trying to distract her. Just a little trick. Growing increasingly impatient, Freya once again expanded her domain to cover the entire town, preparing to raise the surrounding temperature to a level high enough to kill. Since that strange airship needed 10 minutes to figure out how to suppress her, she would wipe them all out in 10 minutes. Miss Freya, stop. The probability of you being caught off guard by the difference machine on the Heart of Mercy is, shut up. The elven girl's face was extremely pale. The flames covering her entire body began to spread outwards, like two huge wings spreading behind her. But those were not the wings of an angel, but a harbinger of death. The Judgment Knights on the ground quickly noticed the anomaly. The ice crystals on the longsword in the hands of the reconnaissance captain, whose ability was freezing, melted at a visible speed, turning into faint mist in an instant and disappearing. But this was not entirely bad news for the Judgment Knights. Freya had opened her domain with all her might, and to avoid losing control, she would definitely restrain the power she released. There was no need to worry about a pillar of fire suddenly erupting from under her feet and blowing her into the air. Sigh. Only when you are forced into a corner like this do you realize how safe it is to have Talia. Anson in the basement couldn't help but smile bitterly to himself. He had originally hoped that he could rely on the South Queen Iser to suppress the Judgment Knights for a while longer. However, Freya's loss of control was expected and nothing to be surprised about. In fact, it was quite remarkable that she had managed to hold on this long enough. The worst-case scenario was that she acted on her own from the start, even disregarding the intelligence he provided. Having held on this long, even if the New World Legion dragged its feet, they should have already successfully withdrawn, right? In that case, the situation wasn't too bad. At least the enemy's objective in this battle was impossible to achieve. The next question was how Freya and he should break through. As for the so-called turnaround plan Roman mentioned, Anson had no intention of using it for the time being. After all, there was only one chance, and not maximizing its effect would feel like a waste. Most importantly, this trump card was in the hands of the Truth Society, and he still hadn't fully decided how much involvement he should have with this organization. He'd consider that later, during the decisive battles at Whale Harbor or Wintertorch. As long as the Storm Legion remained, he'd still have value in winning them over, unless he proactively surrendered to the Holy War Army. That damned novelist would have to find a way to provide him with a safety net, no matter how difficult. Feeling reassured, Anson stopped worrying and focused on gathering intelligence on the airship. While he had devised a countermeasure against Freya's passionate flames attack, it exposed two obvious weaknesses. First, its response speed was delayed, not truly proactive or timely, especially when the domain suddenly changed its attack pattern. Second, the airship's steam core power increased significantly in response to the change, most likely due to the difference engine operating. But no matter how efficient the steam core, it still needed coal. The difference engine's power ceiling depended on itself, but its floor was determined by coal reserves. If he could quickly deplete the coal on the other side, or render it unburnable or inefficient, perhaps he could. Boom! Just as he was lost in thought, the deafening roar of an explosion suddenly rang out overhead. The sound piercing his eardrums instantly snapped him back to reality, and the intense light and flames swept away the council chamber above the basement. Anson jerked his head up, and before he could even grasp the situation, the elven girl's angry shout came from afar. "Idiot, what are you still standing there for? "Shut up, you're being watched. Run." As soon as the words fell, a silver light descended from the sky, piercing straight into his chest. Before he could even react, the blade had already pierced his heart. Primary target Anson Bach, in the name of the Ring of Order, execute him. Chapter 908 Anson's Little Tricks. Gripping the blade embedded in his target's chest, Francisco coldly spoke, letting the gushing blood spray onto his body, staining his face, hidden beneath his collar and hat brim, crimson. But this was not the end. The instant Francisco flashed into the scene, the air around the basement suddenly seemed to be sucked dry, becoming unbearably hot, with an alarmingly high oxygen content. Several blazing torches were simultaneously hurled into the four corners of the basement. Boom! The golden red flames instantly expanded, covering every inch of the room, while the explosion's flames burned intensely. Even if they couldn't burn the flesh and blood hiding inside, the subsequent suffocation and the dust filling the air would be enough to kill. In the instant of the explosion, Francisco's figure had already flashed directly above the blast, the blade gone from his hand, only the bloodstains on his body telling the story of what had just happened. The 5 Judgment Knights around him seemed accustomed to this, showing no reaction to the sudden appearance of the figure, their eyes fixed intently on the billowing smoke below. According to the intelligence currently held by the Vatican, Anson Bach possessed at least 3 methods to evade sudden attacks and fatal wounds, and the laws he mastered were likely closely related to insight. Therefore, all tactics and ambushes had to be based on the premise that they had already been exposed. Of course, the latter was merely speculation, and an unproven one at that. What could be confirmed at present was that the target did indeed possess a long-range, wide-area insight technique. The fireworks faded, leaving only billowing smoke in the basement, which reeked of intense burning. Not a trace of life could be sensed. That bastard. The elven girl in the sky frowned slightly. It wasn't that she didn't want to lend a hand, but she was being relentlessly pursued by the Judgment Knights. A slight misstep would cause her to fall into the enemy's encirclement again, as before, causing her defenses to falter due to frantic clumsiness. The opposing side was clearly prepared for her presence. Despite the surrounding temperature being high enough to scald the skin, they remained oblivious and continued fighting. Again, this was a battle against multiple gifted individuals, a stark contrast to her previous one-sided slaughter of the unfaithful knights. Ignoring the threat above, Francisco, her face grim, waved to her side, and 3 Judgment Knights decisively leaped into the smoke. One wielded a spear formed from a whirlwind, another was fully armored, wielding a nearly 2-meter tall two-handed greatsword, and the third was unarmed, even bearing numerous wounds, though the deep, bone-revealing wounds reflected the gleam of metal. Having a previous record of total annihilation, this time the Judgment Knights had improved their treatment of Anson Bach. From an elite member to a specialist with double-digit solo combat experience, they were more like colleagues from the Inquisition than Judgment Knights. The only difference was that the latter always fought to the death, while the former received almost unlimited support from the team. Francisco, known as Shadowless, remained standing, a strangely scented cigarette dangling from his lips, silently counting down the embers. As the smoke swirled around him, time ticked by. The quiet basement was devoid of any presence beyond the 3 Judgment Knights. There was no one else, let alone any fighting or bloodshed. Then, a piercing scream, beyond description, echoed through the smoke-filled basement. The victim was a Judgment Knight wielding a hurricane spear, his ability manipulating air, his aura was rapidly fading. The other 2 Judgment Knights reacted almost simultaneously. One swung his greatsword towards his companion's spot, the other close behind, his metallic fists concealed behind his back like an assassin lurking in the shadows, ready to strike. But when they reached the scene, both froze, completely stunned. A greatsword, radiating murderous intent, stopped less than 2 centimeters from the neck of its fallen comrade. A steel spear, its tip gone, pierced his torso from behind, the spearhead protruding from his throat. The final, grotesque terror clung to his twisted face. "Finil. Get out of the way. It's a trap," a roar exploded through the thick smoke. The Judgment Knight, shoving aside his heavily armored comrade, lunged at his fallen comrade's corpse. Just as he rose, the nailed face suddenly lifted, grinning at the 2, its wide mouth stretching to near the ears, revealing 2 rows of blood-stained teeth. The Judgment Knight felt a chill run down his spine, but his hands didn't stop moving. His iron fist struck the twisted smiling face directly. PFFT, with a shrill sound like a cannonball piercing through flesh, the corpse's head exploded into a shower of blood and gore, The remaining parts of the headless corpse began to be infected by the bone at a visible rate, slowly eroding into metal. This was his bloodline power, originating from the Earth Knight's iron plague. The body would gradually turn into metal, and only by infecting surrounding objects and flesh could the onset be slowed, keeping the plague at a non-lethal level. Close behind him, the fully armored Final decisively dodged, his two-handed greatsword gleaming with a pale golden light, the power of the Grail Knight bloodline, which he called Undying Starfire. Items imbued with this power would be continuously burned, unlike flames which could be extinguished, and nothing would remain of the burned parts, as if purified. The price was that the gifted individual must reduce their exposure to light. The less light, the stronger the effect. The two abilities were completely complementary, even possessing a certain degree of deception, which was why Francisco had sent them to attack first. But just as Final swung his golden greatsword, preparing to finish off the attacker, the metal-turned corpse suddenly came back to life, pulling out the spear, piercing its body and thrusting it at the unsuspecting Judgment Knight. Clang! The pale golden blade cleanly severed the spear in two. The Judgment Knight, who had narrowly escaped death, was covered in cold sweat, a bloody gash torn from his cheek by the flying spear tip. "Final, you're welcome." Final, fully armored, muttered, his sword aimed at the corpse easily dodged. "This isn't his corpse, Sass, watch your surroundings." Reminded by his companion, the Judgment Knight nodded slightly, parrying the corpse's attacks from the side while keeping watch on his surroundings. As if suddenly given life, the corpse gripped its spear tightly and swept it forward. Clang! The spear, now without its tip, was severed again by Final. Sass, clenching his fists, seized the opportunity, leaping and spinning rapidly. Using the momentum of his rotation and descent to slam his right heel into the head, which was now only a neck and collarbone remaining. Despite being a body of steel, the headless corpse emitted sounds of flesh being torn apart and bones snapping. Sass's right foot cleaved through the upper half of the torso, stopping only at the hip. The ripped body lay sprawled out, dark red blood gushing forth like a geyser. A flash of pain crossed the eyes of both Judgment Knights. The weakness they had long abandoned resurfaced after personally torturing their comrade's corpse. They finally believed a previously unconfirmed suspicion. Anson Bach had indeed successfully advanced, possessing the power of a blasphemous mage. His ability to conceal himself was terrifying. They were almost certain Anson Bach hadn't left, much less escaped from the small basement beforehand, yet even now they hadn't sensed his presence, let alone seen him. The only explanation was that the reality within the basement had been completely distorted by Anson Bach's domain laws, making it impossible for them to detect his presence. But just as the power of a sorcerer to distort reality isn't truly without cost, its effect is fair. The inability to detect Anson Bach's existence means that as long as they are there, Anson Bach is non-existent to them. Since he doesn't exist, Anson Bach naturally can't leave, effectively trapping his target in the small basement. The Judgment Knights are seasoned veterans who have clashed with various spellcasters for years, accumulating countless experiences. Elites like them possess a deeper understanding of the three major spells than many ordinary spellcasters, especially since a great deal of knowledge deemed taboo by the Church is part of their curriculum. Having seen through their opponent's trickery, the two were no longer in a hurry to defeat the headless corpse before them, who, despite being mangled and bloodied, could still stand and continue fighting. Two Judgment Knights had virtually no chance of defeating a blasphemous sorcerer. Their mission was to buy time and force the opponent to reveal himself, creating an opportunity for their companions. Final, wielding a golden greatsword, suddenly stepped forward, forcing the headless corpse to retreat to its right rear. Sass, wielding an iron fist, immediately followed, unleashing a storm of attacks. Every straight punch, elbow strike, kick, and whip kick left wounds on the headless corpse that would kill a normal person instantly. Even if it were pure steel, it was now practically like crumpled clay. Yet the headless corpse continued to fight. Even with its head shattered, its torso split open, its blood drained, its arms twisted like pretzels, and its thighs shattered more times than a centipede, it still couldn't stop fighting. This was for the best. It couldn't push the opponent too far. It needed to keep the target feeling in a position of control, preventing any desperate attempts to kill it. The cost of capturing or killing it wouldn't be too high. Yes, everything was still within the Shadowless Master's plan. With unwavering confidence, Sass punched the headless corpse's heart again, but Finir's golden longsword had already blocked its retreat. Either his torso would be shattered by his punch, or half his body would be burned to ashes. Which was more suitable? Anson Bach, manipulating the corpse from behind, certainly new. Clang. A piercing metallic clang rang out in the smoke. Francisco, standing above the basement, trembled slightly at the cigarette in his mouth, ash falling into the air. Finier and Sass stared wide-eyed at the headless corpse before them in shock. Their attacks, whether fists or greatswords, were blocked. How could this be? Their punches being blocked was one thing, but Finier's sword could burn anything. Why? The two stunned stood frozen in place, as if they had lost control of their bodies. But the corpse did not stop. Clang, caught off guard, Finier was the first to be attacked. Although he parried the incoming broken spear with his greatsword, his full body armor sent him flying like a sandbag, smashing into the basement wall and creating a nearly human-shaped crater. Sass, his pupils constricting, seized the opportunity, using the gap in the headless corpse's attack to dodge behind it and deliver a straight punch to its shoulder blade. No matter how flawless the attack, as long as the opponent still adheres to the logic of fighting with flesh and blood, there must be weaknesses in flesh and blood. Even if it cannot be killed, it can at least temporarily incapacitate it. But almost simultaneously with his punch, the headless corpse suddenly turned, its broken spear thrusting straight towards its left eye. The desperately dodging Judgment Knight instinctively raised his right arm to block, and then, thud, the sound of tearing flesh rang out as the broken spear pierced straight through the arm infected by the Iron Plague. Sass's face was contorted to the extreme by the blood sprayed into his eyes. Severing the pain, he clung his left arm to the armpit of the headless corpse's other arm, his legs wrapped around its waist, locking its body tightly. Finier, attack, yes, a pale golden afterimage flashed through the thick fog. The charging Judgment Knight lowered his armor, his face, the last part obscuring his vision. At this moment, Undying Starfire was at full power. No dodging, no fancy moves, he intended to meet the enemy head-on, piercing the greatsword through its torso and completely purifying it. Then, unsurprisingly, Finier, blindfolded and charging, crashed directly into the broken spear, the cut piercing through the breastplate and penetrating the lung, but in return, the greatsword pierced the headless corpse's entire torso. Of course, it also pierced Sass, who was tightly locking it in. Looking at the purified headless corpse, and feeling the Iron Plague within him begin to subside, a hint of relief appeared on the Judgment Knight's face. Finier, his lung pierced by a broken bullet, collapsed to one knee, panting heavily as he warily surveyed his surroundings, a slight relaxation visibly on his face. Although he hadn't killed Anson Bach, he had at least successfully distracted him and averted a deadly crisis, a one-for-one trade, not a loss. But Francisco didn't. He lightly removed the cigarette butt from his lips and tossed it aside, a cold glint in his eyes hidden beneath his hat brim. "I've seen through your little trick, Anson Bach," Francisco said coldly, his pupils reflecting a playful smile. "Unfortunately, it won't work on me." Chapter 909. What are you waiting for? Francisco's expressionless face betrayed a barely perceptible rage beneath his calm words. His eyes darted, seemingly casually, to Finiel, kneeling on one knee, his chest pierced by a broken spear. It appeared the three Judgment Knights had fallen into the blasphemous mage's trap, ultimately trading 2-for-1 to defeat the monster created by the mage, freeing their comrade, but in reality, their initially thought companion was far from dead. The scream deliberately amplified by Anson Bach was actually his roar of rage upon seeing his companion's corpse. A frenzied attack on the smoke-formed Anson Bach. Indeed, the corpses the other two Judgment Knights encountered were also created by Anson through smoke manipulation, so their condition didn't hinder their continued fighting. The three separated by the smoke were essentially just constantly attacking the air. Several times, if they had turned back and taken a few steps, they could have seen their supposedly dead companions still standing there, locked in a battle of wits with their corpse. Smoke Master, a type of spell with a very low lower limit but a very high upper limit. However, Francisco had never encountered a caster like Anson Bach, who could manipulate smoke with unparalleled precision and meticulous detail. He was now almost certain that the other party was indeed a blasphemous mage, and not long ago. The reason was simple: the mental strength of an ordinary spellcaster was simply insufficient to support such a high-intensity effect, while a blasphemous mage who had truly mastered the laws of domains would disdain such a clumsy imitation of laws and domains. Therefore, it wasn't hard to understand why Anson Bach, despite successfully advancing in rank, hadn't truly mastered his own laws and was still using his old habits, treating his domain as the casting range and his laws as a magic enhancer. "You seem quite confident," Your Excellency Francisco, Anson, still seated motionless, spoke with a smile, looking at the uninvited judgment knight who had directly exposed his elaborate scheme of smokers. Very well, I don't have your confidence. As he spoke, he adjusted his gold-rimmed monocle, the real anonymous glasses he had given to Louis for his escape. These were created using a reality-distorting technique. His calm exterior masked a turbulent inner turmoil. Despite this being their first encounter, this judgment knight named Francisco Los Napomuceno was already almost completely transparent to him. If it weren't for his simulated Lawrence mind-reading ability revealing his superficial thoughts, he would likely have already fallen into the trap. Just as he said, his understanding of the laws was still very superficial. Although he could use the planning law to distort reality, he couldn't truly control it at will. Anonymous glasses? Possibly, but the result would be conjuring an anonymous pair of glasses instead of possessing its effects. Black magic? No problem, but it's only a superficial mind-reading technique, and it has many limitations. Only by sitting here motionless like this can it maintain its maximum effect, because this is the most profound impression I have of my mentor. Francisco suddenly spoke up. Speaking of which, there's only one thing that really puzzles me. Why did you hold back and waste time? Clearly, with just a flick of your finger. None of the judgment knights except me could survive more than 30 seconds in an instant. But you didn't make a move, and even deliberately pretended to be outmatched. Why? Delaying time? Feigning weakness? Or, why ask me? Anson interrupted with a light laugh, giving him a provocative glance. Wouldn't it be better to find the answer yourself? Francisco nodded slightly, his eyes gradually becoming serious. That makes sense. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared from the spot. Anson, with a smile on his lips, didn't even have time to change his expression before a gunshot rang out from below his neck. Bang! Without a chance to react, the lead bullet pierced his skull through the back of his neck, exploding between his eyebrows, spraying blood and bone mixed with a mist of blood, forever freezing the smile on his face. But a closer look revealed that all the blood and bone fragments transformed into a wisp of white after flying half a meter away from his body. Cursed magic, smoke-shaped person. Originally a life-saving spell that could only be used once, it was essentially a variant of the undead mist, easily countered by Anson in his current state. There were even advanced counter-attack techniques. With half his head exploded into smoke, Anson decisively rose, his glowing right hand tracing the wound on his face, then abruptly turned and stabbed at the figure behind him. Cursed magic, wound canvas. A wound piercing the skull, as long as it was applied to the opponent, even a non-lethal area, it could restrict their movement. But Anson miscalculated. Francisco's figure had vanished behind him, while a sharp blade, seemingly thrusting from the side, pierced through the smoke from his head wound, heading straight for his torso. Almost simultaneously, the fallen figure removed his blindfold and swung his pale gold two-handed greatsword. He was now sandwiched between two forces. Clang! A sharp, piercing lead bullet exploded on the greatsword's blade. Forced to stop, Finier stared wide-eyed at the figure with a gun pointed at him. Lord Francisco stepped back, but, before he could reply, he suddenly noticed the smoke in the basement seemed to ignite, gradually changing from blackish gray to golden red. Wait, ignited. Boom, spellcasting, rising fire. Boiling flames instantly engulfed the entire visible space, the flowing smoke becoming its perfect accompaniment, turning the smoke-filled basement into a sea of fire once more. Even after becoming a blasphemous mage, Anson still relied most skillfully on the spells he had used in the past, until he fully mastered the laws, a process that, according to Talia, would take at least a century. The flames had died down, and a grim-faced Francisco stood atop the basement. Finel, stripped of his full armor, lay dying in the ruins beside him, clutching a piercing wound in his chest. In the empty basement, only the charred armor and the solemn-faced Anson remained. He finally understood the source of the other's confidence. Francisco, his bloodline power was simple, literal acceleration. Actions that took 10 seconds could be compressed into 1 second, even a tenth, a hundredth of a second, simple and direct. But this very simple and direct ability was an almost insurmountable problem for his plans. That's right, there are only two purposes for delaying: to buy time for your comrades or to gather intelligence. Given your situation, it can only be the latter, and my abilities are of no value in gathering intelligence. Looking at the serious-faced Anson Bach, Francisco's lips curled into a cold smile. Anson couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. His planning principle required constantly gathering intelligence to achieve the plan and enhance the effectiveness of his domain. The Judgment Knight's ability was so simple that there was no intelligence to gather, which instead suppressed the influence of his domain to almost nothing. In the instant he distracted, Francisco's figure vanished again, and at the same time, the trigger of a revolver sounded in his ear. This time, it was aimed at the heart. Bang! The gushing gunfire pierced through Anson's torso from the side, but as before, the damaged part turned into smoke, undamaged. The cold smiling Francisco didn't stop, continuing to attack with a revolver that was slower than his own, each attack angled to the extreme, but never straying from the head and heart. Bang! 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 Armpits, top of the head, lumbar spine, throat. The relentless attacks even gave Anson the illusion of a scene from a movie. Is the opponent's bullets unlimited? Sensing the anomaly, he immediately narrowed the range of his insight ability from the entire Red Hand Bay to the area around the council ruins, while simultaneously activating mind reading. In an instant, Anson Bach, his body riddled with bullet holes, once again revealed a playful smile reminiscent of his mentor, Lawrence. The next second, a sentence suddenly popped into Anson's mind, and then, wound canvas, huh? A flicker of surprise crossed Anson's eyes as he noticed Francisco's figure suddenly appear before him. Without any warning, the gun was already pointed at his forehead, and then, click, the sound of the magazine emptying rang out, and both of their expressions froze for a moment. This, a perfect opportunity. Anson suddenly snapped back to reality. If he seized this opportunity to cover the opponent's entire body with wound canvas, this troublesome Judgment Knight would be dead. Without hesitation, his right hand, habitually used for snapping fingers during spellcasting, glowed, casting a deathly shadow on Francisco's grim face. With a soft snap, boom, a golden red beam pierced the entire basement, directly collapsing the opposite earthen wall, revealing a fractured layer of rammed earth beneath the rubble. In the instant of the explosion, Francisco's figure flashed back to Anson's, his cold face barely concealing a hint of surprise. Almost simultaneously, Anson turned and pulled a mist pipe from his robes, slowly exhaling billowing smoke that enveloped the surroundings. It's Smoke Master, again. What is he waiting for? Having his thoughts read again, Anson, his expression unchanged, was even calmer than before. The other had been waiting for him to dispel smoke figure, and, undead mist, the only opportunity that could pose a fatal threat to him, given his inability to break through the blasphemous mage's domain. Given the opponent's unique bloodline power, he currently had almost no effective means to capture him. This kind of asymmetrical battle should be avoided in most cases, or at the very least, Freya, who excels at large area damage, should restrict his movement. Anson suddenly had a bold idea, and at the same time drew the Inquisitor's revolver from behind him, aimed it at Francisco, and unleashed a crazy 6-hit combo. Bang, 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 bang. The lead bullets imprinted with gathering flame, exploded in the basement with the golden red flames. For Francisco, who could accelerate his movement, the concept of blocking didn't exist, but his movement space could be restricted, preventing him from easily leaving the basement. The remaining 2 Inquisitor Knights outside had already left with the injured Fenrir, and now only Francisco was still restraining Anson. Still calculating, Anson glanced outside the basement, and almost simultaneously, the voices rang in his mind again, but compared to before, they were no longer clear and complete short sentences, but rather chaotic noise. He had already realized he was being mind-read and was trying to hide his thoughts in a deeper level of consciousness. Anson, having gained nothing, slightly curled the corners of his mouth. In that instant, he suddenly put down his revolver, who had been attacking frantically, and leaned against the wall behind him, looking across at the other side. Francesco, sensing the anomaly, also stopped moving, maintaining a half-crouching position facing Anson. His still clean hair and perfectly flat chest suggested that the recent battle hadn't taken much to his liking. During the brief standoff, their eyes met, as if both were trying to glean something from the subtle anomalies in each other. Just then, Anson suddenly did something the Judgment Knight could never have imagined. Snap! Casually tossing the revolver to the ground, smiling Anson slowly raised his hands, above his head. What are you doing? What am I doing? Surrendering. Looking at the stunned Francisco, Anson's lips curled into a smile. What, Grand Master of the Judgment Knights, haven't you ever encountered a surrendering member of the old gods? This is the first time I've seen someone like you, Francisco said coldly, His brows furrowed, countless possibilities flashing through his mind. Was he testing me? No, a heinous blasphemous mage had no need to test a judgment knight. The other party wasn't the type of elf easily swayed by emotions. Judging from the information he possessed, he was actually an extremely rational person. The smoke, and the concealment of his presence, were all to avoid being detected. So what exactly was he? Francisco, whose expression remained unchanged, trembled slightly. A large shadow suddenly appeared above his head. Was this Mercy? Startled, he glanced at the figure opposite him out of the corner of his eye, the playful smile on his face suddenly deepening. The next second, an extremely strong magical aura suddenly erupted in the silent air. Even with his rich experience, Francisco, who had been repeatedly showing weakness to Anson, felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and his trembling body suddenly felt an urge to kneel and prostrate himself. This was absolute pressure, the pressure of a higher life form on a lower one. He was going to. Francisco's pupils suddenly contracted, his body stiffening. Before he could shake off the oppressive feeling, he felt as if everything around him had become lighter. No. It wasn't lighter, it was gravity. The Earth's gravity was reversing. That's right, it's the first time, so you really shouldn't have waited for me. Anson smiled playfully. I was waiting for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. What were you waiting for? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 910 Tracer. Difference engine malfunction. Unknown sorcerer's aura detected. Airship is now within enemy territory. A panicked follower pushed aside his companion's corpse on the instrument panel and hurriedly reported to Sir Fellas behind him, "My lord, the cabin was now littered with corpses. The difference engine, control panel, map table, chairs, bloodstains were everywhere. The dead were either contorted with madness or burned alive. In the already enclosed space, the stench of burning smoke mingled with the stench of death. The airship, which normally carried 45 people, now had only 12 remaining, single-mindedly busy beside their companions' remains, excluding the Grand Commander's adjutant who had remained seated, motionless. Fighting a blasphemous sorcerer without incurring losses was a pipe dream. Including logistics personnel and those engaged in the ground battle, the Judgment Knights had suffered nearly 100 casualties. For an armed group of only 1,000, even an immediate victory would be a Pyrrhic one. But this wasn't even the most devastating loss the Knights had ever suffered. From the moment they embarked on this path, every Judgment Knight had to be prepared to die for their cause, because their enemies were heretics, evil gods, spellcasters, false believers, even secular powers that called themselves guardians of the faith, forbidden knowledge, the inheritance and development of bloodline power, weaponry beyond the mundane, virtually limitless operational privileges, endless supplies and support from wealth. They had everything, except a way out. But this also brought about a unknown. Could there be a third blasphemous mage? Despite the corpses scattered all around, Fellers remained remarkably calm. After sacrificing 3/4 of his support personnel, Freya's domain laws had been completely deciphered by compassion. The seemingly invincible elf Queen Iser would soon no longer be a threat to the church. No, her attendant, Elizabeth Lemon, pale-faced and trembling uncontrollably, cried out, "The airship has relocked its target. It's not a new enemy, not." The usually composed Fellas finally showed a hint of alarm. "Wait? My dear Elizabeth, you mean, the direction of the aura has been locked onto the basement of the Autonomous Council ruins, directly below the Heart of Mercy, directly below." That wasn't. Fellas' pupils constricted. It's Anson Bach. The primary target designated by the Vatican to be captured. Anson Bach, huh? Fellas abruptly rose from his seat, nearly tripping over a corpse, and stumbled to the observation post on the side of the airship. Ignoring his disheveled state, he looked down at the ruins shrouded in thick smoke, his expression one of utter terror. Yes, he was certain this was Anson Bach's aura. The oppressive aura he could vaguely feel even from high above proved that it was indeed a blasphemous mage. Especially since Fellas himself was a spellcaster, his senses in this area would be even more acute than those of ordinary humans and gifted individuals. A fear similar to that of a young animal being targeted by a lone wolf welled up within him. Wait? If this was his domain of law, then, what about before? What were those eyes before? Those eyes that were staring intently at him. A distorted reality, an illusion, a cursed spell, or what exactly? Boom! Before the disoriented fellas could shake off the fear that welled up from the bottom of his heart, he felt his body suddenly float up. No, it's an airship. The airship is crashing. How about it? Aren't you surprised? In the smoke-filled basement, Anson, adjusting his anonymous glasses, sat on the smoke chair created by Smoke and Entertainment House, legs crossed, fingers touching, elbows supporting the armrests, smiling leisurely. Yes, just like his beloved mentor Mace Horner back in the basement of Clovis Cathedral, only in this posture could he unleash the full power of his dark magic through the distortion of reality using his domain. Only in this moment could he truly comprehend the immense power his mentor possessed at his fullest, and the confidence that came with that power. The instant he successfully ascended, the true Anson Bach was no longer the flesh and blood before him, but a domain called the law of the plan. Its evolution was incomplete, forcing the law to remain attached to its former body. Essentially, it was no longer human. And once the incomplete law fully unfolded, influencing and distorting the surrounding reality, it would be met with the malice of the world. The domain would be interfered with, the law would be eroded, and the existence of the blasphemer would be weakened, and the spellcasters of the other two evolutionary paths would suffer the same fate. Each time he ceased suppressing his power, he risked being shattered by the world. It wasn't just a battle with an enemy, but a direct conflict with the world. But, once he accepted the world's interference, the spellcaster was invincible. Within this domain, the world will be reshaped by laws, operating according to completely new logic. The plan. The strength and effect of these laws depend on the caster's understanding of them, or rather, their own understanding. Anson Bach's current understanding of himself is still quite superficial, therefore, the effects of the laws are also very vague and demanding. But no matter how vague or demanding, to those who do not understand and are forced to passively accept them, they are still like gods. Most people have a certain misunderstanding about blasphemous mages, believing that they are still just life forms like humans, not so invincible, just much stronger. This view is correct, but not entirely correct. Ants and humans are also life forms, but are their life strengths equivalent? Is the world seen by fungi the same as the scenery of birds in the sky? Obviously not. Looking at Francisco, whose face was extremely ugly, Anson curled the corners of his mouth. Let me guess, your initial plan was probably to gather intelligence about me, but your superiors in the Judgment Knights likely gave you orders to kill me. So, realizing you couldn't kill me instantly, you sent your subordinates to probe me. But those 3 subordinates, whom you thought would be instantly killed, became the targets of my intelligence gathering. But you're not worried at all, because your bloodline power is special. Acceleration, and it's not just about speed, it's a power that touches upon laws and distorts reality. With such special bloodline power, you have absolutely no need to fear my domain. Even if you're in danger, you have 1,000 ways to escape. I can't do anything to you, that's all true. In that case, there's only one way to kill you, confine you to this small basement, making it impossible and unthinkable for you to leave. No. That's not enough. Even if you can confine you, you have too many countermeasures. Even if you instantly blast the basement to ashes, it won't help. Your strange equipment can help you avoid at least 2 fatal wounds, and even if you're surrounded by fire, your ability can accelerate the extinguishing of the surrounding flames. Sigh, don't rush to deny it. I witnessed you accelerating the bullets with my own eyes. If I hadn't become a blasphemous mage, I'd probably be riddled with holes by now, wouldn't I? So, there's only one way to kill you, the Judgment Knight who truly threatens my life, Lord Francisco Los Napomuceno. Make you commit suicide, and the key to this method lies right above your head. With a playful smile, Anson slowly raised his right index finger. As you can see, I've distorted the surrounding gravity, causing things that can float in the sky to fall, and objects that land on the ground to float. Well, perhaps flipping would be a more accurate description. Anyway, that's roughly it. The principle is somewhat like an hourglass, but you don't need to believe it too much, because in at most 15 seconds, the compassionate heart will fall from the sky. That's why I had to use mind reading to tell you this information. I don't have that much time to explain the principles, and what you can do is very simple, extremely simple. Accelerate to directly beneath the airship before it crashes, then accelerate the hourglass flipping process, allowing the airship to take off again sooner. This method is absolutely feasible. To show my sincerity, I can tell you another piece of information. My laws are not what you perceive as insight, but rather setting. In other words, within my domain, anything that conforms to my setting, no matter how absurd or illogical it may seem, will inevitably succeed, because it's a setting, the foundation of all stories. First, assume something is bound to happen, then a magical treasure. Logic is irrefutable here. The setting is the core of everything. Of course, you can disbelieve it and watch the airship plummet from the sky, shattering into pieces on the ground, or try to avert this disaster using whatever method you deem truly correct. Go ahead. Smiling, Anson exhaled a long smoke ring, the rising smoke gradually materializing into smoke cones, smoke shells, and smoke rocks. They retained their smoke essence, but at the moment of impact with the airship, it wasn't hard to guess what surprise Anson Bach had prepared. Francisco, his face as cold as ice, narrowed his eyes. If possible, he would now prefer to shoot Anson Bach in the head, rip out his heart, and throw it into the combustion chamber to become fuel for the steam collar. But that was impossible then. Not only was the essence of a sorcerer not flesh and blood, but he, now completely ignorant of the Anson Bach laws, had no chance of inflicting a fatal wound. There was no time to hesitate. Even without looking up, the Judgment Knight could already hear the shrill scream of the airship crashing overhead. A dozen seconds? No way. At most 5 seconds, that colossal behemoth dominating the skies would be crashing down on his head. What to do? What could he? Every blood vessel, every bone roared, howled, and stretched impatiently, wanting to tear this flesh and blood body to shreds. Feeling this power, Francisco's mind began to recall his less than pleasant childhood. Everything back then was incredibly long, every minute and second in agony. He couldn't imagine how those around him could endure such a long and agonizing life. He only wanted time, these processes, to become faster. To finish training faster, to eat food faster, to get through the day faster. Now, he thought, his bloodline power probably awakened around that time. A cold laugh escaped Francisco's lips as he transformed into a shooting star, soaring into the night sky. Such acceleration, of course, requires a process. In Anson's eyes, this Judgment Knight seemed to have turned himself into a slingshot, launching himself straight out at a speed comparable to light, capable of tearing through the air. This ability was powerful, but it also placed a heavy burden on the body, and most importantly, it couldn't be cancelled. The next second, the meteor hurtling towards the sky suddenly paused, brushing past a falling Mercy, and continued its ascent. Francisco, he never intended to save the airship in the first place, he was running away. Clearly, as a seasoned Judgment Knight, he couldn't possibly believe the nonsense of a blasphemous mage, especially after being deceived once himself. Since he posed no threat to his target and had inadvertently fallen into their trap, seizing every opportunity to escape was the most logical option. But unfortunately, your bloodline power is the type that cannot be cancelled. Anson, a smirk playing on his lips, snapped his fingers again, restoring the flipped gravity to its original state. Huh? Feeling the dizzying sensation around him, Francisco, still not finished accelerating, felt a chill. The whooshing sound in his ears changed from ascent to descent. That's right, since he was accelerating along the direction of gravity, the moment gravity returned to normal, the Judgment Knight, who had been flying towards the sky, naturally became a meteor crashing to the ground. The only problem was that he wasn't standing on the ground, but on an airship. An airship violently shaking and swaying due to its high-speed descent and ascent. A shooting star streaked across the night sky, leaving a long trail of light on the airship. Boom. Chapter 911, A Special Existence. A deafening roar, almost tangible, ripped through the sky, etching the fleeting meteor into the eyes of everyone gazing up at the stars. The Holy War Army, the Knights of Judgment, even the New World Legion retreating under the cover of the Storm Legion's grenadiers, all laid down their weapons and stood frozen, their eyes fixed on the breathtaking scene, utterly bewildered by what had just transpired. How could this be? The eyes of the Knights of Judgment on the ground were wide open. Shock seemed an overstatement to describe their expressions. They were completely stunned. The twisted domain and armor of the Heart of Mercy were actually breached, the commanding knight exclaimed, only realizing several seconds later how detrimental his false statement would be to his comrades, and how many of his fellow soldiers, distracted by their surroundings, would perish at the hands of the enemy due to lack of useful intelligence. But he was simply overthinking it. Floating in the sky, the elven girl surrounded by flames lowered her white flame longsword, her brow slightly furrowed as she glanced towards a smoke-shrouded basement. That bastard, He can be quite capable sometimes, Freya snorted softly, her lips slightly pouting, seemingly blaming herself for worrying about this scheming fellow just minutes before. On the outskirts of the Redan Bay town ruins, the day's deputy commander of the Hantu Holy War Army stopped the troops behind him, his solemn gaze suggesting a crucial decision. Young Master Lenore, we send someone immediately. Absolutely, no. Lenore looked at his knight. This time you might have to make a trip. The family knight, who had just been flustered, immediately knelt on one knee. Where to? The New World Legion, to find a man named Roman. Lenore gritted his teeth. I'm not sure if he's really there, and I can't guarantee your safety. If the Judgment Knights or the Holy See find out, it's about me colluding with the Truth Society and the old gods in private, the knight said without hesitation. I have no connection with Hantu or the Grand Duchy of Aden. Lenore's heart tightened. He closed his eyes, pressed down on the knight's shoulder, and his trembling hands gripped the knight's cloak tightly until it was forcibly ripped off. Chaos reigned inside the merciful Heart airship. The seemingly violent impact was not only sudden but also incredibly swift, so fast that no one had time to react. They couldn't understand how an airship protected by a distorted field, with armor even stronger than an ironclad warship, could be pierced through in a single blow, something even the Elf Queen Iser couldn't accomplish. Lord Fellas, Elizabeth cried out, turning to look behind her. The damaged part is right next to the steam core. The airship's propulsion is compromised. Requesting instructions, a mocking smile appeared on Fellas's face. What instructions were needed at this point? Given the airship's current state, it would crash to the ground in a few minutes at most, yet it was still rapidly ascending due to the distorted gravity, and there was no way to resolve the situation. The steam core had been destroyed. 5 minutes later, the most powerful airship that the papacy and the Knights of Judgment were so proud of would be reduced to a pile of scrap metal, and in full view of everyone. The reason was irrelevant. The event itself was enough to disintegrate the Holy War Army. And the hastily planned Red Hand Bay operation would fail miserably. Well, the last point is still to be confirmed, but the previous ones are basically correct. Grand Master Gerard Manfred, you really spare no expense to kill an apostle. Feeling the vibrations and deafening roar in his ears, Fellas muttered to himself. Lord Fellas, alright, don't be so tense, relax. Slowly comforting his attendant who was trembling with fear, Fellas approached from behind and pulled her into his arms, nuzzling her cheek like a pillow. My dear Elizabeth, with me here, you won't die so easily. The moment his words fell, the Mercy Heart, having lost its upward momentum, began to plummet. Staring at the rapidly descending airship, Anson's face showed no joy or excitement, but rather a somewhat bewildered expression. Strictly speaking, this should be the third time he had fully unleashed his domain to distort reality on a large scale. The first time was at the Tower of Primordial Chaos with August supervising him, and the second time was when he returned to White Whale Harbor 1,000 years ago to fight the Gravikeeper. This time, however, he initiated it entirely on his own initiative, without any real threat to his life, to complete his plan, in a sense, not even on his own initiative. This slightly touched upon the characteristics of the law of planning, because sorcerers distort reality according to their own laws, wielding the fire of passion. All distortions are built on an extreme, almost frenzied burning, guided by magic. Naturally, as long as others don't see through the illusions and deceptions, they can be omnipotent. The law of planning is similar. To achieve a certain goal, one must first gather enough information, and then complete steps such as 1, 2, 3. The more information, the more successfully the steps are completed, the more likely the goal will be achieved. Furthermore, if the enemy's actions also possess the attribute of planning, then Anson's domain will be affected in this way. Conversely, Anson can also learn about the enemy's plans through the fluctuations in his domain. However, there is a small problem here. Although the plan itself is not mandatory, once it begins execution, it is difficult to stop at any stage. His initial idea was to destroy the Heart of Compassion, but due to insufficient intelligence, a feasible plan was delayed. However, once sufficient intelligence was available and execution began, the domain began to show signs of slipping out of control. More precisely, from the moment the plan was executed, his consciousness and the domain became completely integrated, and everything he did was no longer mere thought, but rather a willingness to pay any price to complete the plan. Even when completely powerless against the airship, Anson had not considered completely liberating the domain to distort reality, but during the execution of the plan, When only liberating the domain and distorting the gravity of reality remained, he did not hesitate at all. At that moment, Anson Bach seemed no longer to be Anson Bach, no longer himself, but a plan, an order, a procedure, a law. The laws, devoid of emotion and thought, execute everything pre-established within their prescribed scope. As long as the established boundaries aren't violated, they will stop at nothing. Even the mere echo of that feeling sent chills down Anson's spine, raising goosebumps on the back of his neck and plunging him into an indescribable panic. Even if he wasn't negatively eroded by the real world, if one day his plans required the sacrifice of himself or Lisa, would he, having activated his domain, confidently watch himself or the girl turn into a pile of mincemeat? The threat of evolution came not only from the outside world, but also from the madness and influence born from the power of mutation. It seemed he had to set some kind of limitation on his laws from the beginning, and also regularly check and approve them. Anson thought to himself. Of course, this still wasn't foolproof, because the laws and domain were his true essence. Flesh and blood and consciousness were merely remnants of the evolutionary stage. According to Talia, the process of a spellcaster mastering their evolutionary core was the process of gradually eliminating these remnants. When the elimination reaches a certain point, the core gradually perfects itself, and one comprehends the relationship between oneself and the world. The gate of the apostles, the ultimate form of evolution that all spellcasters can currently imagine, will be revealed. Like the apostle rune, who didn't completely discard this remnant, even deliberately preserving it for some purpose, and paying a considerable price for it. Does this mean that after completely eliminating it and comprehending the essence of the law of planning, one will become the vessel of this law, or even the law itself? Lost in thought, Anson tilted his head slightly, the wispy pipe at the corner of his mouth like an exhausted office worker, its full output reduced to intermittent smoke rings, weak and listless, dissipating as soon as they appeared. Boom! The falling heart of Mercy slammed heavily into the ruins of the town behind it, and the elf queen Iser, with her intense desire for revenge, seized the opportunity, bestowing upon it a glorious burial with a massive fireball. From a single point of illumination, the fiercely burning fireball rapidly expanded, then quickly engulfed everything around it, transforming into a rising sun that rivaled the night sky. This sudden anomaly naturally affected the Judgment Knights and the Holy War army that followed. The knights, who had been besieging the elven girl, suddenly became aggressive and frenzied in their attacks, risking annihilation to continuously tighten the encirclement around Freya, and constantly urging the subsequent Holy War army of the vast lands to advance quickly, pass through the town ruins, and intercept the retreating New World Legion. The morale of the previously very enthusiastic Vast Land Legion suddenly became delicate. They did not refuse the Judgment Knight's request, but demanded that they organize an artillery barrage against the New World Legion as soon as possible. Because of the night battle and the chaos, only these 10,000 or so Vast Land soldiers had landed so far, which was rather weak compared to the New World Legion of no less than 30,000. Meanwhile, the fleet that had been safely anchored outside Redan Bay Harbor began to show signs of abnormality. From the moment the airships malfunctioned and the Knights of Judgment failed to break through the town of Redan Bay, the fleet provided no further artillery support, nor did any ships approach the port. Even the Felix Legion, at least nominally the direct line of the papacy, quietly moved its warships out to sea, without sending a single soldier ashore. Sir Felix, the Legion commander and adjutant to the Grand Master of the Knights of Judgment, strictly ordered his troops to act without authorization, forbidding even artillery support. Having a deep understanding of his superiors, he had a rough idea of what they were planning. Not only was participating in the battle unthinkable, but even remaining there was extremely dangerous. In the worst-case scenario, the more than 100,000 soldiers on both sides might not see the sun rise again. On the desolate sea, Sir Felix gazed silently at the sea of fire burning with the remains of the Heart of Mercy. "What? Why aren't you saying anything?" A mocking voice rang out amidst the billowing smoke filled with ashes, approaching the basement step by step. Anson Bach, the primary target specifically designated by the Vatican to be captured alive. Tisk tisk tisk. Do you know how many times this kind of privilege has been granted in the history of the Knights of Judgment? I don't know. Anson, puffing on his pipe, rose from his smoking chair and answered calmly, but I guess I'm not the only one. 10. The voice couldn't help but give the answer, sounding so smug and full of boasting, and that includes Saint Isaac. Congratulations, you've become one of the 10 people the Vatican considers worthy of being ranked alongside Saint Isaac. Thank you for the compliment. With a formulaic, fake smile, Anson turned to look at Sir Felix, who had emerged from the sea of fire. But if I remember correctly, Saint Isaac, didn't he still die in the end? Yes, the unserious fellas nodded seriously, his expression suddenly turning dejected. It's such a pity, he didn't have to die, but we had to kill him. Why? Because he was special. Special? Can that be a reason to kill? Yes, there is no more justifiable reason. Fellers stopped, a cruel coldness flashing in his eyes. A person with a mind capable of pioneering a new era, who is also preparing to master the three great magics to achieve immortality. Our fragile world cannot currently accommodate such a special existence, and you, Anson Bach, you are special too. For example, your domain, your bloodline power, and your extremely bizarre laws. Fellers smiled. The bloodline power capable of bringing the dead back to life, the laws that allow you to see through all things and distort reality. Even mastering just one of these would be enough to pique the interest of the Holy See, and you possess both, and someone as special as you has become the fiancé of the Rune family, knows the truth about the tomb of the true God, is inextricably linked to the Society of Truth, has close ties with the parish of Clovis, and has the elf queen Iser as an ally. I'm really curious, so very curious. When you were doing all this, did you ever seriously consider this? It seems like they were all using you, but through the process and actions of being used by them, you actually dragged so many forces into your own hands. Anson Bach, someone as intelligent as you, someone who can even demonstrate their value by being used, you really haven't considered, the Holy See, will they really allow you to do this and live, or, like the special Saint Isaac? Chapter 912. A familiar aura. Under the pitch-black night sky, billowing smoke obscured the starry dome, and the raging inferno emitted a dry, feeble sound amidst the ruins and scorched earth. It sounded like the dying wails of a patient on their deathbed. A completely charred arm pushed open the hatch, and amidst the still rising smoke and the pungent stench of decay, Elizabeth Lemon, a follower of the Order of the Judgment, struggled to emerge from the remains of the Heart of Mercy, her HUD still intact. In the compartment behind her, now a pile of putty, there was no one left alive. Of the dozen or so survivors who had miraculously survived Freya's relentless attacks, he was the only one still breathing and with an intact body. Pushing away the mangled remains pressing down on her legs, the dazed Elizabeth didn't even have time to think about which charred piece of flesh belonged to her comrade. Her instinct for survival made her crawl out with all her might, and she slipped and fell from the hatch, 2 meters away, into the still burning scorched earth. Thump. Elizabeth landed face first, feeling dizzy again, but she was certain she hadn't heard any bones crack. Congratulating herself on her incredible luck, she struggled to her feet, intending to follow the path fellas had taken. Elizabeth remained remarkably calm about being abandoned by her superior and left to die. In fact, no one in the entire Knights of Judgment had expected Sir Fellas to be a considerate comrade. Everyone knew he was incredibly strong, a crucial trump card for the Grand Master, so important that it had to be kept secret from the real Fellas Lieutenant, and he had to serve the Knights. Her right arm was completely charred, and her chest, back, forehead, and thighs were covered in burns, bruises, and wounds from the impact. Almost no part of her skin was undamaged, and her right leg appeared broken. By the surrounding firelight, seeing her reflection in the metal shards, a large patch of scalded flesh on her face, her hair smoking, supporting her charred arm, Elizabeth felt only overwhelming gratitude towards the Ring of Order. Just as she was about to turn around, she suddenly felt something small unusual in her right arm. A strange sensation emanated from beneath the charred, completely carbonized skin. No, with the flesh completely necrotic, the mere presence of touch was already incredibly strange. As if sensing something, Elizabeth mustered her courage and carefully pressed a piece of charred flesh with her undamaged left hand, then forcefully pried it open. The expected numbness and excruciating pain didn't occur. It felt more like the pain of being accidentally glued together and then forcefully torn off. Elizabeth froze. Beneath the charred fragments lay her own pristine, flawless skin. Startled, she looked up abruptly. The firelight reflected off the metal fragments, illuminating her shocked expression and the wounds on her face visibly fading away. Not just her cheeks, but her torso, limbs, all the wounds, large and small, on her body had healed completely. The newly grown, pinkish skin was so disproportionate to the surrounding area that it looked as if it were made of separate pieces. But even this process didn't last long. Soon the two became completely integrated, indistinguishable from one another. Stunned, she could only feel an unprecedented health and comfort in her body. This is, she remembered. Fellas, the words he'd spoken as the airship crashed. My dear Elizabeth, I'm here, you won't die so easily. What, don't believe me? Or are you too shocked to even show any expression? With a cynical smile, a chill flickered in Fella's eyes. I don't usually tell the truth, but this time is an exception. Oh, Anson, pipe in hand, remained unmoved, letting out a faint chuckle. So I should be grateful, shouldn't I? No need. Fella's expression changed slightly, his lips twitching. But what I said is true. So, you're the one responsible for killing me. Oh no, no, no. Someone else was responsible for killing you, and they've already failed. Such an important task wouldn't be given to nobody like me. Fellas waved his hand. No, I'm here to deal with other minor troubles. What troubles? An apostle, a rune, of course. Who else could it be? You? My sole purpose in existence is to ensure Rune dies a violent death, never to leave the new world. Besides being used as a research subject, assuming there's anything left of him. Interesting. Suppressing the urge to retort, Anson stared expressionlessly at the man before him, whose audacity was barely adequate to describe him. He truly didn't know what to say. Yes, he was a blood mage, and quite powerful, something Anson had sensed upon meeting him, but certainly not at the level of a blasphemous mage. Let alone Rune, Anson could easily defeat him if he played seriously. And this ordinary spellcaster claimed he was going to kill an apostle? Could you reveal a little about your plan? I'm just curious, and I don't mind asking if it's inconvenient to say, of course. Feller seemed excited, his expression as if he had finally found a comrade to share secrets with. Not only that, you are the most important link in my plan. Me. Anson raised an eyebrow. You might need to elaborate a bit more. It's simple. You are the fiancé of the current head of the Rune family. No one is trusted by the Apostle Rune more than you. With you here, even if Talia Rune is suspicious, she won't ask any more questions. Fellers began to speak eloquently, and I can take this opportunity to get close to Rune, and then you can distort reality, causing him to be unable to hide his existence and forced to descend, giving me an opportunity. How about it? Doesn't it sound like a very feasible plan? Let me tell you a secret. All of this was arranged by Grandmaster Gerard Manfred of the Judgment Knights. This chaotic Redandbe battle, which didn't even have proper preparation, was also his masterpiece. Its purpose was to force Rune to descend, and then I would kill him. Of course, it would be perfect if you were still willing to lend a hand. However, considering you'd most likely be dead by then, troubling you again seems a bit unreasonable. Well, do what you can. Do what you can. Fellas continued his incessant chatter, his exaggerated movements and expressions like an actor on stage, striving to ensure even the audience in the back row could clearly see his performance, his absorbed and engrossed demeanor making everything seem perfectly natural. Anson sighed softly, tilting his pipe to his lips, and snapped his fingers. Spellcasting, Hunter. Boom, a golden red beam shot out from the smoke, piercing Fellas's torso from his heart. First a small bright spot, then a burst of fire engulfed his entire body. This was just a small test. For blood mages with their incredibly resilient vitality, the destructive power of Hunter simply cannot keep up with their regeneration rate. The only recourse is to use deception and sneak attacks on the heart and head, instantly rendering them defenseless. But against blasphemous mages, even the heart and head are useless. It's essential to know their other weaknesses acquired during evolution. Every blood mage has a fatal weakness, just as every law inevitably has flaws. The only possibility you think you don't have one is that you're simply unaware of it. However, for most of the blasphemous mage's enemies, even knowing it wouldn't be of any use. Oh dear, what an impatient brigadier general you are. Fellas emerged from the still burning flames with a playful smile, the bloody hole in his chest from hunting, still visible, his heart, burned to ashes, mostly recovered. I hadn't even finished speaking before you made your move. A little too early, is that so? Anson raised an eyebrow, leisurely picking up the Inquisitor's revolver. That's quite rude. Bang! Almost before the words were finished, Anson fired a 6-shot burst, each bullet imprinted with Francisco's acceleration. Like magic, Fellas's head vanished instantly, replaced by a ball of blood floating in the air. The next second, the exploding blood splattered in the smoke, and a complete head had regrown from the wound. Anson's expression finally turned slightly serious. The fact that a shattered skull can instantly regenerate suggests only two possibilities. Either the opponent's vitality is beyond description, or this isn't their real head, and what you're seeing is merely a shell constructed from their flesh and blood. If possible, please allow me to finish speaking before taking action. Fellas said with a helpless wry smile, as if negotiating with a sulking friend. Everything I just said is true, not a single lie. Why won't you believe me, really? As long as you're willing to help me kill Rune and survive, I can guarantee to the Holy See that you will not end up in the same situation as Saint Isaac. At least you'll have some personal freedom, and even retaining your current status until 100 years later is entirely feasible. Then again, what's so difficult about this for you? The Franz family recruited you only 2 years ago, becoming the Rune family's fiancé was only 2 years ago, and you unfortunately fell from a promising talent to a spellcaster in 2. Your life these past 2 years has certainly been quite busy. Fellas paused for a moment, then laughed and cried at the same time. In just 2 years, someone as aware of their own usefulness as you, why would you hang yourself on one tree? The Franz family, the Rune family, no matter how powerful they are, no matter how willing they are to invest in you, can they compare to the papacy in terms of power and resources? Let me tell you another secret, Alan Dawn, your loyal scribe, you haven't forgotten, have you? Sir Fellers smirked. He's from a monastery, one of the youngest priests to obtain the scribe qualification. From the moment you set foot on New World soil, he systematically reported everything about you to the church. Even after you betrayed the kingdom of Clovis and joined the New World camp, he didn't stop, because he's smart enough, and loyal to you. He knows that after betraying Clovis, the papacy is your only future option. What's the point of being a king destined to struggle and appease in a peripheral region like the New World? And now you've demonstrated your value, and I, as your introducer, am willing to give you a chance. What's there to hesitate about? Yes, I don't understand what there is to hesitate about. Anson coldly raised an eyebrow. Perhaps it's because someone just said they wanted to kill me. Wanting to kill you and wanting to use you, the two aren't mutually exclusive. Fellas chuckled and shrugged. Like you had a way to kill me from the very beginning, but you hesitated to do so, didn't you? You're right, that's true. Anson nodded. I hesitated, sorry, but not anymore. A crimson tinge gradually appeared in his eyes, his previously cold face softening. Anson released his pipe, and the surrounding smoke began to dissipate, replaced by an unseen force. The next moment, the previously dry and scorching air became incredibly chilling, a biting cold penetrating Fellas' skin and seeping into his very bones. The young blood mage's pupils constricted sharply as a reality-distorting law domain slowly unfolded before his eyes like a scroll painting. But his face showed no tension, instead letting out a regretful sigh. Alice, so in the end, you still decided to side with the Rune family? What a pity. Continuing to mutter to himself, he suddenly raised his hand and grasped the iron ring around his neck, an instrument used by the church to restrain and monitor spellcasters, and with a slight force, crack, he snapped it in two, revealing a gruesome wound beneath, the kind only left by a severed head. Anson, his eyes bloodshot, froze. Having activated his domain again, he finally sensed something amiss. Fellers, why did this guy's aura feel so familiar, like he'd encountered him somewhere before? Wait? He couldn't be. This is impossible. How could his aura be exactly the same as August's? Unfortunately, you not only made an irrational decision, but you've also missed your last chance to kill me. Now, you pose no threat to me whatsoever. Chapter 913 The Moon. Outside the town of Redan Bay, at the New World Legion's position, the earth trembled violently, and the booming explosions echoed continuously. The torrential rain and thunder that seemed to sweep across the world were the wheels of a new era, relentlessly crushing over the flesh and blood of countless lives that had emerged from the old. Having abandoned a large number of damaged, malfunctioning, and besieged comrades, the Judgment Knight's land cruiser squadron, personally led by its Grand Master, continued its advance, capturing the third line of defense in less than 10 minutes. This was theoretically the rear of the entire defensive line, containing only foxholes of varying sizes and basic communication trenches. The flat ground was used to store supply wagons, assemble cavalry, and troops awaiting orders, with a few scattered infantry regiment encampments. At this stage of the battle, the Red Hand Bay defense line could essentially be considered lost. The fourth line of defense behind it was the command post, and the fifth line was even less defensible. The enemy had breached even the deep trenches and fortified positions ahead, so why would they have trouble with a few field hospitals and reconnaissance posts? But the land cruiser flotilla, which had successfully breached the crisscrossing trenches, encountered resistance while traversing the open terrain they excelled at. Boom, 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 boom. One after another, ferocious black shadows surged through the sea of fire, relentlessly unleashing destructive flames to the sides and forward, recklessly displaying the energy of steel, steam, and gunpowder. Until that piercing shriek echoed across the battlefield, and the rumbling wheels came to an abrupt halt. Warning. Albert's crew is under attack. The driver is suspected of being killed. The enemy is armed with a weapon capable of penetrating the armor of a land cruiser. Bang! Before the crew observer could finish speaking, another lead bullet pierced the armor of the truck bed, turning his head and that of a main gunner into shattered watermelons. Inside the truck bed, which reeked of blood, everyone's expressions were filled with shock and fear. Quick, quick, it's time to retreat. In a foxhole 400 meters away, Lisa, lying on the ground, urged the soldiers around her while putting away her steam rifle and scrambling towards the nearby trench. Before they could even take cover, the Judgment Knight's retaliation arrived as expected. Rapid bursts of lead bullets swept around the foxhole, kicking up a cloud of dust, followed by 2 shells that directly collapsed a section of the trench. In the burst of fire, the girl, her short legs moving swiftly, led the soldiers to the next firing position. Lal, Denny, immediately notify the artillery to provide cover fire. Moria, Misha, go find Fabian and tell him Lisa is about to start firing back. These bastards who bully others because they have good weapons, the sheriff will not let them off easily. WAA. After suffering casualties comparable to half a battalion's, the grenadiers finally found a way to both entangle these massive iron blocks and avoid being picked up by a rifle fire and collectively killed by a single shot from a smoothbore cannon, like a line formation, reduce the scale of the battle. They broke the company into half platoons, with the most experienced veterans in charge of command and action. All orders were given in advance. Artillery fire indicated the direction of attack and counterattack, and whistles contacted nearby comrades. This flexible fighting style was both familiar and troublesome to the land cruiser squadron, because the Knights of the Order of Judgment fought in the same way. The grenadiers didn't possess the skill of the Judgment Knights. Their weapons were almost impossible to inflict any damage on the heavily armored land cruisers. However, this wasn't absolute. The armor was only thick enough on the front and sides. The top and rear were very thin due to design considerations, and grenades or rifles could penetrate them at close range. To be honest, I'm starting to doubt the accuracy of your intelligence, Colonel Roman. Fabian, his face dark, leaned against the sandbags in the trench, staring intently at the man fiddling with a steam rifle. How much longer do we have to hold out before we receive the reinforcements you speak of that can turn the tide? You seem to be in a hurry, Colonel Fabian, Roman said without turning his head. Before coming here, I heard that former Guards Major Fabian was an extremely patient man. It seems that one's reputation often doesn't match the person they are. That's right, so I shouldn't believe your talk of reinforcements, is that it? Fabian's heart was bleeding. Although he had volunteered for the rearguard action, the Grenadier Regiment was Anson Bach's most important trump card. The Storm Legion's original combat unit was them, and many junior officers who later became independent units or were expanded into other infantry regiments were drawn from here. If this core base were damaged, it would significantly impact Brigadier General Anson Bach's position. He was already regretting believing someone's lies and voluntarily staying behind to block the Judgment Knights. Allow me to remind you, that steam rifle you're holding is Miss Lisa's trophy. You'll have to pay for it if you damage it, Fabian said coldly. Also, where did you get those metal-loaded bullets that only the Judgment Knights possess? Oh, didn't you already distrust the information I provided? Roman, his face as cold as ice, sneered, still not turning his head, calmly loading ammunition and aiming his gun at a land cruiser that was turning, its side completely exposed. Don't worry, reinforcements will arrive soon, and there'll be something you absolutely won't expect. Fabian's expression grew increasingly grim. He was now truly beginning to understand how Lord Anson Bach was cooperating with these Truth Society members while simultaneously suppressing the urge to tear them to pieces. Never mind, as long as Miss Lisa is there, the Grenadier Regiment won't really be wiped out. After all, that lady will definitely not stand by and watch the lovely Miss Lisa get involved, causing Brigadier General Anson Bach to pay too high a price because of her. Just as Fabian was still hesitating whether to continue organizing a counterattack, a cold aura once again swept in from the direction of Red Hand Bay. Even though he was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but shiver. A second deployment of the domain. It seems Anson Bach has encountered a very difficult opponent, Roman said calmly without changing his expression. Otherwise, given that guy's personality, he would never, sensing something unusual, Roman's expression froze. Not only him, but Fabian next to him also couldn't help but turn his head to look at the town, his eyes full of doubt. On the other side of the battlefield, the girl who was trying to secretly steal a Land Cruiser to play with also stopped what she was doing, staring curiously in the direction of the town. She wasn't sure what had happened there, only vaguely sensing a very familiar scent, different from Anson Bach's or her sister Talia's. It was a scent that made her feel instantly comfortable, at ease, and safe. What is it? Strange. The moment her eyes met Fellers's, countless memories flooded Anson's mind. A middle-aged man in an ordinary robe, with chestnut hair, emerald eyes, and a gentle smile. No. She was still entangled between two timelines and had to avoid recalling information outside of this timeline. No associations, no associations, no associations. Anson shook her head violently, trying to forget those overly vivid images and focus on the present. Yes, although the other person's aura was strange, that didn't change the fact that he was still just an ordinary blood mage. Winning wouldn't be difficult. But the iron ring around his neck, if I remember correctly, that's the tool the church uses to restrict spellcasters. Shouldn't only those responsible for monitoring him be able to remove it? Or is this Sir Fella's special, so the papacy and the Knights of Judgment granted him special privileges? Then why wear it? To conceal his presence? An ordinary blood mage might be worried about being discovered, so, wait, I can't make that connection. You seem quite incredulous. That's rare. Looking at Anson's drastically changed expression, Fellas's lips curled into a playful smile. It seems Rune truly trusts you, even willing to share this kind of information. No wonder you wouldn't betray him. However, this kind of thing is hardly a secret to the Holy See. Don't think the Holy See is so arrogant as to disdain its enemies. Our understanding of the three old gods, blasphemous mages, evolutionary pathways, and even the apostles is no less than your so-called truth possessors. In fact, it's precisely because we are enemies that we become increasingly similar, until we are indistinguishable. This seems to touch upon a slightly philosophical question. As he spoke, Fellas's right hand suddenly clenched. PFFT. 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 Dozens of fleshy tentacles tore through the ground, like wildly growing vines, surrounding Anson and lunging towards his incredibly thin figure. Anson, still desperately trying to dispel certain information, did nothing, standing quietly in place. Bang! The tentacle exploded in midair, spraying blood everywhere, not a single drop landing on Anson. Fellas, unfazed by the explosion, continued to smile, his right hand slowly withering, then swelling, turning purple, and sprouting a pus-filled welt covering the entire back of his hand. The yellowish-green pus, mixed with blood, swelled until it was the size of a wine glass. Without hesitation, Fellas snapped off his right hand. The gushing blood drenched his rotting palm, and a mist, similar in color to the pus, began to fill the air. Each breath seemed to whisper a maddening sound, enough to drive anyone insane. Even a single breath would cause a splitting headache and utter disorientation. The next second, flames erupted in the air. Boom! The blinding light flashed and vanished without warning. Fellas didn't even notice when it ended, only knowing that his severed right arm was still bleeding. And the poisonous mist in the air had disappeared. At that moment, Anson finally moved. In the biting cold, Fellas barely had time to react before a bayonet pierced his forehead. By the time he came to his senses, Anson Bach was already in front of him, the Inquisitor's revolver pressed against his heart. Another Francisco acceleration. Fellas couldn't help but laugh out loud. Because his brain was pierced by the bayonet, his eyes couldn't focus, and drool kept dripping from his crooked mouth. Looks like you haven't learned your lesson yet, now you. Bang! 6 bullets shattered Fellas's chest. Heart, ribs, lungs, spine, half of his body was almost held together by the last bit of skin under his armpits. Although it seemed to be just powerful, the Inquisitor's weapon was designed from the beginning to target spellcasters, or more precisely, blood mages. Only these ridiculously resilient individuals would need a revolver that could blow their heads off with a single bullet. Even so, Fellas remained unfazed. It's impossible for him to kill me. The moment his words left his lips, his expression suddenly changed. His pierced head, his chest blown to ash, hadn't recovered. Feeling the cold air around him, Fellas, whose thoughts were already beginning to veer off course, suddenly realized, you shouldn't. His words trailed off. Having lost his lungs, his cheeks had turned completely purple, like a piece of rotting flesh. I've distorted the laws of the surroundings. Here, injuries cannot be healed, Anson said calmly. That's right, this environment is slightly dangerous for me too. After all, if I hadn't thoroughly cleaned up the tentacles and poisonous mist you left behind, it would have been impossible to survive completely unharmed, but it doesn't matter, because you're about to die. Even with the strongest vitality, without healing wounds and so many internal organs, and with a bayonet stuck in your head, there's no way you can survive. Of course, you can also break my laws, find loopholes, and counterattack. To be honest, if you can really do it, I'd really like to see it. Anson's mocking words echoed in the biting cold. The other party's existence was indeed special. If the opportunity arose, he should try to stay and gather more information, but not today. And judging from his tone, it seemed he still had some deadly trump card he hadn't revealed. It's better to kill this kind of guy as soon as possible, grind him to dust. Having made up his mind, Anson nodded slightly. But just as he snapped his fingers, preparing to burn fellas, he caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of his eye. It was a moon, an incredibly beautiful full moon, radiating an eerie purple light. Chapter 914 Restrained. In the instant his pupils contracted, Anson snapped his fingers decisively, activating Rising Flame, instantly and firmly controlling the burning area around fellas. Simultaneously, the already open domain contracted to a radius of 50 meters, and the distortion effect was further adjusted, changing no wounds can heal to instant death from any attack. This was a more severe distortion of the law than before, exceeding the limits of ordinary domains. However, Anson was slightly special because his law was plan. As long as the steps were complete and the conditions were met, theoretically, there was no impossible outcome. And achieving a plan, besides sufficient information, boils down to conditions, which are essentially costs. How much are you willing to pay to achieve your goal? Anson's cost was that the distorted law must also be obeyed by him. If fellas could now harm him by any means, Anson would die instantly, regardless of any life-saving measures he had prepared. Although the reason for Rune's arrival was unclear, it was obvious that the situation had spiraled out of control and was developing in the direction the opponent expected. Falling into the opponent's rhythm was definitely a harbinger of impending plan failure. Even at the slightest risk, this situation had to be prevented. Almost simultaneously, Anson, his mind racing, instinctively pulled out an Augustiner grenade, shoved it into Fellas's gaping abdomen, imprinted the Rising Flame on it, and then quickly slid away. The blast radius was meticulously calculated. Unless Fellas instantly returned to normal, it couldn't possibly cause him any harm. Anson, whose expression remained calm, was far less composed than he appeared. While dodging, his ability locked onto Fellas's every move, silently counting down in his mind. 4, 3, 2. Boom. No explosion or fire broke out under the night sky, but a sound of collapse and shattering echoed, the chilling ore in the air completely disintegrating as if it had never existed. Instantly, Anson's expression began to contort, the instincts suppressed by common reason began to swell, as if a wild beast was imprisoned within him, desperately trying to escape. Oh, my esteemed Lord Anson Bach, you are still too cautious. If you had acted decisively before I removed my neck ring, perhaps I would be the one suffering unbearable pain. Unfortunately, we know you very well, in some ways even better than you know yourself. Taking risks without absolute certainty is something you only do when you have no other choice. Your apparent boldness and arrogance are all based on your grasp of the situation and absolute confidence. The absolute difference in strength between us gives you ample confidence to control this situation, even knowing that my existence is an uncertain factor. Fellas sighed smugly, feigning composure. No, perhaps it is precisely because of my uncertainty that you did not act immediately. Because that would prevent you from obtaining more intelligence and knowing how to deal with the next move of the papacy and the Holy War Army, wouldn't you? Undisguised, despicable laughter echoed in the air, along with Fellas's flesh and head. His chest was blown apart, and a bayonet was still stuck in his head. His cheeks were a cold purple, and his blood had long since congealed. His lifeless flesh began to emit a putrid smell. But it still couldn't stop him from smiling and speaking as if nothing had happened. I should thank you, truly, absolutely. Without you, I can't imagine what means I would have used to make an apostle willingly descend. You've done me a tremendous favor, and in return, I'll reveal some crucial information. I bet you've been wondering for a long time why I, a mere blood mage, dare to claim I can cause an apostle's demise. Perhaps you know, perhaps you don't, but almost every apostle still existing in this world possesses something called constrained. It offers no benefit to the spellcaster, Only restriction, it's said that the former apostles didn't have this, at least a vast majority didn't, but they're all dead, and almost all of them died at the hands of apostles possessing constraint, without exception. And no one knows why, and for some very interesting reasons. We, the Holy See, happen to know what Rune's constraint is, its bloodline. Rune has set many constraints for himself. He might even be the apostle with the most constraints, and the most important of these, any being connected to him by blood will never die before him. This means that whether it's him, you, or anyone else, if they want to kill me, they must first defeat the apostle Rune himself. Anson froze for a moment. His brain, which had been in so much pain that he couldn't think straight, suddenly regained some of its rationality upon hearing this. A being connected to Rune by blood, but the aura on this guy was clearly August's. So, he was lying? No, that's not right either. Rune must have truly descended, and in a passive state at that, otherwise, what's appearing above the red hand wouldn't just be a simple purple moon. The most reasonable explanation is that the other party misjudged the situation, and the result just happened to meet the conditions of Rune's restraint, leading him to believe it was true. But that's still not enough. Even if he could use the restraint to create a check, with his strength, how could he kill an apostle? Anson thought quickly, vaguely guessing the church's plan, but still lacking some information, and crucial information at that. Enduring the pain throughout his body, he struggled to open his eyes. The first thing he saw was Fellers' grinning head, followed by the body below, still damaged by his own actions, yet still alive. Not far away, the elven girl, still locked in combat with the Judgment Knights, also sensed the anomaly around her. However, the extremely eerie aura made Queen Iser instinctively want to avoid the area, is a phrase that doesn't translate directly, but it implies a fear of approaching easily. Even if she wanted to, it was completely impossible. Before her fall, Mercy had completely broken through her domain, and hundreds of Judgment Knights, based on intelligence, began to launch a more targeted attack against her. At present, Freya could only barely hold off the onslaught with her near-limitless power, and as time passed, she became increasingly exhausted and powerless. How about it, Lord Anson Bach, who was just moments ago so arrogant as to say he'd grind me to dust, but now struggles to even stand? What are your thoughts at this moment? Propelling himself forward, Fellers laughed mockingly. Your biggest backer has become me. Your allies would rather be besieged by hundreds of Judgment Knights than come to your rescue. And your army is about to be slaughtered by the Holy War. Tisk tisk tisk. This must be what they mean by at the end of the road, isn't it? At the end of the road, Anson, trembling, struggled to raise his head, looking at Fellers with a hint of provocation. I feel like this is just the beginning. The instant their eyes met, his figure gradually dissipated into drifting smoke. Before Fellers could react, a gunshot rang out behind him. Oh no. A scorching lead bullet grazed his temple, nearly tearing a wound on his face. This guy, can he even continue fighting in this state? A look of terror filled Fellers' face. He suddenly realized a fact: Anson Bach's domain hadn't disappeared because of Rune's arrival. This meant the distorted laws still existed. Any further damage could kill him instantly. Why? Bang, bang, bang. The roar of the revolver interrupted Fellers' inner questions. Like a living dead, he displayed astonishing agility and flexibility, dodging rapidly while turning his head 180 degrees, locking onto Anson's figure like a searchlight. Enduring the excruciating pain that felt like his entire body was being torn apart, Anson struggled with Fellers while constantly observing the purple moon above. Just as Fellers had mocked, as long as there was room for maneuver, he wouldn't easily kill this important source of information, especially as he got closer to the truth. So even now, he was only stalling, not intending to actually kill him with a single shot. Caught off guard by Anson's sudden pursuit, Fellers could only flee in disarray, attempting to escape the domain's coverage. But things seemed to have gone wrong. The domain of the man who had just been barely standing and nearly fainted showed no signs of shrinking. What? It seems the surprised one is you this time, Anson sneered, his familiar muscle memory unaffected by the pain. Looks like I wasn't turned into a pile of mincemeat by Rune for almost killing you. Looks like I'm not the only unlucky fool who got tricked. Fellers' smile vanished, his bloodshot, yellowish eyes glaring menacingly at Anson's feet. Fleshy tentacles, covered in tumors and pustules, extended from beneath the surface, hurtling towards Anson with astonishing speed. In an instant, Anson, having just changed his bullet, decisively pulled the trigger. Boom! The lead bullet imprinted with rising flame, exploded in midair, and the raging tentacles immediately began to shrink, turning into a pile of charred remains and flowing pus at an astonishing speed. Meanwhile, Fellas, who was still dodging nearby, was unharmed. Anson's expression froze. Strictly speaking, a blood mage's tentacles should also be considered part of their body. The tentacles had clearly been affected by the laws of nature, which was why they had perished so quickly. Why, wait? What? Surprised that I'm still alive, even in his most disheveled state, Fellas didn't forget to continue his taunts. This ruin is full of corpses. You think blood mages can only manipulate their own flesh and blood, huh? Anson, expressionless, didn't answer his question. Regiment Bay was indeed full of corpses, but the number of those nearby that could be used was very limited. They were basically the logistics personnel of the Merciful Heart, plus a few recently deceased Judgment Knights nearby. This guy was using his comrades' remains as weapons. Seemingly realizing that escaping Anson's domain was impossible, Fellas finally stopped fleeing and slowly opened his arms. Fine tentacles tore through his skin, one by one covering his body, gradually filing the parts Anson had pierced. From a distance, it looked like a twisted octopus with limbs and a head, or a hybrid of mammal and mollusk. Almost simultaneously, the surrounding ground exploded, and one after another, twisted, charred, withered arms emerged from the burning earth, struggling and pulling themselves out. The already dead remains, entwined by the tentacles growing from them, were given a second life. Before Anson could even understand what was happening, he found himself completely surrounded. The seemingly fragile, skeletal tentacles each emanated an extremely strong magical aura. This was definitely not Fellas's doing, directly awakening corpses. This was something only an apostle could do, an act that distorted the common sense of nature. Ah! I suddenly remembered, is there something I forgot to tell you? Fellas, his body covered in fleshy tentacles, slowly raised his hands. Several fleshy buds emerged from his ears and nostrils, oozing pus as they covered his face. About how exactly to kill an apostle, it's alright, no rush. As you can see, the arrival of an apostle isn't something that can be done in the blink of an eye. They need to control their power, avoiding a direct and intense conflict with the world. It's a very slow process. The despair, pain, torment you're feeling now, is only the beginning. Chapter 915, which number? Like a scroll slowly unfolding from top to bottom, a purple moon hangs high in the night sky, casting its eerie light upon the town shrouded in thick smoke. Beneath the raging inferno, the dead, imbued with the power of rebirth by the eerie light, stagger and struggle to crawl out. Anson, his head throbbing, desperately tries to suppress his increasingly erratic body, chasing and fighting the crazed fellers amidst the flames and corpses. Exploding fireballs continuously burst among the corpses, gradually dissipating the thick smoke. As almost the only controlled type spell Anson is proficient in, Smoke Master demands extremely high mental strength. The more complex the technique, the more focused he needs to be. Even with a domain reducing the burden considerably, Anson is currently powerless to maintain it. The power of the apostles is far greater than imagined. Even without any intention to affect their surroundings, their very existence is the greatest impact. Whether alive or dead, whales drifting in the ocean constantly influence their surroundings. Swimming, feeding, resting, every seemingly natural action can lead to the rise, fall, or destruction of a species or region. The crazy Fellas, dodging the surrounding corpses, manipulated his bizarre body to fight Anson. His tentacle-covered body was beginning to be covered with a layer of keratin-like, fungal-infected clumps, strong enough to withstand a single Inquisitor's revolver bullet. My dear Anson Bach, your time is running out. Fellas' crimson eyes darted wildly as he mockingly laughed. When Rune fully descends, Regiment Bay, no, even most of the New World will become a hellish wasteland of walking corpses under his influence. Anson pressed his lips tightly together, enduring the pain as he snapped his fingers again, imprinting the wound canvas until a lead bullet. Loaded, raised the gun, and fired. Thump. The whistling bullet perfectly replicated the remains left after the tentacles burned away, blasting a crater about half a person's size in the ruins. Fellas, frantically dodging, still maintained his smile, his deliberate expression frozen on his face, forced back slightly by the attack that hadn't even harmed him. Even with the arrival of Rune, Anson's domain remained intact. Any injury, even the slightest, would be fatal. Of course, given Fellas' condition, he was already beyond dead, barely surviving only thanks to Rune's restraint. Whether he was still affected by the laws was entirely unknown. Clearly, This spellcaster from the Judgment Knights had no intention of trying. You know, I've always been curious, of all things, the constraints or your life or death, which is most important to Rune. Flesh tentacles blocked Anson's path of attack, and the surrounding corpses blocked any space for dodging or retreating. Feller's voice became arrogant again. And what will happen to those who are like gods if they violate the constraints? Will they lose control, or completely lose their minds, or even collapse and be devoured by their own power? Is this your so-called plan? Dodging a stab from a corpse, Anson coldly raised his gun and said, using something so ethereal as the only hope to defeat the apostles, I don't know whether to praise the church for its bravery or its incompetence, relying on people like you to defend the ring of order. Bang! His already incomplete head exploded into dust like a watermelon blossom, and the movement of his sword, which had just been about to swing, immediately ceased like a puppet with its strings cut. But this is not the end. At the latest 10 minutes, at the earliest 3 minutes, these corpses will rise again, attacking with weapons, hands, teeth, bodies, using every means at their disposal, until not even the last remnant remains. The flesh and blood affected by the rune's power seem to possess an unimaginably powerful vitality. Unless completely annihilated, even a single drop of blood will continue to exist in a special way. Suddenly becoming talkative again, one after another, the pustules on Fearless's tentacles burst, and the gushing pus and blood plasma were instantly given life, hopping and wriggling around, like some kind of gelatinous, bouncy, peculiar creature. Almost in the blink of an eye, these pus and blood droplets began to swell, turning into bizarrely shaped lumps of flesh, dripping and dragging with constantly flowing mucus, growing limbs that were absolutely unrelated to humanoid creatures. To be honest, I was even a little afraid that you might have become mute due to Rune's influence. Seeing that you look as well as ever is truly reassuring. A gap opened in the fleshy monster's face, revealing an upper and lower mouth, complete with teeth growing on its tongue. A tentacle-like arm with 3 forks flailing wildly as it lunged at Anson like a child playing. Oh, well, that's quite a lot of trouble for you. Anson swung his Inquisitor revolver in retaliation, roaring as golden red flames erupted from the muzzle, smashing these twisted monsters, whose ugliness had become a virtue, as if calling out names. He suddenly remembered that the Lord of the Abyss had used a similar tactic when besieging White Whale Harbor, and on a far larger scale than what Fellas had created. As eternal seekers of life force, the Blood Mage's power is their own life force. This power initially manifests in the strength of their flesh and blood, possessing a body stronger than any human could ever have, and an invincible vitality that allows them to instantly recover from severe injuries and near death. The ultimate goal is a perfect and eternal existence, transcending all things, needing no external influence, and able to survive alone in any environment, even in a world where environment doesn't exist. The world may be destroyed, and power may have its limits, but the bloodline of the great Pluto, the master of blood magic, will never perish and will exist forever. The increasingly uncontrollable physical sensations made Anson unable to restrain the urge to connect. That familiar voice began to echo in his mind, in short, based on the idea that bloodline degradation is not due to mating, but because it is no longer possible to achieve such intense emotions, as a characteristic of life, it is very likely unchangeable. In that case, could the collision between mutations give birth to bloodlines that do not possess this characteristic, using mutation as a specific attribute, and ensuring that this bloodline can be fully inherited, or even strengthened, through positive feedback? What we need to do is wait. Wait for them to give birth to the best mutation themselves, uncover the secret of the fusion of the 3 great magics, from the moment of birth, the bloodline that breaks the shackles of the world. The jumbled words repeated themselves, but Anson's splitting headache gradually cleared. The last bit of confusion he had felt finally dissipated as the last piece of the puzzle fell, and everything became clear. He understood, he finally understood. August, he had underestimated him. No. His own level was too low to comprehend this guy's true thoughts, and at the same time, being human, even unconsciously, he still had a sliver of moral compass. But that guy, HMPH, he had none. The Knights of Judgment, or rather the Holy See, simply didn't understand that from the very beginning. What forced Rune to descend from his hiding place and display his power wasn't the so-called restraint. The only reason an apostle could be forced to do something he didn't want to do was because of another apostle. And the self-satisfied fool before him actually believed such a thing. If he wasn't mistaken, his final plan was most likely to force Rune to violate the restraint, causing him to become abnormal, turning into a monster with power but no reason, right? This would also be in the Holy See's interest, allowing them to legitimately wage a holy war. At the same time, the New World, transformed into a living hell, would no longer be a thorn in their side, but an important target. But they didn't understand that what they held in their hands was actually an absolute trump card, a trump card truly capable of shaking, even causing Rune's demise. Sensing the anomaly, Fellers suddenly froze, his already decaying pupils twitching vividly. The man wielding a revolver, relentlessly pursuing him, had vanished without a trace, and the biting cold in the air had vanished as well, leaving only himself and hundreds of corpses, wandering on the burning earth. Domain. Anson Bach, he deactivated his domain? Interesting, how interesting. Fellas suddenly laughed loudly. You deliberately dispelled your domain and went into hiding, so you've completely given up and don't intend to kill me anymore, is that it? How deeply disappointing. I thought you had some trump card to turn the tide, but it turns out it was just a bluff. It seems the Holy See really overestimated you. To list you as a crucial target to capture alive at this level is a serious misjudgment on the part of the Holy See. Congratulations, Lord Anson Bach. I will report this information to my superiors and have the Holy See and the Knights withdraw their special arrest warrant for you, so that you can be seen as an ordinary blasphemous mage and a member of the old gods, hated by everyone in the Order world. Fellas grinned maniacally, but the fear in his heart was quietly swelling. Up until now, Anson Bach had still been in control. There was no reason for him to dispel his domain and escape. Besides, where could he possibly escape to now? The power of an apostle is nothing like that of a blasphemous mage. From the moment Rune descended, there will be no place in the entire New World that can be called safe. Moreover, wouldn't actively dispelling one's domain at the moment of the apostle's arrival be even more dangerous? Then what makes you think I've already dispelled my domain? A gentle voice rang out, and a stunned Felix abruptly turned his head half a circle to look at the burning sea of fire. Under the purple full moon, Anson Bach's figure, blending into the moonlight, was reflected in his decaying pupils. You? Felix paused, stunned, then his pupils suddenly contracted. He couldn't feel Anson Bach's presence. He was standing right in front of him, so real, yet he couldn't feel his presence, his magical aura, his life force, temperature, wind resistance, voice. He was like a phantom, a mere illusion used to deceive the eyes. Ha! Ho ha ho ha! Suppressing his inner fear, Fellas forced a smile, using the laws of the domain to distort reality, making your presence imperceptible to those around you. Anson Bach, you think you can escape the power of the apostles? I pity you, truly, racking your brains to contend with the power of the apostles. Unfortunately, all your efforts are in vain, destined to watch helplessly as the outcome you least want to happen occurs. This is the difference in strength, the insurmountable generational gap between a mere blasphemous mage like you and an apostle. Felic's shouts grew increasingly frenzied, yet even he could hear that compared to his previous self, it was nothing but bluff. The only response was Anson's silent mockery and a slight step forward. Without hesitation, Felis suddenly clenched his right hand, preparing to release tentacles at Anson's feet. Since the opponent had already dispelled the domain, at least there was no longer the risk of instant death from injury. Then, nothing happened. No, it wasn't nothing. Staring intently at his motionless eyes, Fellers found himself unable to move. Meanwhile, Anson Bach opposite him remained in the posture of about to take a step. Accursed spell, 9 Palaces chessboard. Within the area, everyone, all living beings, must act in turn according to certain predetermined rules. The caster can determine the rules, but they are known to all affected beings the moment they take effect. No one can act until someone's turn is over. Yes, this is also a cursed spell that crudely imitates domains and laws. Although its effect carries the same coercive force as laws, the caster is also affected. It seems meaningless except for restraining enemies. But that's enough, because as long as within the spell's range, all life must abide by the turn-based principle and act in sequence. All life, naturally includes Rune. As long as Rune is willing to actively accept the restrictions of Anson Bach's law domain, then all of his actions can only begin on his turn. In other words, as long as I kill you before it's Rune's turn, it doesn't mean Rune failed to fulfill what you call restrained, Anson said calmly. 1,885, including all the other living beings still active around, there are a total of 1,885 within my casting range. I'm the first, you're the third, and then guess, Rune, what number is he? Chapter 916 Pirated? Genuine. Under the eerie purple moonlight, The Holy War Army and the New World Legion, who had fought through the night, finally faced the darkest hour of the day. Lewis, leading his army in a breakout, hadn't gone far. The effects of the apostles' arrival were far-reaching, not just in Red Hand Bay, but the surrounding land was quietly undergoing anomalies. Ancient trees sprouted tentacles, eyes opened in the center of blooming flowers, twisted vines pulled bloody wings and claws from the soil, skeletons that had been dead for many years crawled out of their graves, and a scream came from the stewing chicken soup. This was only the beginning. The effects had already spread to the border between Red Hand Bay and Lake Town. When it fully arrived, there would be no corner in the New World that could be called safe. Remaining calm, Lewis personally commanded the panicked Legion to fight back, dividing the New World Legion into 6 groups of 5,000 men each, organized according to their ranks and origins. He dispatched the cuirassiers of Sailing City and the universal priests of the Keepers of the Faith to lead the breakout. The panicked line infantry, maintaining their formation amidst the priests' desperate prayers, opened fire in orderly fashion on the corpses and fleshy tentacles emerging from all directions, mowing down the mutated monsters like grass. Bathed in the same moonlight, the two armies, who had been enemies just minutes before, were now chanting the name of the Ring of Order, fighting for survival against the mutated anomalies around them. The swarms of fleshy tentacles and resurrected corpses quickly covered the entire battlefield. The Grenadiers, who had been holding off the Knights of Judgment, soon found themselves unnecessary. Dealing with the sudden appearance of the fleshy monsters was already overwhelming even for the large iron boxes. Of course, the Grenadiers hiding in the trenches were equally overwhelmed. The fleshy monsters couldn't crack the armor of the iron tanks, but they could slip into the tunnels where they were hiding. Fabian had no choice but to order his soldiers to spread out and retreat amidst the overwhelming figures. "May I ask, is this the reinforcement you spoke of?" Fabian roared at Roman, his ears filled only with the endless howls of the monsters, the roar of the land cruisers' automatic rifles and smooth-bore cannons. The piercing screams from the fully driven steam cores had become their last hope. As long as these steel monsters hadn't all fallen, the Grenadier Regiment could continue to survive and maneuver, but if they were all gone, the Grenadier Regiment would be finished. Of course not. Roman's reply remained nonchalant, as calm as a hunter waiting for his target to walk into his gun. "I know you don't want to believe it right now, but the fact is the situation is completely out of control, and the person who brought it to this state is your superior, Brigadier General Anson Bach." Fabian frowned. Just as Roman said, he couldn't trust anyone, especially the one in front of him. "I gave him a chance to turn the tide, but it seems he wasn't going to do it, and things got out of control." The worst thing that could have happened still happened. Although his expression was understated, anyone could easily hear a hint of complaint in Roman's voice. The Apostle Rune's public dissent was the last thing the Truth Society wanted, because it would give the Church an excuse to interfere in secular affairs. The current situation is that even after the war ends, the Holy War Army, having experienced this catastrophe, will no longer believe that the Church is merely exaggerating. The threat posed by the old gods to this world is real. Have you considered that this is entirely because the method you proposed comes at too high a price, or that even if we could turn the tide, the outcome would be unbearable for everyone? No matter how heavy the price, it's insignificant compared to victory. Do I really need to remind you of such a simple truth, Colonel Fabian? Yes, no wonder Major General Ludwig's victories always ended in Pyrrhic ones. With a loyal adjutant like you in charge, the Southern Legion must have plenty of spots for those going to heaven. Fabian's face contorted slightly. This was the first time he had completely lost his composure since joining the army, especially after he finished speaking. The disdainful look in the other's eyes made him desperately press down on his right hand to prevent himself from pointing the gun at Roman's head. But soon he had no time to think about these things. The soldiers of the guard company, who had rushed over, stumbled and scrambled into the trench, panting heavily as they whispered some definitely not good news in his ear. "What? Miss Lisa is gone." In a fraction of a second, Anson finally moved. His footsteps landed heavily on the scorched earth, vanishing without a trace the instant the dust rose. It was Francisco's acceleration again. Terrified, Fellas frantically searched his surroundings, unable to even turn his head before his turn had begun. He could only wait. The next moment, Anson, appearing to Fella's right, snapped his fingers. His right revolver drooped downwards, the magazine open, the bullets teetering as if about to fall. Boom! A golden red beam of light struck, severing Fella's right arm like a sharp blade, but the gushing pus and blood quickly healed the wound, still entangled in tentacles. Thankfully, It seemed the effects of the runes hadn't faded. Fellers thought to himself, while also learning the rules of the 9 Palaces chessboard. Each person could move once, attack once, and had 2 seconds of free action time. The turn limit was 10 seconds, and regardless of whether the turn was completed after 10 seconds, it was considered turn end. He heard the corpse's roar, waving its severed right hand, using the remaining bone from the rotting flesh to stab him. But the corpse wasn't fast. Before the bone could pierce it, time was up, and it was stuck at the last moment, unable to move. Fellers, sneering, directly stabbed the corpse's heart, then dragged the body towards the motionless Anson Bach, throwing the corpse away, his body still in the aftershock of the throw. His lips had just curled into a smile when he saw the lead bullet from Anson's right revolver slip from its magazine and fall to the ground. Spellcasting, rising fire. A violent storm of flames instantly surrounded Anson, turning the corpses that Fellers had thrown into charred, dried-out pieces that crashed to the ground and shattered into pieces. Ah, so weapons aren't limited by turns, is that right? Fellers' eyes lit up. I see. This curse magic, if we're talking about limitations, it really does limit blood mages the most, as long as time imprints the curse magic on an object. The moment it's released isn't affected by turn limitations. Also, if I'm not mistaken, dark magic is probably similar, only actions during the turn are counted. Even outside of one's turn, one can still read minds or mentally interfere with those around them, but blood mages can't. No matter what they do, they can't escape the limitations of living beings. Once the turn ends, they must immediately stop attacking. You're being long-winded. Anson gave him a casually appraising look. As if you have an audience who needs your explanation. Of course we do. We have over 1,000 audience members. Fellas chuckled. Of course, they're all dead now, but back then, under the laws of reality, under the influence of runes, death as a form of life had completely ceased to exist. It sounds like you actually quite like this environment. Like? Words can't even express how much I feel about this environment. Fellas' lips twitched violently. If it weren't for the limitations of the 9 Palaces chessboard, he would probably be spreading his arms wide. As a blood mage, is there anything more attractive to me in this world than endless life force? No. Nothing more. Apostle Rune, truly a great being. Seeing him is like seeing hope and the future. Oh, perhaps this is the true meaning of the title Apostle, an existence that performs miracles in place of the true God, he continued, seemingly insane, as if still using this performance to mask his inner fear. But this was just an act. At this moment, Fellas was extremely calm, constantly testing the limitations of the 9 Palaces chessboard, with various micro-expressions and body movements. The tentacles covering his body twitched and convulsed, growing one abscess after another. It seemed that success was not far away. Well, this was quite normal. Just as Lisa could directly ignore the illusions and mind-reading created by her mentor Mace Hornard, a blood mage with the blood of August flowing through his veins would certainly not be afraid of the spells used by a mere blasphemous mage. Indeed, this is what truly makes Fellas so powerful that he forced Rune to descend, was impossible to kill, and could even threaten an apostle. However, unlike Lisa, the blood of August within him wasn't inherited, it was more like a mutation, some hidden gene. After thousands of years and hundreds of generations of repeated mutations, finally found its original, and most precious, form from countless combinations and samples. To speculate in the most unscrupulous way, perhaps this was a small part of August's experimental plan, by looking back at the initial experimental samples, determining how long it would take for humanity, as a species, to mutate into the version he desired. As long as they get the desired result, these apostles, no, these evolved beings, wouldn't care about the cost. Fellas also possessed the same magical reaction as August, which, for Whale, who defeated and absorbed all of August's power, was like a magnet, attracting it. As the true last bloodline of August, Lisa has not yet truly awakened, she has only inherited August's bloodline. The mutated Felix is now essentially a second August. Poof, a tiny tentacle sprouted from Felix's right cheek. The soft, fleshy growth, aside from oozing pus, looked harmless, even somewhat cute, swaying as it continued to extend outwards. Anson, expressionless, was on edge, a stark contrast to the relaxed Felix. To be able to move a part of one's body freely meant that complete liberation was imminent. Under the eerie moonlight, Felix's festering eyes regained their crimson hue. The only difference was that they weren't just turning red, they were constantly overflowing with a thick, foul stench, A stench so intense it would cause mental confusion and an uncontrollable urge to swell, desire rapidly expanding amidst the pain. The next second, his cheek split open again, this time sprouting a tentacle covered in barbs. The mere process of it piercing through his flesh left him covered in blood. Thud, 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 more and more flesh tore open, the sounds of blood and gore echoing. Feliz's body seemed to have become a beehive of tentacles, tearing open bloody holes in his face, neck, chest, arms, wherever skin and flesh still clung. From a distance, he looked like a giant cactus. It seems even magic supported by laws is nothing more than this before the power of an apostle. Feliz grinned amidst the blood and fire, his mouth torn apart by the tentacles, revealing a toothless and tongueless oral cavity. I don't even need the apostle's protection, I can easily break free. Anson frowned slightly, his gaze unconsciously glancing to the side. What, you're expecting those dead to help you? Don't be ridiculous. Feliz's body began to tremble violently, and his tentacles, covering his entire body, began to strike in all directions, slaughtering the immobile corpses around him. 1885. This is the number you told me yourself. How long do you think it will take me to kill them all and end this boring turn-based game? At this moment, Anson still hadn't deactivated the Nine Palaces chessboard, watching helplessly as he turned the surrounding corpses into a pile of mincemeat, blood even spraying onto him. Then, the grinning Feliz and the furrowed brow Anson simultaneously heard a thunderous sound. Bang, 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 sharp lightning swept through the air, easily severing Feliz's tentacles like a mischievous child knocking down a vine. The excited and smug Feliz finally showed a hint of seriousness, his right eye turning towards the direction from which the bullets had come. Who is she? You boast of your apostle bloodline, yet you don't even know who she is. Anson casually raised an eyebrow. Unless you're counterfeit, she's the real deal. Anson. A heart-wrenching scream rushed in, raging flames clearing a path for her on either side, the scattered rubble and blood forming a long red carpet at her feet. A girl, wearing a tricorn hat askew, munching on a licorice stick, carrying a mountain of weapons, and clutching a steam-powered blowgun, billowed her trench coat and leaped into the air the instant she was surrounded by corpses. A dazzling entrance. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 917. Who exactly are you? It's no exaggeration to say that when Anson sensed Lisa's presence rapidly approaching, he, who was almost at his wit's end, truly had the illusion of seeing an angel. The feeling was no less than waking up at 5 in the morning and accidentally seeing the first rays of dawn through the window. He had always tried to exclude girls from his plans, partly to minimize unforeseen circumstances, but more so out of his promise to August and Talia, to prevent Lisa from being in too much danger. But the reality was that every time his plans were about to collapse, she was always the first to rush to the rescue. The Battle of Thunder Keep, the Calindia in the Wastes, the Court of Isar, White Whale Harbor, the number of times was almost countless. The girl descended from the sky, unleashing judgments of fire and lightning, severing the obstructing tentacles one by one. The gushing blood and raging flames caused Fearless's face to twitch violently, his expression frozen in astonishment. Wait, could it be, he didn't know Lisa existed? Although the assassins sent by the Knights of Judgment didn't know Lisa's situation, they should have known the specifics. But Feller's expression was as if he were hearing about this girl for the first time. So the information from the Truth Society was actually true, and the situation was even more exaggerated than they described. Anson thought to himself. Anson. Get out of the way, the girl's scream rang in his ears, and the person who had been distracted just a second ago decisively deactivated Nine Palaces chessboard, using the law to simulate Francisco's acceleration ability to instantly create distance, moving a full 20 meters away. He also witnessed the girl throwing all the grenades she had thrown out, and then pulling the trigger. Spellcasting, rising fire. Boom, beneath the magnificent burst of flames, only endless roaring remained. Like 1,000 thunderbolts shattering in his ears, Anson, who had essentially given up struggling, caught the girl in his arms the instant she fell into the flames. Simultaneously, his mind raced, recalling details of his participation in the August experiments and bored him. The experiments began with a mutation in the earliest known creatures called elves, a mutation triggered by a stress response to danger. Essentially, They didn't want this mutation to occur. If this assumption held true, then Fellas was currently experiencing this mutation repeatedly. He thought he wasn't killed by the interference of runes, but in reality, the aura generated by his mutation was attracting and influencing the runes. Everything that happened stemmed from his mutation. As for how far this mutation would last, whether Fellas would ascend to become a blasphemous mage, or even further, become another August, he didn't know, but this state clearly had a severe impact on the runes, and it would continue to intensify with the frequency and magnitude of the mutations. Anson, here, the girl who jumped down from his arms handed him the long sword she was carrying, the Saint Fiori type 1 of the 98th year of the Saint calendar, also known as Dragon Flame. The blade itself was merely a container. The scabbard stored Dragon Flame. When used, the Dragon Flame would be attached to the blade, granting it the power to cut through metal and iron. At full power, it could even break through the suppression of this blasphemous mage. Anson took the weapon and casually slung the sword behind him, his gaze still fixed on the burning sea of fire. That familiar aura had not disappeared, on the contrary, it had intensified. Sure enough, accompanied by smoking tentacles, the figure finally emerged slowly from within. The undying flames and flesh merged into one, spreading out behind him like a cloak, radiating a suffocating sense of oppression. "What is that?" The girl's voice trembled slightly, but not with fear. From the beginning, she felt an unusual familiarity with the other person, and this act of pulling the trigger on someone close to her caused her great pain. If it weren't for protecting Anson, the sheriff would probably have chosen to stay far away, the farther the better. "It's a bad guy," Anson gave a succinct answer. "If we don't kill him here, the survival of the whole world will be in danger." "A bad guy, the whole world, the Storm Legion, Talia's family, Lewis, and those people in White Whale Harbor." The girl suddenly realized, and then revealed an extremely angry expression. That's truly an unforgivable villain, at least for Lisa now. She had no concept of world, only those who had given her food, those who were close to her, those who had a good relationship with her, those who had hurt her. These diverse, living lives were her world. This was partly because someone wasn't a good older brother, and later, it was Talia who was in charge of the girl's education. The incomparably noble patriarch of the Rune family certainly wouldn't take the so-called whole world seriously. Subtly, this led the blank slate Lisa to develop such a strange and distorted worldview, devoid of any real world. Just then, boom, a deafening roar that shook the earth came from behind, and Anson, without turning his head, slightly narrowed his pupils. It was a lump of flesh, a lump with a radius of no less than 20 meters, bursting through the ground and surging forth from the center of Red Hand Bay. And it was part of Fellas's body, or more accurately, the latest mutation after the recent battle, the expanding energy seemingly beginning to exceed the limit that Fellas could withstand. "So, your pointless, desperate struggle has only yielded this result." The flames gradually subsided, and Fellers, his face completely purple, stared with blood streaming down his dried-up eyes, speaking in a nonchalant tone. "The more damage you inflict on me, the more power Rune will have to use to protect me. So, what are you planning to do? What else can you do?" Accompanied by oppressive footsteps, each word seemed imbued with boundless power, striking at the two men's hearts. Gripping the rifle tightly in her arms, the girl's eyes were already completely bloodshot, warily waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The next second, the body, already wrapped in tentacles, displayed a speed completely disproportionate to its size, dragging a tentacle piercing the ground as it attacked the two men. Bang, 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 the steam gun fired rapidly, blinding flashes shooting upwards, unfolding dazzling fireworks in the night sky. Philo deftly dodging the onslaught, unscathed, Felix darted through the air before slamming hundreds of tentacles into the ground. Anson, expressionless, drew his sword and snapped his fingers. Smokehouse, spell. The wall of smoke that formed before them crumbled under the repeated impacts of the tentacles, which resembled a repeating rifle. But that was enough. Taking advantage of the moment before the attack ended, the girl fired upwards as she ran. The heavy metal bullets displayed a power far beyond that of lead bullets, forcing Felix to dodge in all directions. Then, Anson, using acceleration again, silently appeared behind Felix, his taut body mimicking Lewis's stance. He gripped his sword, drew it, and slashed. Clang, the bright silver blade was blocked by the thorny tentacles, which, even burned and festered, continued to grow wildly. Using the same trick twice won't work. Have you forgotten even this simple truth? Anson Bach, Fellers roared with a savage laugh, tentacles quickly wrapping around the entire blade, while his chest throbbed rapidly, as if something was about to burst forth. PFFT, 4 sharp bones pierced through his chest cavity, stabbing straight into Anson's body. "Anson, don't worry, I'm fine." Anson, his face pale, quickly reassured her. "Lisa, get ready." "Yes," the girl responded loudly without hesitation, quickly approaching the location of their fight with a steam gun. "Get ready? What kind of boring plan is this? How long do you think you can fight with your fragile flesh and blood? My life force is inexhaustible." Fellers continued to savagely laugh, and new tentacles began to grow from the bones piercing Anson's body, writhing wildly within his body cavity. Dark red blood began to spill from the corners of Anson's mouth and nostrils. "If I remember correctly, your bloodline power seems to be able to bring you back to life," Fellers continued, "but this ability should also have its limits. For example, if you're torn to shreds, or your whole body is completely infected and rotten, turning into a mushroom-infested, fly-breeding carrion, would you still come back to life as if nothing happened? You might as well try." Anson gave a weak, cold laugh, blood still oozing from the wound on his chest, his pale face showing no sign of being able to fight back. "Yes, I should try." Fellers nodded seriously, a tentacle extending from under his eye socket, spitting out mouth parts that resembled flies, slowly approaching Anson's cheek. "The true form of a spellcaster is your domain of laws, but it operates dependent on your consciousness. If I completely drain your brains, I wonder how long I can maintain it." As he spoke, Fellers suddenly burst into laughter, his laughter so joyful and happy, as if someone who had lived a mediocre life had finally found the meaning of life. Anson, who still hadn't shut down his superpower, knew very well that he was terrified. Fellers was beginning to notice his own abnormality. With each increase in power and the magnitude of the mutation, he became less and less like himself, and more like August. The slight fear in his expression was the best proof. Distracted for a moment, Fellers finally noticed something amiss. The tentacles that had seeped into Anson's body suddenly lost their activity and were slowly turning into metal. Fellers jerked his head up, looking incredulously at Anson, who was coughing up blood while still smiling at him. You'll die too, you know that, so what? Let your tentacles run rampant, and the result is still the same." Anson seemed quite unconcerned, almost dying, as if he had come to terms with it. "I'm just very curious, if you turn into metal, will the power of runes still have any effect on you?" "Of course it will, because it wasn't runes at all, but power originating from August. Even if 99% of him turned into a large block of iron, the remaining part would undergo a mutation in the instant of death." There was only one way to kill Fellers: stop the mutation, stop the repeated threats that threatened his inner power, or stop him from giving up on dealing with the crisis altogether. Fellers was doomed. PFFT, Fellers, his face grim, had no choice but to sever his metallic flesh from himself, throwing the critically wounded Anson away like a sack of potatoes, and turning to face Lisa, who was firing wildly at him. Even though he kept insisting it was just a coincidence, his subconscious had already sensed that the girl before him was a real threat. "Yawa." The girl decisively released her grip on the gun with her right hand, simultaneously drawing a short-barreled shotgun from her waist, if she had one, with her left, blasting the tentacle blocking her path into pieces. 10 meters. Fellers, his face filled with surprise, abruptly raised his right hand, and the spot where Lisa was about to land exploded, withered hands bursting from the ground. The girl, now free of her right hand, fired the shotgun at the tentacles attacking from behind, while simultaneously drawing her Inquisitor revolver and firing 6 shots at her feet. Boom! The grenade strapped to the shotgun barrel exploded with a deafening roar, clearing the path for Lisa, whose small, rapidly moving feet continued to sprint over the shattered bone fragments. 5 meters. The girl who had thrown the revolver like a dart took the bony rifle slung over her shoulder and skillfully fixed the bayonet. Fellers' eyeballs, his rotting, dried-up eyeballs, suddenly began to tremble. "Who are you?" "Lisa Bach," the girl gritted her teeth. "In the name of the High Sheriff, I pronounce you, you villain, dead." As she roared, the girl pointed her bayonet at Fellers' chest and thrust it forward. Crack! The rifle snapped in two, shattering into pieces like a biscuit. Looking at the girl's dejected and panicked expression, a smug smile crept onto Fellers' lips. Until he heard a gunshot behind him. Chapter 918 will find out then. The lead bullet, emitting a faint glow, tore through the air, emitting a piercing shriek. This was Anson Bach, how was he still alive? Fellas, restrained by Lisa, showed a fleeting look of surprise, momentarily unable to mount any effective response. PFFT, a single shot struck, and several holes of varying sizes exploded in Fellas's torso, exposing his heart, lungs, his bloody, rotting internal organs to the air. Wound canvas bang. You're truly out of options, Anson Bach. Feller's head spun 180 degrees backward, roaring at Anson, who was struggling to his feet. Things that can't kill me immediately only make me stronger. Ignoring the shout, Anson, still deathly pale, used his trembling right hand to support himself and shouted with all his might towards the distance, "Lisa! Do it!" The girl who received the signal panicked. All her weapons had been destroyed by Fellers, leaving only. Before Fellers could even turn around, he felt a tightness in his chest, and all his limbs and tentacles trembled slightly, unable to move. He shakily glanced down and saw that the strange girl was lying on his wound, biting his heart with her gaping maw. Before he could finish speaking, another lead bullet hit the back of his neck, his mouth exploding open like a crushed tomato, spraying everywhere with the bullet's momentum. Almost simultaneously, the surrounding smoke began to gather, transforming into smoke chains that tightly bound the tentacles all over his body. Fella's face finally showed terror. It hadn't recovered, the heart that the girl had torn apart as if in revenge hadn't healed, nor had it undergone any mutation. The power hidden within him seemed to have suddenly fallen into a dormant state, actually resisting him. The threat of death had never been so close. No, he had to resist, quickly. Fellas no longer delayed. The tentacles all over his body began to struggle violently, quickly breaking free from the smoke chains. Still trembling, Anson finally staggered to his feet. While the wound canvas could perfectly replicate and transfer the injuries, it couldn't restore the blood that had already flowed out of his body. The nerves throughout his body still ached faintly. He hadn't completely shaken off the effects of the rune's descent. He was now relying entirely on his law domain to withstand the attack. The slightest lapse in concentration could result in him becoming like Fellas, his body covered in tentacles. The effects of a high-ranking apostle differed between ordinary people and evolved beings. Without Anson's restraint, hundreds of tentacles simultaneously attacked Lisa from all directions, who was still scratching and biting with her teeth. The girl, still clinging tightly to Fellas's wounds, didn't turn her head, seemingly oblivious, continuing to fulfill her duty as the High Sheriff. Before even touching her body, hundreds of tentacles suddenly exploded in succession, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Fellas's mind went blank for a moment, then he suddenly realized that he might not have broken free, but rather that Anson Bach had turned the smoke chains into smoke bombs, directly attaching them to the tentacles. Snap! In that instant of distraction, Lisa suddenly squeezed Fellas's heart like a water balloon with her right hand. This time, Fellas wasn't unresponsive as before. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, and his newly grown tentacles rapidly withered and rotted, losing their former strength. Even so, Fellas wasn't dead, he was still alive. "Go, die!" Lisa roared, her eyes red, as she reached out her bloodied little hand and grabbed the bayonet embedded in Fellas' forehead. Thud! The blade pierced through the wound, splattering blood that stained the girl's tricorn head red. Shocked, Fellas's thoughts began to falter, his pupils twitching uncontrollably. "You, shut up! Shut up, Lisa!" The girl suddenly tackled Fellas to the ground. "You bastards, do you know how many people have died because of you? Why did you do this? Why? We agreed to truce. Why did you lie to them? Why did you lie? Because of you, so many people Lisa knew are gone. Why didn't you fight fairly? You could have won that way too, you bastards. You all deserve to die." The angry roars were punctured by the tearing of a blade. Fellas was stabbed until he was a bloody mess, his shattered body and blood spreading beneath him. The girl was in great pain, deeply saddened. This was the most brutal battle she had experienced since being with Anson. Thousands had already been killed or wounded before it even began. Then they were bombarded by airships and fleets during the breakout of Redan Bay, and later they fought against land cruisers they had never seen before on the Legion's positions. In less than a night, the Grenadier Regiment had suffered nearly a fifth of its casualties, and the Guard Company had also paid a heavy price of dozens of men. Lisa, who had never experienced anything like this, could no longer suppress her anger, and all she wanted to do was tear the guy in front of her to pieces. Snap! Anson, his face bloodshot, suddenly appeared beside her, raising his hand to stop the girl's right hand that was swinging a knife. "Lisa, Her big red eyes wide, looked up sharply, only to see Anson shaking his head without saying a word. The girl pouted in grievance and silently stood up. The puddle of fellers on the ground was twitching slightly, like a fermenting swamp. This guy, he's not completely dead yet? Slightly surprised, Anson couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and snap his fingers with his right hand. The spell, Rising Fire, was cast. Boom, a golden red flame swept across the already scorched earth, disappearing without a trace. The last remaining limbs of Feralus vanished with it, consumed by the flames, leaving only charred marks on the ground. As the flames died down, Anson immediately felt the restless power within him calm down considerably, but the purple moon in the night sky remained, still hanging high above Red Hand Bay. The girl, holding Anson's hand, kept her head down, her eyes, gradually losing their color, still fixed on the mark he had left behind, her gaze unwavering. Despite her anger, she undeniably sensed a familiar aura emanating from him, and that aura hadn't harmed her. On the contrary, it was remarkably compliant, offering no resistance even when she was so close she had hurt it. Huh? As if sensing something, the girl suddenly raised her head, but before she could speak, her emerald green eyes suddenly became hazy and unfocused, and her head lolled to the side in a daze. Anson quickly hugged Lisa and turned around, his pupils suddenly contracting. In the firelight, Talus Rune appeared behind him, his expression complex as he looked at the remaining traces on the ground. Unlike last time, Rune was wearing a clean, dark green coat. Looking almost identical to his appearance at the Bardium Research Institute, only slightly taller, more mature looking, and with a light mustache. Composing himself slightly, Anson sighed, "Next time you come, could you at least give me a heads up? I almost got killed." "Me too," Rune said calmly, his expression unchanged. "If it weren't for you and her, today might be the day I perished." Anson raised an eyebrow. "Don't doubt it, I'm telling the truth." Rune's expression became slightly more serious. The blood of concealment is one of August's most important trump cards. If he continues to mutate, my best fate is to become a mindless flesh and blood monster. It's like an uncertain, but crucial anticode, very weak. You might not even notice it, but at the most critical moment, it's enough to change the outcome. Huh? Anson was taken aback. "You know." "Of course I know." Rune nodded slightly, a strange red light flashing in his eyes. "Even this experiment was first proposed by me, but it was completed by August, HMPH. In his words, this is the first time I, who lacked inspiration for blood magic, have unearthed my own potential." Anson's expression became even more confused. "Then why did you allow such a threat to me to exist, even letting it become a weapon used by the church against me?" Rune shook his head. "Probably because he really is very similar to August. If I actively destroy it, it's tantamount to admitting I can only forever follow in that figure's footsteps, and no matter what I do, it will be in vain. Excessive concern will make my already slim chance of evolution even more hopeless, so I choose to ignore it, to forget it. If I perish because of this, then it proves that I am now the pinnacle of my evolution. If not, then there is still a glimmer of hope." "You're gambling." "Of course I am. Why not?" Rune countered, after experiencing countless possibilities, all of which ended in failure. "Is there any other way to find hope besides gambling? Our path is so arduous, our desires so faint. Our enemy is the entire world, therefore, we will not fear, nor will we cling to the past. Climbing upwards along the path of evolution is our only desire. Death should not be something an apostle should fear, especially for you, Anson Bach." Rune slowly raised his head and glanced at Anson meaningfully. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Anson remained calm. "I don't understand." "You don't need to understand. Evolution is self-evident." Rune smiled. "Besides, for you right now, instead of focusing on this, you should consider how to deal with the resulting time entanglement. You've remembered far too much about August, enough to pose a threat." Anson's throat tightened. Although he was somewhat prepared, it was impossible not to be nervous at this moment. "What should I do?" "Nothing much. The best way is to let nature take its course." Rune spread his hands. "Sooner or later, you will become an enemy of this world. Why not try to face the malice of time before that happens? You can accumulate some useful experience, of course. If you really want to know how to solve the problem, then go back again. August, and I back then, should be able to give some sound advice." "Go back?" Anson was stunned. How do I go back?" "Don't worry about it. You'll know what to do when the time comes." Seeing Anson's reaction, Rune smiled slightly, "But this time, I advise you to figure out the timeline order first. Don't get involved in more timelines before our first meeting, otherwise I won't even be able to determine whether we'll be friends or enemies when you return." "Huh?" This sentence was too much information. Anson, frozen in place, took several seconds to react before quickly stepping forward to ask further questions. But Rune clearly didn't intend to continue. He silently approached, gently patted Lisa's head, his eyes filled with deep affection. His expression was like that of someone looking at their own child. Of course, that wasn't wrong. Rune defeated August, and according to the rules among the old gods, Lisa naturally became part of Rune's family. That's why Talia could be given the middle name August, and besides, she did indeed look exactly like Lisa. But, wait a minute, it seems that every time they met, Talia always assumed she was Lisa's older sister, but Lisa clearly existed before August went to boredom. That's why Rune's expression was so different when he mentioned the dead Lisa. So, Anson immediately turned to look at Rune, wanting to ask, but the other had already disappeared. Only the eerie purple moonlight under the night sky flickered faintly. Anson, stunned, froze for a moment, then sighed with a bitter smile. After confirming that the other had left, he silently took out an envelope from his pocket, opened it, and inside was a uniquely shaped, bronze-colored metal fixed bullet. This was Roman's so-called trump card that could turn defeat into victory. He pointed the loaded Inquisitor revolver at the sky and gently pulled the trigger. Bang! Accompanied by a piercing long bang, a beam of white fire burst in the dome, and the scattered light spots gathered in the air to form the shape of a ring of order, beautiful and incomparably conspicuous. Nearly 1,000 meters away, the newly landed real Sir Fellas was completely captivated by the firelight, his lips trembling as he muttered to himself, This can't be." Chapter 919 Conditions for a Ceasefire. Sir Fellas was completely bewildered. So much had happened tonight, far too much for him to comprehend. First, Grand Master Gerard Manfred, without any prior report, suddenly announced a military operation against Red Hand Bay, throwing the entire Holy War Army into chaos. He even used the merciful Heart airships and a fleet of land cruisers still in the testing phase to blast Red Hand Bay into the sky. And this was just the beginning. Immediately afterward, numerous magical reactions came from the direction of Red Hand Bay. The knights encountered resistance from the old gods' forces, who were at the level of blasphemous mages. Even the 10,000-strong landing force urgently dispatched by the vast lands was trapped on the beachhead, unable to move. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Sir Fellas, after careful consideration, moved his Holy War Legion to a secluded beachhead on the western side of the battlefield. He personally led the vanguard to establish a landing base along the coast, gradually transferring the Legion ashore. It wasn't that he cared so much about the war, he simply felt that with a bunch of weapons still in the experimental stage, it was impossible to defeat 30,000 to 40,000 ground troops holding the ground. If something went wrong and the weapons were captured by the enemy, it would be a disgrace. As a result, they had only managed to evacuate less than 10,000 men when they encountered the Apostle Rune, who was descending. The unprepared Holy War Army hastily engaged in battle, suffering heavy casualties. They barely managed to hold out until the chaos subsided, but the Holy War Army, unable to regroup, was completely drawn to the sudden appearance of the Ring of Order in the sky, pointing and gesturing at the drifting flames. What is that?" a messenger beside him asked instinctively. Although he didn't know the situation, his soldier's instincts told him that what he had just seen was definitely not ordinary fireworks. "An order from the papacy, and the highest order at that," Sir Fellas murmured. "Usually, it's directly handed over to someone, who, upon receiving the signal, can immediately assume supreme command at any given moment, and no one can disobey. Usually, this is only a backup plan, a second option, used to prevent unforeseen circumstances during major events. Its purpose is to prevent the situation from spiraling out of control or developing in a direction absolutely detrimental to the Church and the Ring of Order faith, thus mitigating losses in time." Sir Fellas paused here, lowering his voice to whisper, "Of course, all of this is just pretense. The reality is that it's nothing more than a dirty trick devised by those monastery-born factions to suppress the rising status of the Inquisition and the Knights of Judgment, giving them an opportunity to speak in internal meetings." "Huh?" The messenger was startled, turning his head blankly. What did you just say? I didn't hear you clearly, could you repeat it?" "Nothing," Sir Fellas, realizing he had almost let something slip, turned grim. "In short, this order isn't for the Holy War Army, but rather a direct order from the Holy See to a specific person. The recipient will immediately assume supreme authority on sight, demanding obedience from all those fighting for their faith through the commands of the Ring of Order. "Oh, so who is this order for?" "Me," Fellas said calmly. "Therefore, I order you all to immediately march to the Confederate Army's positions, take control of the situation, and carry out my orders." "And your orders are?" "Cease fire." In the center of the New World Army's positions, Gerard Manfred, who had leaped from her land cruiser, raised an eyebrow, quietly looking at Fellas, who had just snatched command from him. "Did I hear that right?" "Of course not, and you understand better than anyone else." Feigning authority, Fellas suppressed a trembling voice and looked solemnly at the person he had sworn allegiance to. The reason the papacy issued the order was to stop the damage at a critical moment and change the direction of the current battle. How could someone as intelligent as you not realize the mistake you've made? Although he deliberately used an accusatory tone, Fellas was actually absolving himself of all responsibility. "It wasn't me who stopped you, it was the papacy. I was merely forced to carry out orders beforehand, and you even knew about it beforehand. The monastery wanted to interfere with the Knights of Judgment, and the Knights, of course, had their own countermeasures." Glad directly put Fellas in charge of the order, minimizing the possibility of interference should something unexpected happen. Even the person holding this order was controlled by Glad. With this double insurance, Glad could completely exclude any obstacles from his plans. He hadn't expected the monastery to have prepared more than one order, and even delegated it to someone else. Glad sighed inwardly. "All right, so what do you plan to do? Even if we're willing to cease hostilities, do you think the Free Confederation, which has already paid such a heavy price, will agree? They just lost an important colony, with nearly 10,000 dead. Announcing a ceasefire at this time will only lead them to misjudge the situation, believing there are internal problems within the Holy War Army, a perfect opportunity for a counterattack." "That is indeed a problem." Feller's expression was equally grim. Although he didn't agree with the Glad Manfred's reckless order to launch a surprise attack, trying to end things peacefully after they had progressed to this point was indeed too difficult. You can fight and stop whenever you want. Why should the enemy listen to you? Moreover, the other side had already revealed all their cards. Everyone knew there was at least one blasphemous mage in Red Hand Bay. They were the Holy War Army. If this problem wasn't resolved, how would the papacy recover? Would they slap themselves in the face? If even this last shred of agreement is abandoned, it means the Holy War has utterly failed, and the papacy will be unable to organize a second Holy War for at least several decades. Even if a ceasefire is declared, the fate of the Knights of Judgment is entirely predictable and tragic. But if the war doesn't cease, it's tantamount to openly defying the papacy's supreme command, akin to treason against the Knights of Judgment. The papacy, with its already limited armed forces, absolutely cannot afford such a price. Therefore, the Grand Master, as the highest-ranking official, and Phyllis, who received the order, must bear all responsibility, and their fate is equally predictable. So, what should be done? How can they both gracefully conclude tonight's events without defying the papacy's supreme command, and continue the Holy War to the end? Just as the two were lost in thought, a voice suddenly joined their debate. "Grand Master, the standard-bearer under Leon Francois, commander of the Hantu Legion, requests an audience." "The standard-bearer of the Hantu Legion?" The two exchanged bewildered glances, simultaneously stunned. What were the Hantu people doing getting involved at a time like this? Although there hadn't been any in-depth communication with them, anyone with a modicum of common sense could understand just how much the Hantu people didn't want to participate in this war. After all, even if the Holy War were a resounding victory, what benefits could a southern nation gain in the far north of the New World? So, aside from being the first to step forward and respond to the call to arms at the very beginning of the Holy War, the Hantu people always kept themselves in a semi-transparent position. They were the last of all their legions to set off, preferring armed parades to firing a single shot, and the church tolerated everything. After all, if you demanded too much, the other side might really break down. But this same group of people suddenly jumped out when they should have minimized their presence the most. There were at least 2 blasphemous mages inside Rodan Bay, no less than 30,000 New World legions outside the city, and an apostle whose status was unknown, but who was probably the one whose plan had failed to kill. Could it be that the Francois family's faith had suddenly exploded, and they were preparing to sacrifice themselves for the Ring of Order? I don't understand. I really don't understand. How resistant are they to the very idea of living? No matter how confused they were, The other party had already come to them. After all, he was one of the 6 Legion commanders, and one of the only 2 mobile forces in the Holy War Army at present, the only legion that was corresponding to the attack on Red Hand Bay. It was impossible for them not to see him. A moment later, a ragged, wounded knight from the wildlands was carried over by 2 soldiers, one of whom was carrying a thick tree branch, which seemed to be someone's makeshift crutch. "Your Excellency, what happened to you?" "It's nothing. Just a minor injury." The limping standard-bearer waved his hand, the movement so exaggerated he almost fell over. "On the way here, we encountered the retreating Knights of Judgment, who mistook us for deserters and fired a volley at us. Then, as we were leaving the city, we were ambushed by skirmishers from the New World Legion and fell into their ambush. Luckily, they dug it in such a hurry that there were only a few sandbags filled with iron ore in the pit, which slightly injured my foot. But please rest assured, protected by the Ring of Order, it's nothing serious." "Ah, yes, protected by the Ring of Order." Fellers, whose brow had been twitching, nodded slightly, revealing his usual professional smile. "Then may I ask if you've taken such a risk to come here because there's something you must explain in person?" "Of course." The standard-bearer's expression immediately turned serious. "I've come on the orders of Vice Commander Leno to report an important intelligence to the Holy War Army Command and the Grand Master of the Knights of Judgment." "What important intelligence?" "During our attack on Redan Bay, we encountered many strange events, fluctuating temperatures, flames dancing in the sky, pillars of fire rising from the ground, enormous tumors and tentacles, and corpses that came back to life. All these signs prove that Redan Bay is far more complex than we initially thought. Our enemies are not merely heretics who doubt the papacy." Snatching a branch from the hand of someone nearby, the standard-bearer staggered closer, saying, "Deputy Commander Lenore strongly suspects that this is because there are old gods within the city." The 2 who had been about to ask something were now speechless. Feller's smile froze instantly, his eyes looking at some rare breed of idiot, while Gerard Manfred's expression held a hint of amusement, subtly stirring up some unsettling associations. The standard-bearer, however, didn't care what they were thinking and continued, repeating exactly what Roman had taught him beforehand. "Therefore, although heretics are equally despicable, the old gods faction is clearly a greater threat than the blasphemous mages. Therefore, Vice Commander Leno proposes an immediate ceasefire with the Confederate Army on the other side, with both sides beginning to surround Red Hand Bay, prioritizing the elimination of the old gods faction. Once the threat is eliminated, we can then consider how to deal with these rebellious traitors. Of course, to ensure we aren't ambushed, we might as well let them go for now. After all, Red Hand Bay has already fallen, and White Whale Harbor should be close behind soon. Maintaining the previous ceasefire promise will surely make them grateful to the Holy War Army and the papacy." This, Fellers was completely stunned after hearing this. He wanted to ask if it was possible that the old gods faction inside the city and the New World Army outside were actually in cahoots. Absolutely not. Before he could speak, Glad Manfred behind him immediately said coldly, "The Holy War Army, to shake hands with its own enemies, is a laughingstock. Besides, even if we are willing to endure humiliation, wouldn't they use it to blackmail us?" "You're kidding. The old gods and heretics are mortal enemies of the Ring of Order. They must all be eliminated, no matter the cost." The standard-bearer, leaning on his cane, stared at the impassioned Grand Master of the Judgment Knights without daring to move. "Of course, these are just my personal thoughts." Glad suddenly changed the subject. "Currently, for certain reasons, the supreme command of the Holy War Army is not in my hands, but in Sir Felles's. Therefore, you only need to ask him what to do." Felles abruptly turned his head, looking incredulously at his superior who had previously refused to bow his head. When he turned back, he saw the standard-bearer's expectant face again. After a few seconds of silence, a vague understanding dawned on him, and he sighed. "I have only one question. What conditions are necessary for the New World Legion to accept a ceasefire and participate in the siege of Redan Bay?" "Nothing is needed," Louis Bernard, surrounded by a group of cuirassiers, said in a deep voice, coldly scrutinizing the Judgment Knight before him. "As long as you can fulfill all the promises made during the previous negotiations, we will agree to participate in this siege. Of course, if you are also willing to show some sincerity, then please withdraw your troops from Redan Bay after the battle, allowing us time to collect the remains of our fallen comrades and the property lost in the city due to your bombing." "That will be enough, no problem." The Judgment Knight, sent to negotiate, nodded politely. The Holy See still needed to respect the heir to the Grand Duchy of Edland, but the ceasefire period cannot be the same as before, we will give you a maximum of 15 days. Furthermore, if White Whale Harbor has already fallen, we will not hand it over to you. That's none of your concern, Lewis said casually. We'll take it back ourselves. Chapter 920. Before the artillery bombardment. At 5:30 a.m., the ruins of Red Hand Bay, shrouded in billowing black smoke, remained shrouded in darkness under the eerie purple moonlight. It seemed the night would never end as long as the purple moon remained. Amidst the flames, hordes of New World Legion soldiers, torches in hand, began their return journey, encircling the Red Hand Bay ruins from the east. Their swift action wasn't due to Louis Bernard's promise, but simply because the entire Legion hadn't gone far. It was nighttime, and they had to contend with attacks from mutated flesh and resurrected corpses, as well as guard against ambushes and pursuit by the Holy War Army. The 30,000-plus soldiers had only just withdrawn from their positions. Meanwhile, the Fearless Legion, which had just landed on the western side of Red Hand Bay, immediately began a synchronized operation, their first order being for the Knights of Judgment to withdraw from the New World Legion's positions and camp in the open fields outside the town, fulfilling the promise. Meanwhile, Leno, leading the vanguard of the Hantu army, also tacitly ordered the troops advancing into the town to retreat back to the port. To demonstrate that their retreat wasn't voluntary, they even volunteered to cover the Judgment Knights and block the old guns, casually discarding their weapons. The soldiers scavenged the wreckage, pretending they had also engaged in fierce fighting. This blatant act couldn't fool the papacy and the knights, but dwelling on it at this point was pointless. Everyone knew the war was hopeless. Would exposing it make everyone lose face? Thus, amidst the raging flames of Redan Bay, the Free Confederation eager to retreat, the treacherous Holy War Army, and the papacy and the Judgment Knights, seeking a way out, engaged in a three-way sit-in under the guise of a joint siege to annihilate the old gods, with no intention or indication of taking action. Then what should we do? Freya, her face pale, glanced casually at the purple moonlight overhead before turning her gaze to Anson, who was holding the girl. Since they're using the pretext of besieging us, doesn't that mean they have to kill us to win this battle, Your Majesty? If that were the outcome, how could Louis possibly agree? Anson chuckled wryly. This is just a way for the papacy to save face, to make tonight's situation less difficult to resolve. The real battle is over, a way out. The papacy's ultimate goal was to kill the Apostle Rune, but that goal has become unattainable for some reason. They naturally need a more dignified ending to conclude this failed battle. Anson could only explain vaguely, as many things involved August and Rune, and even if he wanted to tell the elven girl, he didn't know where to begin. Although what they wanted to do didn't succeed, they still need to do something to cover up the failure, to make it easier for everyone to accept. I see. It's like the Battle of Eaglehorn. Louis had already lost to you, but he stubbornly insisted on staying to cover my retreat. Otherwise, the Royal Guard would really have. What's with that expression? Freya, whose mind was being stirred by some fond memories, was interrupted by someone's shocked expression. Her face immediately turned cold. What, do you think I'll never mention Louis's defeat? A true knight fights for his oath and ideals, and doesn't fuss over success or failure. This is fundamentally different from some greedy, extremely opportunistic guys. Of course, Anson casually smiled ingratiatingly. At this moment, there seemed to be no more appropriate thing to say than yes, yes, yes. Although she might occasionally throw a tantrum, she was, after all, a crowned queen. After a brief moment of thought, the elven girl quickly grasped the situation. Since the excuse is slaying the old gods, we on our side should at least put on a show and cooperate properly with those outside. Right, you're absolutely right. Nodding heavily, Anson's lips curled into a slight smile. Whether it's true or not, we need to ensure the Judgment Knights and the Holy War Army achieve a resounding victory tonight so everyone can easily wrap things up. Enough talk. How do we do it? It's simple. I've already contacted certain people, Louis Bernard, and the commander of another Holy War Army, and arranged for 2 rounds of artillery bombardment of Redan Bay. You just need to create a few large-scale explosions within the city, then quickly conceal your presence, and that'll be the end of it. Of course, I'll also help as much as I can. Anson patted Lisa's little head in his arms, indicating that his words were absolutely credible and there was no need to doubt them. The elven girl narrowed her eyes slightly, her expression somewhat meaningful. It wasn't that she doubted these words, but rather that the certain people Anson mentioned gave her very unpleasant associations. In short, she thought of someone she utterly loathed who called himself a novelist. So, is there any difficulty? No. What do you take me for? Freya, expressionless, flatly denied it. But you and Lisa, in my current state, how could I possibly create explosions throughout the city? I can't guarantee your safety 100%. Please don't worry about that. I have my own methods. You just need to ensure the plan succeeds. Anson waved his hand dismissively, then suddenly seemed to remember something. There's one more thing. Understood. The elven girl turned around without looking back. Once this battle of Redan Bay is over, unless it's truly unavoidable, I can't return to the battlefield, right? Anson, rendered speechless, could only helplessly twitch his lips. Now that they've set their sights on Freya, if the elven girl were to reappear openly afterward, the church, humiliated, would undoubtedly pursue her relentlessly. Unless another battle of Redan Bay erupts, no one can stop the church's determination to save face. On the bright side, this is also an excellent opportunity for Freya to conceal her identity. Once listed as dead in the church's official records, at least outwardly the Knights of Judgment and the Inquisition will not send anyone to hunt her down, nor will they continue to issue arrest warrants throughout the world of order, forcing the elven girl to hide anonymously on the fringes of the world. A win-win situation in every sense. Others win, and they win too. There are no losers. Wait, just as Anson was about to begin his smug celebration, the elven girl suddenly stopped, speaking without turning around. This matter is probably just a coincidence, not part of your plan, is it? The air fell silent for several seconds. With a most natural expression, Anson, holding the girl, calmly turned around and gazed sincerely at the back of Her Majesty Freya's neck. That's natural. No one knows what will happen. How could I possibly guess in advance? Unexpected? Unexpected? That would be truly bizarre. Looking at the standard bearer, who was lying on a stretcher and being brought back by the knights, with a tense expression, Leno snorted, "This isn't the first time you've dealt with that guy. Apart from extremely rare cases, is there anything in this world that would surprise him, shock him to the point of being helpless?" That's certainly true, but this situation is rather special. Struggling to sit up, the standard bearer sighed. After all, no one expected that Lord would still be in the city, and still safe and sound with the old gods. That's true, he probably has his own considerations. It's very likely that this is part of the whole plan, a key factor that successfully prompted the Holy See to suddenly change its mind and reverse the New World phalanx. Lost in thought, Lenore muttered to himself, then suddenly let out a soft snort, a tone that sounded both disdainful and mocking. But to be honest, even if this guy is a genuine old god, it's not really that surprising. Nothing, let's not talk about that. Is the artillery plan ready? Lenore abruptly changed the subject. The agreed time is 7 o'clock sharp, a concentrated bombardment of Red Hand Bay before dawn. We don't have any cannons, so we'll have to trouble Leon and the others. Will the timing be right? Please rest assured, the 3 messengers we sent all carry pocket watches, and the time has been set in advance, the standard bearer replied. Once the time arrives, the ship's guns will be aimed at the city for a barrage of fire. The bombardment coordinates shouldn't be too far off. I mean, we should be able to ensure effective damage to the old god faction within the city, right? Absolutely no surprises. All the coordinates were prepared according to the positions marked by the papacy's airships before they crashed. The ship's cannons didn't even budge. If there's a problem, it can only be that the coordinates given by the command are incorrect. Very good. This way, if something unexpected happens afterward, there's room for excuses. Lenore nodded slightly in satisfaction, then couldn't help but turn to look at the standard bearer. By the way, how did you come back so badly injured? Wasn't the battle already over? The battle is over, but not everyone thinks so. The standard bearer sighed. When I came back, I was escorted by the Knights of Judgment, but they only agreed to escort me to near the city gate. As a result, I was discovered by the Confederate Army's outposts. Because I took one of their coats when I came back, I was mistaken for a traitor delivering intelligence. I can only say that, thankfully, they weren't keen on killing traitors on the spot. Lenore. That's right, the papacy isn't keen on executing traitors. They're more keen on using and torturing criminals and living people, listing them as volunteers for some kind of closed-door experiment. In the tunnels of the New World Legion's position, Roman casually recounted, usually, when you're imprisoned in the Vatican's jail, the judge in charge of the interrogation will sentence you to 200 to 400 years. You can apply for the death penalty, but it requires a lengthy process, with each procedure having its own queue. Ordinary prisoners often only just figure out the relationship between each procedure before they've already died of natural causes. You can also try to escape, but unless you're exceptionally capable of escaping or are killed on the spot, your sentence will be increased, often by 30 to 100 years. Finally, you can try to reduce your sentence. There are many types, but they generally fall into two categories: daily work, which can reduce your sentence by 2 days, or experiments conducted by certain departments of the Vatican. If you survive, you can reduce it by 1 year. Of course, occasionally there are some particularly dangerous cases, such as new drugs. To attract test subjects, they will offer even higher reductions, often reaching 10 or even several decades, but these are extremely rare, and the mortality rate is also alarming. Knowing so much detail, this must be from your own experience, right? Fabian couldn't help but sneer beside him. Oh, I almost forgot, you're Major General Ludwig's adjutant, so it can't be you, but rather a friend of yours who was imprisoned in the papacy and came out alive. Fabian's sarcasm was met with Roman's serious expression. That's right, and he's the first criminal in papacy history to emerge alive from prison, even being accepted into a monastery based on his prison experience. You're curious about where that signal flare and the metal-loaded ammunition I gave you came from, aren't you? This is the answer. Fabian's pupils constricted slightly. So, not only the Clovis diocese, but the New World, the Hantu, Iser, even the papacy has been infiltrated by you. The Legion's vice-commander spoke each word carefully. No wonder you always manage to get accurate intelligence before everyone else, confidently rallying various forces to your plans against the papacy. Truly remarkable. You're wrong. We didn't infiltrate the papacy. We tried, but failed. Roman shook his head. We haven't tried to win over any forces to serve our purposes. We simply offer assistance, to the best of our ability, when they are willing to oppose the Holy See. Failed? But you just said, how do you think he managed to leave prison alive and join the Holy See's monastery? Roman countered. Port Adland, the massacre of the Cressy family, the annihilation of the faithless knights, those were the last families and forces that dared to continue secretly supporting the Truth Society, providing us with material support and connections. Since then, the Truth Society has become what you see now, and we are merely pawns used by that traitor to achieve his ambitions, Roman said calmly, and as he finished speaking, a thunderous roar echoed behind him. The bombardment of Redan Bay had officially begun. Chapter 921: A victory without a sense of winning. Dawn, Redan Bay. Thick smoke blanketed the city, scattering remaining ashes across the dimly lit sky. The clouds, draped in a golden cloak, also cast an ominous shadow. Rune, standing amidst the ruins, gently caught a falling ash. He turned to look at the sea behind him. Fiery red waves churned with the milky white foam, crashing against the melted ice of the beach, their surging force unstoppable. It seems it's all over. Examining the ashes in his hand, Rune's expression held a faint melancholy, a feeling akin to bidding farewell to a dear friend, knowing full well he would never see him again. No, this is just the beginning. Lisa, or rather, Talia, who had taken over Lisa's body, carefully avoided the surrounding embers and walked behind Rune. The false god followers of the Ring of Order won't give up so easily. Their power still holds the advantage, and one defeat is not enough to make the outcome final. If the side that tries to use force fails, the forces that seek to ease tensions will quietly rise. Although they are at odds, the difference is only in the means, not in the essence or purpose. Of course, even so, it doesn't prevent us from taking advantage of their discord to achieve our own goals. In the eyes of the mob, their sheer numbers make them the stronger one, and we will always just be passively waiting, letting them hunt us down. You seem to have become more talkative than before, Rune said calmly. You didn't seem to be like this in the past. Hearing this, Talia put her hands behind her back, revealing a happy smile. Her eyes curving into shallow crescents. What's wrong with being influenced by my fiancé's virtues? Your current reaction is as if you've been corrupted by the law of planning. Oh dear, doesn't that mean I might end up on the path of curse magic while being a blood mage? The blood of the apostles of blood magic and curse magic coming together, won't her child be extraordinary from birth? Rune didn't speak, clutching the ashes in his palm, feeling the warmth gradually fading from them. Talia, no longer joking, stepped forward and bowed slightly, respectfully. Father, my dear Talia, you have chosen a path destined to be difficult. Rune cast his gaze towards the distant crowd. Too much involvement in worldly affairs will increase the remnants of your past within you. When you become an apostle, they will all become your constraints. But this is not necessarily a bad thing. The more difficult the growth process, the greater the possibility of triggering evolution, the evolution of thought, the reversal of cognition. Merely knowing what is right is not enough, one must thoroughly comprehend it. Too much ease will become a bad thing, too many constraints. Talia's eyes suddenly lit up. Is this related to Augusta ultimately losing to you? Perhaps. Rune did not give a definitive answer, but the original apostles did not have such a thing as constraints, nor did they experience any problems because of it. But since that day, all the apostles who hadn't been bound by any constraints have all shown abnormalities, unable to confirm their own existence, and becoming confused due to the mutations in their evolution, like a river whose source has been cut off, yet which hasn't even reached the sea, losing the foundation of its existence. Thinking back carefully, perhaps August had long anticipated this day. The followers who had lost the true gods built a guiding lighthouse in the darkness, but it became their own grave, a grave proving that evolution has its limits, and that no one will ever succeed again. That day, Talia's expression became slightly solemn. From then until now, she had heard her father tell countless stories about that day. Borden, abandoned by the apostles of the great holy city, saw the true God's followers, who had once sought to forge new paths, depart one after another, some rebuilding their former colonies, others establishing families on new lands, thus beginning the era of bloodlines. In that era, what is now the old world was still a brand new fertile land. A race that would later call themselves human had only just grasped the value of metals. The evolved beings, having lost their homeland, became their guiding lights, ushering in a new prosperity in another form. That day, everyone believed this situation was only temporary. Once the various true gods' followers rebuilt their civilizations, accumulating enough resources and new knowledge, they could reopen the sealed doors of Borden, rise from their fallen corners, and continue forward. That day, everyone called this grand vision, the grand plan. Why? The girl couldn't help but ask, what makes you think August knows about this? Slight noises arose around them, and the faint sound of hurried footsteps approached. Despair, Rune replied calmly, his eyes still examining the ashes in his palm. The warmth of that ashes had long since dissipated, and only a faint trace of life remained in the last remnants, so faint that one might mistake it for an illusion. As far as I can remember, that was the first time I saw August's expression of despair. He stood in the archives, amidst mountains of parchment, and said in a tone I'd never heard again, "Congratulations, Rune, you were right, that was also the last time we spoke face to face. The next time I saw him, was when I made up my mind to utterly destroy him. Our ideologies differed, but our directions were similar. According to the fundamental evolutionary principles of the three great magics, only one apostle with a similar direction can have the opportunity to continue evolving, so I had to defeat him, or die at his hands." Perhaps, at that time, he had already given up all hope of continuing to evolve, so he chose to fulfill my wish, just as he himself said. I was right. For the so-called bloodline, August gave everything: tree spirits, vampires, ogres. He personally devised a plan to exterminate these races, integrating their bloodlines into humans in the form of mutations, patiently awaiting the final results, but he failed. Even with the power of mutation, humanity, as a race permitted by this world, still cannot escape its dependence on it, and even actively created a false god like the Ring of Order to submit to. 1,000 years of expectation have only brought greater despair. Rune's voice trembled slightly, but now, shattered hope may have a chance to be rekindled. He turned around and gently placed his right hand, which held ashes, on the head of the bewildered yet anxious girl. His emerald green eyes suddenly began to tremble slightly, and his clear-headed wisdom was replaced by another kind of purity. You are. Lisa tried hard to recall her impression of the person in front of her. But she couldn't remember. Turning around, she realized she wasn't even in the Legion camp outside the city. Where is this? Where is Anson? I don't know either. Rune's lips curled into a gentle smile. But it seems like someone is coming over there. Why don't you go ask them? Someone? The girl looked in the direction he pointed and immediately saw several guards cleaning up the battlefield. Her face lit up with joy, and she immediately turned to thank him. Thank you. What's your name, huh? Looking at the empty ruins behind her, the already confused girl tilted her head heavily to one side, her expression as if she were hallucinating. The thick smoke gradually dissipated with a rising sun, revealing a scene of chaotic ruins, silently telling the story of the night in the golden morning light. There was no direct confrontation with a powerful enemy, no brutal hand-to-hand combat. As the bombardment ended and the sun rose, a dozen or so Judgment Knights entered the town, planting the banner of the Ring of Order on the scorched earth that resembled a city gate. announcing the end of the battle and the final victory of the Holy War. The Holy War and the Judgment Knights then tacitly organized their retreat, leaving the opportunity to clean up the battlefield entirely to the Holy War. Of course, cleaning up the battlefield was practically non-existent. The entire town had been bombarded repeatedly, the explosions leaving nothing but ashes. Forget about valuables, even searching for corpses among the scorched earth was extremely difficult. As for weapons and equipment, there was no point in even thinking about it, since the Holy War, as the main force, had barely participated in the fighting from beginning to end, and the wreckage of the Heart of Mercy and the destroyed land cruiser had already been cleared away by the Judgment Knights during the retreat, leaving nothing for the Free Confederation. However, even if they kept it, it wouldn't have made a difference. While the Confederation could obtain coal, they couldn't find a single factory capable of repairing such equipment, let alone skilled workers. Even so, Fabian refused to give up, mobilizing the entire Grenadier Regiment to scavenge the battlefield, looking for anything the enemy had carelessly overlooked. Even broken wreckage couldn't be ignored, everything had to be collected. Although it was only one night, the equipment of the Judgment Knights was a devastating blow to Fabian, who had previously believed that weapons are not the key to an army, people are. Closing his eyes, he saw soldiers falling in droves under the firepower of steam-powered rifles. That was the future, that was the true key to controlling the battlefield and deciding the outcome of a battle. Fabian seemed to grasp the pulse of the times, completely and irrevocably immersed in a frenzy and ecstasy over the weaponry. Thanks to his tireless efforts, the exhausted Grenadier Regiment failed their mission as expected, but perhaps to avoid being blamed by their greatly disappointed vice commander, the group of exhausted grenadiers finally found something to report, or rather, a person. You mean, you're actually a Judgment Knight? Fabian narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing the woman sitting opposite him. Although disheveled, covered in burn marks and congealed blood, and dressed in tattered clothes that made her look like a deserter. As the most promising mid-level officer in the former Royal Guard of Clovis, he quickly ascertained a lot of useful information through meticulous observation of her posture, voice, and subconscious movements, to the point that he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. His subordinates, who had gone to great lengths to send her here, might have just wanted to appease him, but they had inadvertently delivered a genuine Judgment Knight to the Storm Legion's camp, and most importantly, the Holy War Army on the other side didn't seem to have noticed. One day, no. Even if it's just for a few hours, the value of getting even a little information out of her is unimaginable. So, without even notifying Anson, Fabian immediately began interrogating her, risking his life's knowledge and personal dignity. Elizabeth Lemon, compared to the outwardly calm but inwardly ecstatic man, the girl's reaction was truly placid. Serving in the logistics department of the Knights of Judgment, my position is attendant, a rather ancient rank, with a strong element of personal dependence, Elizabeth said calmly. In terms you can understand, it's roughly similar to a scribe. I see. Fabian nodded imperceptibly. So, Miss Attendant Elizabeth, how did you manage to encounter our soldiers by chance, and not retreat with the Knights of Judgment? Because my position is that of an attendant, the nature of my work requires me to be loyal to Sir Fellas, to keep everything about him absolutely secret, and to obey all orders without question. Elizabeth subconsciously raised her hand, touching her neck. So I can't go back. She was still very nervous, indicating that if the Knights of Judgment discovered she wasn't dead, her life might be in danger. Fabian nodded slightly. Then, Miss Elizabeth, do you know where Sir Fellas is now? Dead, Elizabeth said expressionlessly. Died at the hands of Anson Bach. Dead? Then who was Sir Fellas? Who sent someone to contact and negotiate with us? Fabian swallowed hard, suppressing his shock. Can I understand this as the deceased Sir Fellas' order to you, to survive? This time, Elizabeth didn't answer immediately. After a moment of silence, she nodded without a word. Very well, this means my guess wasn't entirely correct, but partially so. Fabian's excitement grew, yet he forced himself to suppress it. Your Excellency Elizabeth, in that case, I and the Free Confederation can guarantee your personal safety and a certain degree of freedom. However, this safety comes at a price, requiring you to reveal some valuable intelligence in exchange. For example, I can tell you the next action plan of the Knights of Judgment and the High Command, at least the plan that has already been clearly written down. Elizabeth didn't even bother to look up at him again. In addition, there are the design blueprints for the difference engine on the Heart of Mercy, and some design blueprints for the Knights of Judgment's new weapons. Is that enough, Fabian? He had succeeded in getting what he wanted most and the work he was willing to risk his dignity to complete, yet why did he feel no joy at all? Chapter 922 13-Person Deliberation. Just as Fabian was agonizing over his wasted energy and excitement, the Holy War Command, which had already added Elizabeth Lemon to its list of missing undead, and was unaware that its trump cards were about to be revealed, was embroiled in a new round of arguments about how to handle the aftermath of the war and the upcoming operations against the Free Confederation. The principle of quantitative change leading to qualitative change applies to the Holy War Army as well, but it's certainly not a positive one. Although the Knights of Judgment made bold statements, claiming that the Red Hand Bay victory was absolutely crucial and decisive in this holy war, everyone knew the truth. The old god faction in the city had left on their own, and had nothing to do with the Knights' losses. Gerard Manfred, who had originally prepared to gamble half the Knights, the entire Holy War Army, and the Apostle Rune in a life for a life exchange, never expected that problems would arise at the most unlikely point. The Heart of Mercy was destroyed, the trump card Phyllis died, and a series of setbacks followed, forcing him to release the Free Confederation and Freya in exchange for a dignified ending. Even this was only achieved through mediation and negotiation by Leon and Lenore, the two intermediaries, out of consideration for the Hantu Holy War Army. Very well, now everyone knows that the Hantu Holy War Army is also a genuine mole. If even Hantu is no longer reliable, then Ludwig Franz, who is widely considered a good guy, is even less trustworthy. Arthur Hurt has been identified as having been bought off and turned against the other side, backed by the powerful northern families of the Empire, led by the Roland and Bernard families, and the Imperial Standing Army commanded by Fernando Herd. They are even less likely to fight a siege battle destined to result in heavy losses for the Holy See's Holy War. Therefore, the only forces the Holy War Army Command can still trust are the 30,000 men organized by Sir Fellers from various regions, and the essentially crippled Ed Levant Legion, with a total strength of just over 40,000, whose combat effectiveness is also highly questionable. The seemingly powerful Jihad Army, which could absolutely crush the Free Confederation, found its actual strength nearly equal to its enemies after throwing out these suspicious and fickle allies. Its only advantage was superior equipment and a large fleet. But now the Free Confederation's coastal colonies were almost entirely lost, forcing them to retreat to inland colonies like Lake Town and Grey Snow, where their warships couldn't land. Thus, this last advantage was essentially gone. Expecting 40,000 men to crush the Free Confederation was clearly unrealistic. As the nominal commander-in-chief of the Jihad Army, Fellers could only try to unite these unreliable allies as much as possible, ensuring they at least pretended to be loyal and didn't become mere background figures on the battlefield. And to gain something, you must first give something. If you expect others to obey your orders, you must at least show sufficient sincerity. Felles's offer was simple, admitting mistakes, plus dismissing his superior, Gerard Manfred. Given that during the Battle of Redan Bay, Gerard Manfred failed to execute the original plan, acted arbitrarily, resisted the reasonable suggestions of the legions, and acted recklessly, although some results were achieved. Extremely heavy losses were suffered, causing considerable chaos and controversy within the Holy War Army. Therefore, the High Command has decided to relieve him of his post and appoint Sir Fellers as the Legion Commander-in-Chief. In the dimly lit tent, a slightly uneasy, youthful voice echoed in everyone's ears. The expressions of those attending the meeting were amused, some were sizing up the expressionless Fellers, some were whispering to their colleagues beside them, and some were wearing cold smiles. Well, in any case, no one's attention was on the meeting. After all, everyone knew what the High Command, or rather the Holy See, was going to say. The Free Confederation still existed, the Rune family's influence was still deeply entrenched in the New World, the Holy War could not end easily, and the price they could offer was naturally predictable. As leaders or representatives of various forces, everyone naturally understood the papacy's intentions. Originally, they had been forced to submit due to the papacy's power, but now the situation had reversed, and the papacy needed the support of the Holy War Army. Naturally, they wouldn't easily express their stance anymore, not even bothering to feign it. Fellers himself was well aware of this outcome, but as the adjutant to the Grand Master of the Knights of Judgment, his act of publicly seizing power from the Grand Master, though ordered by the papacy, was essentially tantamount to treason in the eyes of his comrades. This meant that, compared to Glad, Fellers needed the support of the Holy War Army more. That's roughly the situation, but I myself am not an excellent military strategist, nor do I have any practical combat experience." Raising his hand to stop the scribe who was still reporting, Fellas glanced expressionlessly at everyone present. "Therefore, the upcoming battles will rely more on you all in this regard. In short, it's about restoring the system of deliberation among Legion commanders that existed before the General Staff arrived. Of course, this doesn't mean letting the Legions decide on the next military action, but rather confirming details such as deployment and allocation within the overall framework." Fellas took a deep breath. "Regarding logistical supplies, as long as the agreed-upon figures are met, the General Staff will not refuse. The Legion commanders will report their own battle achievements, and the General Staff will not supervise them. Post-battle rewards will also be decided by deliberation. This is the biggest concession I can make." With a solemn expression, he slowly rose, nodded slightly with a deep gaze, and surveyed the Legion commanders present. "I have a small question," Leon suddenly spoke up, directly blocking Lenault, who was trying to stop him. "Since it's a deliberative system, who is qualified to attend? We can't just let the General Staff decide who to attend, like before, can we?" "That's right. His Highness Leon only wants to confirm the scope of the meeting participants." "Please don't misunderstand His Highness's words," Lenault quickly added. "Of course not." Fellers smiled slightly, showing not displeasure but rather gratitude. After all, if Leon hadn't stepped forward and silenced the entire room, he might have actually had to compromise in the end, since the goal is to better carry the Holy War through to the end, and to do so by relying on everyone's strength. Then of course we must respect everyone's ideas to the greatest extent possible. Therefore, regarding the selection of personnel, I now have a preliminary suggestion. First, the commanders of the 6 legions of the Holy War Army must attend. Even if they cannot attend for some reason, the vacant seats should be filled by representatives from the corresponding legions. He paused slightly, raising his right hand and extending his index and ring fingers. Furthermore, due to certain well-known reasons, the Holy War Army involves coordination between various parties in addition to the combatants. Therefore, I propose that each legion representative should nominate one more person to participate. In this way, the meeting will consist of 12 people, but this is only theoretical. At the same time, as the Legion Commander and Commander-in-Chief of this Legion, I am willing to relinquish my right of nomination, but in exchange, Grand Master of the Knights of Judgment, Gerard Manfred, must attend." "Agreed," a booming voice rang out in the tent. The representative of Arthur's Legion spoke. "So, including yourself, this so-called consortium still has 12 people, except for me, there are 11. Fellas nodded slightly and chuckled. "I think this is a very reasonable number. It takes everyone's opinions into account without creating a situation where no decision can be made." As he spoke, a calculation seemed to be going off in his mind. Fellas's idea was simple. Firstly, he and the Grand Commander were on the same side, so having him would at least give the Knights of Judgment an explanation, and they could also unite against a common enemy. But the other legions were not like that. First, Arthur Herod was backed by 3 forces, the Herod royal family from which he came, and the northern powerful families represented by Roland and Bernard. 1 spot was fine, but 2 wouldn't be appropriate. The Fernando Legion was in the same situation. He was the Emperor's loyal dog, but that didn't mean the other generals thought the same way. Previously, their different statuses had suppressed them, but now they were all one of the 11 in the consortium, so why should they continue to obey him? The 11th Legion was already a disorganized mess, and the 2 extra slots were naturally a means to further divide them. Ludwig Franz and Wilhelm Cecil, Leon Francois and Renaud Emmanuel, were both leaders of the central and regional factions, respectively. The added power would inevitably cause their existing conflicts to surface. In other words, what appeared to be 1 against 11 was actually 2 against 9, giving the legitimacy to divide and weaken them, to win them over, or to launch a decisive attack, all while remaining composed and strategic. It seemed like respecting the other side's concession, but in reality, it diluted the voice of several legion commanders, giving himself the real power to negotiate and command his legions in battle, and it sounded so noble, showing no fear of their differing opinions. "I disagree." Ignoring Leno's advice, Leon suddenly stood up and coldly said to Fellas, "This allocation of quotas seems fair, but in reality, it's impossible to take care of everyone. I don't understand." Fellas's lips twitched, but he still had to maintain a smile. "Then whose interests haven't been taken care of?" "Of course, it's your Holy War Army," Leon said without hesitation. "Because of your generous and humble concession, They have no representation in the consensus system and can only obey our collective decisions. What kind of logic is this? We are all holy warriors fighting for the ring of order, crossing turbulent seas to reach unfamiliar lands. Why can't they speak out, only be represented, only sacrificed? The impassioned words resonated powerfully, leaving Fellers completely stunned and frozen in place. But this wasn't out of shame or being moved by the words, it was purely out of utter bewilderment. What was Léon François thinking? Everyone was discussing how to divide the spoils and allocate power, and he suddenly jumped in with slogans? Besides being off topic, it only made him seem rather unintelligent, didn't it? Almost as soon as the words fell, Leonard, who hadn't been able to stop him, lowered his head, covering his face tightly, as if his shame had exploded and he wished he could just run away. But this was merely a facade, for just moments ago, he suddenly remembered another person who seemed to have used a similar tactic. I know you might think my words are just empty rhetoric, a mere posturing. The Holy War Army of the vast lands has only participated in the Battle of Red Hand Bay from beginning to end. What right do we have to stand here and talk to you battle-hardened veterans about sacrifice and such? Little Leon took a deep breath, clenching his fists tightly. But please think carefully, are we the only participants in this holy war? No. The true driving force behind this holy war is the tens of thousands of holy warriors, the entire order world, and all the countless believers who hold the ring of order as the only truth in the world. It is their efforts that have given us the right to stand on this snow-covered land, to fight and slay the unbelievers of the old gods, the false believers who advocate heresy. If we don't even have the thought of giving them an explanation, an answer, wouldn't that chill their hearts? They'll think, yes, the so-called holy war is just a matter for those big shots, a matter for the nobles. It has nothing to do with us, Leon declared triumphantly. Yes, what does it matter? At the meeting that decides the fate of the Holy War Army, we don't even have the right to send one or two representatives. The entire room fell silent, and Fellers was completely dumbfounded. Lenore, slumped over the table, his face buried in his hands, was trembling with fear. Clearly, Leon had seen through the tricks of the opposing Judgment Knights, so he simply went along with their plan and added more people, but this time, those to be elected were not representatives of any particular faction, but the purest holy warriors. Their purpose, like Fellers' council system, was to undermine Fellers' control over his holy war army, and because they had a mouthpiece to communicate with the lower ranks of the holy war army, it was much more difficult for the other side to disrupt the meeting. Therefore, Fellers couldn't excessively fragment the power of the various leaders and undermine their prestige, as that would cause his own legion to spiral out of control. Instead, he had to stand on the side of the leaders, uniting to suppress the lower ranks to ensure the system could continue functioning properly. Very straightforward, very familiar. This was the same tactic Anson Bach used when creating the Kingdom of Hantu with Emmanuel, François, and the other powerful families of Hantu. You all want to exclude me, you all want to unite, then I'll make you unite, and then you'll need me even more. Therefore, this shouldn't be an agreement of 11, but 13, Leon shouted. From this day forward, all decisions of the Holy War Army shall be made by these 13, no one else shall interfere. Chapter 923 Reason must be given. East of Lake Town, on the road to Grey Snow. After finalizing the ceasefire with the Jihad, Louis didn't waste a minute, leading the Jihad, the High Council, and the disaster-stricken refugees westward. They only stayed in Lake Town for 2 days before setting off again, taking with them some of the colonists who wished to leave. This wasn't because Lake Town was indefensible, quite the opposite. As a bridgehead to contain Clovis's expansion in the New World, Lake Town was one of only 2 imperial colonies with complete fortifications, even possessing its own armory, though long since moved by Anson, plus a rather secretive gold mine. Its disadvantages were its distance from the coastline and lack of a good harbor, requiring shipping to rely on rivers. However, in the face of the Jihad's massive invasion, this disadvantage could even be seen as an advantage, as the inability of warships to land significantly reduced the pressure on the New World Legion. The problem was that White Whale Harbor had fallen, meaning that holding Long Lake Town meant being prepared for a 2-pronged attack and having their retreat cut off at any moment. Therefore, even with its less favorable conditions, Grey Snow Town was currently the best option for the New World Legion. This decision, of course, did not satisfy the Free Confederation, especially the colonial militia who had not experienced a battle of Red Hand Bay. They remained confident that there was no need to abide by the agreement with the enemy and that Long Lake Town could be used as a base and springboard to quickly retake White Whale Harbor. Their voices were not small, especially since Long Lake Town's strength remained intact, significantly increasing its influence within the Confederation. Furthermore, the large-scale migration and displacement of their homelands placed immense pressure on the remaining colonies' resources, leading many to share similar sentiments. After small-scale disturbances and protests that received no response, their arrogance quickly swelled. They began to mobilize the armies and forces of other colonies, collectively declaring their refusal to retreat to Grey Snow Town and demanding an advance on White Whale Harbor. In the past, for the sake of maintaining unity and stability, Lewis would most likely have agreed to their proposal and then tried every means to overcome all difficulties to organize a siege of White Whale Harbor, even at the cost of his own reputation. But the current Louis Bernard was no longer the knight who once lived in seclusion in the chapel of Salzburg, nor the younger brother who, during the siege of Thunder Castle, was full of longing and anticipation for war and was meticulously protected by his elder brother. Without consulting Anson, he first expressed his willingness to consider the protesters' proposal, and then, when the protesters were off guard, he immediately mobilized the Salzburg Legion to surround them. Thousands of unarmed civilians, soldiers, councillors, and manor owners were held at gunpoint by fully armed cuirassiers. I will not offer any further explanations, for I have already explained everything in detail to everyone in the Legion, the Confederation, and the Council. All of you, tell me in your loudest voices that you understand what I mean. Yes, you can protest, you can be dissatisfied. But such protests and dissatisfaction have limits, and must never be a reason for you to refuse to obey orders. Soldiers, warriors, your duty is to obey. Members of the Council, you solemnly promise to entrust the entire army to my command. Promises and duties must be fulfilled, and now you have crossed an insurmountable boundary, violated the regulations, and the price of disobedience is immediate execution. Of course, most of you can breathe a sigh of relief, because I will not kill all of you. I know that many of you are merely provoked and compelled to join out of friendship and comradeship, but that is no excuse. Therefore, my decision is as follows: those who instigate this will be executed on the spot and treated as deserters. The rest of you will not be punished. However, you and your families are forbidden from joining the Keepers of the Faith, from joining any colonial council or farm, and are absolutely forbidden from participating in the upcoming battle to retake Whale Harbor. My legion does not want a group of deserters who will disobey orders at any time, and I want you to remember that those who were executed died because of you. Your impulsiveness, self-righteousness, recklessness, and irrational behavior killed them. That day, the New World Legion executed 147 people, one by one, because Lewis insisted on looking into each of their eyes and making the decision about their departure one by one. The executions lasted from day to night, and by the time the executioner smashed the head of the last condemned prisoner, the Legion soldiers, who had previously been excited and in pain, were numb, completely numb. After setting off the next day, not a single person objected to Louis Bernard's orders. The journey from Lake Town to Grey Snow Town, which usually takes more than 10 days, was completed by the New World Legion in less than 2 weeks. Just as they entered Fjord, less than 10 kilometers from White Whale Harbor, they encountered the support force sent by the Chief of Staff, Commander Norton Crossell of the 3rd Infantry Regiment, waiting on the Legion's only route. This greatly shocked the New World Legion, who had been retreating all along. Had the Storm Legion, stationed in Grey Snow Town, already begun organizing a counterattack before they even had a chance to act? How is that possible? Faced with Louis Bernard's bewilderment, Norton Crossell chuckled, organizing his soldiers to arrange temporary camps for the Legion and refugees while answering his question. The Storm Legion only has nearly 10,000 men, exhausted from a long forced march, and lacks its most elite grenadier regiments. How can they possibly retake White Whale Harbor? Then we've reached an agreement with the Major General Ludwig, Norton explained, taking the map of Fjord from a nearby messenger and hanging it on the wall. Smack! He slammed it down, emphasizing the location of White Whale Harbor. The Storm Legion won't act rashly, but Major General Ludwig must leave us the farms outside the town, especially the High Council, the firing squad camp, and the steel mill, the headquarters, the town, the nearby farms, the port, and the factories around the port belong to them. Therefore, theoretically speaking, Major General Ludwig only captured the core area of Whale Harbor. The entire perimeter remains under the control of the Storm Legion and the local Trustees Alliance. Even within the city, there are still members of the Alliance. On the map, Whale Harbor is completely surrounded by the strongholds we control. Norton then looked up at Anson with a slight apology. All of this was a collective decision made by all officers without consulting you, because Chief of Staff Lieutenant Colonel Carl Bain said that these were arrangements you had made beforehand. He's right, Anson nodded with a light laugh. Your decision is correct. By controlling these strongholds, we have crucial support to retake Whale Harbor, as well as room for maneuver when dealing with enemy attacks. Meditation, so we can really mobilize immediately and retake Whale Harbor, Lewis exclaimed, turning around abruptly, his wide eyes filled with astonishment. Yes, theoretically, that's correct. Anson thought for a moment and gave an affirmative answer. With our current troop strength and level of preparation, if we launch a surprise attack immediately without warning, we have at least a 60% chance of recapturing Whale Harbor and driving Major General Ludwig into the sea. But, at least for now, doing so would be absolutely counterproductive. He suddenly changed the subject. We've finally managed to maintain an understanding with Ludwig. Doing this would cause him and the Clovis forces to quickly lose their voice within the Holy War Army, meaning all our previous efforts would be wasted. I'm not saying this because I'm a Clovis, or out of affection for my old superior. It's purely because if the Confederation really wants to win this war, even an ally who's just a fence-sitter is extremely important to us. Anson's expression became serious, and if I'm not mistaken, those outposts shouldn't have many Storm Legion soldiers stationed there, huh? Lewis was startled and turned sharply to look at Norton, only to find the other man just giving an awkward smile. Why is that? Because it's not appropriate. The 3rd Army Corps commander twitched his lips. If we really wanted to control these strongholds, it would be impossible without stationing 2,000 or 3,000 men. But on the one hand, the Storm Legion is still in a period of rest and reorganization, and it's impossible to organize such a large-scale mobilization immediately. On the other hand, if things really escalate to this extent, the Holy War Army High Command will definitely find out, and Major General Ludwig, who can no longer pretend to be deaf and dumb, will have to send troops to attack us. Therefore, although the strongholds are said to be under control, in reality, each has only been guarded and patrolled by less than a company of skirmishers, because of the distance. Even their usual supplies are provided by Major General Ludwig. Norton then pointed to the surrounding farms. Even when we came to pick everyone up, we had already informed the Major General in advance that no Holy War Army sentries or scouts would pass through this area in the next few days, pretending they didn't exist, but only for a week. After that, we'll have to think of another way. Norton's words were quite remarkable, but Lewis was already stunned, actively supplying the enemy's garrison, and even coordinating the sentries and reconnaissance work between the two sides. Was this how war was fought? We've also received important news regarding personnel changes within the Holy War Army's command. Seeing that the young knight's mind had temporarily stopped processing, Norton finally turned his gaze to Anson, the Holy War Army's nominal commander. Grand Manfred has been relieved of his post and replaced by his adjutant, Sir Fellers. At the same time, an organization called the so-called 13-Person Council has been established to oversee the Holy War Army's future military operations. Major Admiral Ludwig and Navy Captain William Cecil are both members of this organization. Anson understood. From now on, the Holy War Army would have no more military secrets, no more joint operations, let alone military action, he thought to himself. 13 people of equal status, with no hierarchy among them, can't make a decision together. They can't accomplish anything because someone will always disagree. Even if a majority vote is passed, the losing side will inevitably retaliate, ensuring the plan's failure to prove their foresight. This outcome illustrates two things. First, the papacy already knows this holy war will likely end badly because there's no genuine force willing to support it. Second, the papacy doesn't want to give up so easily. They're prepared to struggle a bit longer, even if it's just to achieve some semblance of success and fulfill the established goals of this holy war, even if only superficially. Driven by this extreme internal conflict and an inability to save face, they've made this move of delegating power, expressing their willingness to trust the Holy War Army's faith in the Ring of Order, placing a group of leaders who certainly won't obey them on equal footing with them to jointly accomplish this great cause of the Holy War. If that's the case, things would actually be much easier. At the same time, Lewis, who had finally recovered somewhat from the shock, turned his head and looked at Anson, who was grinning foolishly with blank eyes. He frowned slightly. Do you already have a plan, I haven't thought it through yet. I need to fill in the details. Anson didn't intend to hide or deny it, but the specific direction is very clear. Speak. We want to take back Whale Harbor, defeat the Holy War Army, and then, on the premise of victory, lose to the papacy and the Holy War Army. Anson summarized. Lewis, his brow furrowing even more deeply, paused for several seconds before speaking hesitantly. You mean, we must first defeat the Holy War Army, and then use that as a basis to negotiate with them? No, not defeat them, but beat them. What's the difference? The difference is that the Holy War Army can fail to win, but it absolutely cannot lose. As if feeling he hadn't been specific enough, Anson paused again to organize his thoughts. We must keep the intensity of the war within a just right range. We can't let it look like the Holy War Army has suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the Free Confederation. That's absolutely unacceptable. If that happens, this war won't end easily. Therefore, both sides must, after experiencing the war, deeply realize that they haven't reached the point where they must kill each other. Instead, we should unite to jointly fight against the native old god faction forces on this land. Native, but haven't you already eliminated most of those gravediggers? The remaining ones are no match for them. Lewis shook his head. I know you want to divert attention and resolve conflicts, but isn't this a bit too difficult? It's precisely because they were insignificant that they were easy targets. No offense intended, but it's always easier to bully the dead than the living. Anson chuckled and shrugged. Once we win, all we need to do is find a reasonable person to represent the Holy See. Is that possible? It's difficult, Anson sighed. So we have to force them to the point where they have no choice but to reason. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 924 Smuggling Chain. Perhaps boosted by the arrival of reinforcements, the morale of the New World Legion noticeably recovered in the latter half of the journey. Especially when they saw patrolling cavalry carrying the 13-star banner passing by, signaling to the advancing troops with horns and flags. The previously dejected soldiers and colonists straightened their backs, proudly removing their hats in return. Their expressions suggested not a retreat, but a strategic maneuver. A sense of pride, like that of finally returning to their homeland, of triumphant reunion after hardship, welled up within them. However, they were unaware that the patrol cavalry they frequently encountered were all the same group, even their own men who had just retreated with them. After receiving confirmation that the 3rd Infantry Regiment had successfully reinforced the troops, the Hussars, who had been lying in ambush at the firing corps camp, immediately set off, but they were not there for patrol, nor to escort the retreating troops, but to report the troops' location to Major General Ludwig at White Whale Harbor. So, while the colonists were basking in immense pride at the sheer power of their confederation, their movements, locations, and even numbers had already been meticulously relayed to the Jihad army. After all, the movements of tens of thousands of people couldn't be kept secret, so it was better to proactively report them to avoid the Jihad army sentries at White Whale Harbor accidentally stumbling upon them. Stopping them was out of the question, and not stopping them was equally awkward for everyone. It also provided Ludwig with some intelligence, ensuring he wouldn't be speechless at the Jihad Army's high command meeting. As one of the Confederation's most important allies, the stronger Ludwig was, the better it served the Confederation's interests. However, realizing the impact these patrol cavalry would have on morale, Anson and Lewis decisively dispatched a small number of cavalry from the Legion, sending them in batches under the guise of sentries to blend into the patrolling Hussars, creating the illusion that Confederate patrols were everywhere in Ice Dragon Fjord. While the two were still working to boost the Legion's morale and hasten their journey, Lieutenant Colonel Carl Bain, the Storm Legion's chief of staff, was also battling against mountains of accounts and documents, the intensity of which was no less than the fierce struggle someone had just had with a fake Sir Fairless. Looking at the map, Gracenow Town was less of a part of Ice Dragonfjord and more of a place where 2/3 of Ice Dragonfjord were actually under its control. However, even if the population, resources, and prosperity of that 2/3 were doubled, it still wouldn't compare to the remaining third. As an important population center and transportation hub in the inland region, this colony played a crucial role in Anson's resilient defense plan. To the east, it was the destination for the evacuation of the 5 colonies led by Strawtown. To the west, it served as the final stop for thousands of colonists and supplies before their transfer to Wintertorch. After Anson's departure, Chief of Staff Karl Bay naturally became the nominal highest-ranking person in the entire colony, and all work had to be personally mediated and decided by him. However, in Karl's eyes, the presence or absence of this person was negligible, because even when he was there, these trivial matters were dumped on him all at once, without considering that the enormous workload far exceeded the capacity of the Storm Legion's staff and logistics. Moreover, he couldn't ask questions, as doing so would imply absolute trust. Fortunately, the colony was no longer the same as when they first arrived, and most of the logistics work was handled by the Rune family's former employees, the New Continent Company, and the various messy committees established by Anson Bach, leaving the poor chief of staff only to make the final decisions. Even so, the workload was astonishing, especially since, unbeknownst to him, the Free Confederation, which had originally planned to retreat to Wintertorch, suddenly reversed its stance and prepared to retake White Whale Harbor. It felt like you had finally fulfilled all the client's requirements, and everything was about to be completed, only to be told that it failed the review and needed to be scrapped and started all over again, and no one knew what had gone wrong. Everything was back to square one. Since you left, it should have been after Ludwig captured Whale Harbor, a large number of supplies and personnel began to be transferred at twice the original speed and scale, completely exceeding our group's accounting and sorting capabilities. About 2/3 are stuck in the warehouse, and no one dares to touch them. Karl, slumped on the long table, spoke while his hands twitched incessantly, his eyes unable to focus for long periods as if controlled by dark magic. His clear speech sounded like gears that hadn't been lubricated spinning rapidly, sparks flying. Fortunately, the military factories have been basically rebuilt. Producing some guns and ammunition and repairing the existing equipment shouldn't be a problem, but we can't expect anything more. As for daily supplies, an orderly supply to the Legion should be barely enough for 2 months, and if it takes any longer, we'll have to find a way to make do with gnawing on tree bark and catching rats. Very good. No. Very good. You've really worked too hard. Anson smiled and brought over a cup of steaming hot coffee, placing it within easy reach of the Chief of Staff. To be honest, even if we cut it in half according to the current standards, it has already far exceeded my expectations. Half? How bad are your expectations? Karl muttered, rolling his eyes. But you're not wrong. With just a few potatoes and carrots like us, we'd struggle to even finish half. The main work is being done by the people from the New Continent Company. Speaking of which, I suddenly remembered, Reinhard Roland, your remarkable first president of the New Continent Company, I discovered he is secretly sending intelligence to the Roland family, and also to Arthur Herod's Holy War Army on the other side. Anson smiled casually. That's right, I know. You know, the Chief of Staff, who had just been on the verge of death, suddenly perked up, sprang to his feet, and exclaimed, When? When did it start? Well, I don't know either. You just said you knew, but I only know he's sending intelligence to the other side. As for when it started, I'm not a member of the Roland family. Stunned for several seconds, the shocked Chief of Staff suddenly seemed to realize something. Wait a minute. Is that why Arthur Herod was so stubborn in attacking Redan Bay instead of White Whale Harbor? Because most of the Roland family's investments are there? That's possible. Anson nodded slightly. Although he felt that Lewis was more likely, he couldn't say that this was not a factor. Ed Levens has been killed. His legion is now led by someone from the Dukeski family, who can be considered one of our allies. Add to that Major General Ludwig, and that makes 3. Karl began to mutter to himself, all right, and there's Leon Francois of the Hansa Legion. No need to even think about it, that kid will definitely be on our side even if you don't ask. If that's the case, 4 out of the 6 Holy War Legions are our people. How did this Holy War even start? You can't say that entirely. At least on the surface, they still have to obey the leadership of the Holy See. Anson waved his hand, and they can't really be considered on our side. At most, they are at the level of potential allies. If a real war breaks out, we can't expect them to be merciful. He really wanted to say, what's a legion? My loyal vice commander is a royal spy, a strong guarantor that our Storm Legion remains loyal to the kingdom. Scribe Alan Dawn can even communicate directly with the papacy. All the intelligence here, big or small, has long been known to the papacy. Otherwise, how could Roman's so-called turn-the-tide trump card have worked so well? The Free Confederation had been established, and the Rune family's roots had gradually penetrated the entire New World. As long as the Apostle Rune remained, the papacy would never be able to completely eradicate the rebellious colonists. That's true. I was too optimistic. Carl took a small sip of his coffee, his right hand instinctively rummaging in his jacket pocket, only to find nothing but an empty cigarette case. Since the Holy War began, trade between the New World and the Old World had been completely cut off. Some necessities were still okay, but luxury goods like wine and tobacco had long been unavailable, and even the remaining few were already being sold at exorbitant prices. So the Storm Legion, eager to make money, had long ago joined forces with a New World company, along with several merchant guilds in the colonies that traded tobacco, to monopolize the stock. The price was driven up to be comparable to its weight in gold, and it even became a hard currency at one point, making them incredibly wealthy. Of course, the cost was that even Chief of Staff Carl Bang couldn't smoke anymore. Making money always comes at a price. Wait a minute, I'm not against everyone making extra money, but you have to consider the actual situation, right? Anson couldn't help but frown. Let's not even talk about who you'll sell the tobacco to at exorbitant prices. Even if you get the money, where do you plan to put it? Wintertorch, how could we possibly put it there? What's the point of making money if we put it in that godforsaken place? Carl rolled his eyes again. How to store the money is a bit complicated, but who to sell it to is very simple. You actually know that. I know. Anson paused for a second, then suddenly froze. The Holy War Army, yes, why? Why would they buy tobacco from us? Why not? Seeing Anson's surprised expression, Carl's lips curled up for the first time in a long time. Think about it. The Holy See mobilized hundreds of thousands of people to invade the New World across the sea. Even if they found every ship they could find, how many people, how many supplies, how much weaponry could they carry? Just making sure the soldiers were well fed, clothed, and well equipped would be a huge challenge, wouldn't it? Tobacco and alcohol, they'll definitely bring those luxuries, but not enough. So, since they're willing to sell us weapons, why wouldn't they buy tobacco and alcohol from us? Anson was stunned. Right, why? Doesn't that sound perfectly reasonable? As for how to get the other side to settle the payment, the process is a bit complicated. I'll try to explain it simply. Carl couldn't help but take another sip of coffee, his expression quite pained. This stuff is ridiculously expensive in the New World now. First of all transactions will definitely not be in cash, but will go through the New Continent Company, or more precisely, the Roland family's Northern Merchant Guild. Our side will only have one-on-one transactions between the New Continent Company and the Northern Merchant Guild, while the other side will pay first and then receive payment. The money will be deposited into banks in several port cities within the territory, with each transaction having at least 3 anonymous accounts. After confirming that the bank has received the funds, the Northern Merchant Guild will then hand over the receipts to the New Continent Company. We will only ship the goods after confirming the receipts. To ensure everything goes smoothly, we've followed your clerk's advice and divided the money into 3 parts, 40% in a church bank, 40% in the local merchant guild's bank, and the remainder requires cash payment from the other side, and we do not accept deposits. Full payment is required before shipment. Carl was quite proud of himself when he recounted this. Thanks to this luxury goods trade, he had managed to maintain the morale of the Storm Legion, which had suffered from the loss of a large amount of real estate during their retreat, and even mobilize resources to establish a new defensive line in Gracenow Town under limited conditions. He continued to organize training for the colonial militia and kept all the remaining factories running, preserving the biggest asset for a future counterattack. The people were still the same people, the resources were still the same resources, and the money was still the same money. Everything remained in its original position, yet enormous wealth was generated out of thin air, solving countless problems. Carl even felt that after retiring from the army, he could consider working in logistics or finance. The Storm Legion's loyalty and fighting prowess were highly tied to their treatment. If Anson couldn't even afford this little bit of extra income after causing so much trouble for everyone in Strawberry and Slave Harbor, there was no way he would expect a next time. Therefore, what shocked Anson wasn't the sheer ruthlessness of his subordinates in their pursuit of extra money, but rather the terrifying infiltration capabilities of the Northern Merchant Guild. They had managed to pull off such an extreme operation right under the nose of the Vatican, which held the sole power to issue the world's currency, without being detected. Well, if they had been detected, it would have been even more terrifying. Reinhard Roland, his remarkable first president of the New World Bank, was undoubtedly the mastermind behind the entire smuggling chain. The fact that they could sell goods in the New World while leaving the money in the Old World indicated that the Northern Merchant Guild was currently handling a significant portion of the Holy War Army's logistical support. Crossing the turbulent sea from the Old World to the New World took a month, while the ceasefire agreed upon by the Free Confederation and the Holy War Army was for half a month. That meant, if we could cause a large-scale disruption to the Holy War Army's logistics, forcing the Vatican to the negotiating table, it doesn't seem impossible after all. Chapter 925 I'm betting on him. Of course, before Anson could even begin to state his conditions, Reinhard Roland immediately agreed. According to the intelligence I have, the Northern Merchant Guild is responsible for nearly a quarter of the logistical support for this holy war, and 1/5 of the ships are chartered under the Guild's name. After all, it's not appropriate for the Vatican to negotiate with so many ship owners, guilds, and friends involved in long-distance trade one by one. Actually, I've done my own estimates. If the logistics handled by the Northern Merchant Guild encounter problems, the Holy War Army's logistics will suffer a significant disruption, affecting roughly 1/3 of the necessities and ammunition. Very good, that's enough. Anson nodded slightly. 1/3, it doesn't sound like a small number, but it's not as exaggerated as 4/5 or 9/10. It seems to have an impact, but the impact is limited. But the problem is that logistics can't be calculated like that. Firstly, the Holy War Army's supplies are replenished monthly, arriving collectively in Sailing City and then being distributed to individual legions in batches. The process and losses along the way are substantial. The cost of transporting a loaf of bread or a bullet from its origin to the hands of soldiers on the battlefield is 10 or even 100 times greater. Long-distance transport, coupled with supplying an army of hundreds of thousands, would likely be extremely strained even with the papacy's resources. In this situation, if 1/3 of the necessities suddenly fail to arrive on time or are even lost, it's not simply a matter of 1/3 of the soldiers going hungry. Conflicts will erupt among the leaders, and soldiers will protest and vent their discontent. This conflict and discontent will lead the entire army to make wrong decisions. But if such a big problem arises, the Northern Merchant Guild will face considerable pressure, something you are surely aware of, sir. Reinhardt changed the subject. I personally am absolutely on your side, but the Northern Merchant Guild needs to prioritize the interests of the Roland family, as well as the leaders and partners within the guild. Things that are too risky and offer no benefit are probably, don't worry, I certainly cannot allow everyone's interests to be harmed, that is essential. Anson's expression was serious, his sincerity almost tangible. As far as I know, the agreement between the Holy War Army and the Guild considers the shipment of goods as a success. Right, not entirely, Reinhardt sighed. If the Guild breaks the seal without authorization, or engages in any deliberate sabotage, theft, or even resale of goods, it will still be considered a breach of contract. To the average person, these terms seem incredibly lenient, clearly giving the Merchant Guild a huge advantage. But the client is the church. Wherever there are cathedrals in the world, there are church banks, and the ships carry priests and devout followers of the Ring of Order. Unless the Merchant Guild can bribe all the thousands of people on the route, there's no way they can breach the contract. As he spoke, Reinhardt's gaze never left Anson, carefully observing his superior's emotional changes. He had been prepared for being approached, even harboring a slight sense of anticipation, as his relationship with the Roland family was one of his important resources. But unless a completely foolproof solution could be provided, he dared not risk offending the Vatican and ruining himself and his entire family. So, as long as the Roland family isn't the one who made the move, and even the Northern Merchant Guild itself is a victim, then there's no problem, right? Oh, so you already have a plan. Reinhardt's eyes lit up. If that's the case, I'll send someone to inform the person in charge at the Northern Merchant Guild right away. He's currently in White Whale Harbor. I swear in the name of the first president of the New Continent Company, I can definitely secure the Guild's support, that was for sure. The Northern Merchant Guild was the leading trade force in the northern part of the Order world, and they were already extremely dissatisfied with the Church and the Southern Imperial forces affiliated with the Church extending their reach into the New World. Any opportunity to hinder their competitors would be 100% supportive. So, regarding the specific time and location, and the general outline of the plan, Anson raised his hand to stop Reinhardt, who was about to continue asking questions. You'd better not ask about these things, and especially not tell Roland. I mean, the esteemed members of the Northern Merchant Guild. The less we communicate about this matter, the safer it will be for everyone. The Northern Merchant Guild should just fulfill its obligations and responsibilities. Don't ask about anything else, and don't act too deliberately. I'm not saying this because I distrust the Roland family or the Northern Merchant Guild. Our enemy is truly powerful and omnipresent. Any slight flaw is a fatal threat. Reinhardt hesitated for a moment, but only a moment. As a businessman, he wasn't willing to risk his life for the Free Confederation, a colonial oligarchy disguised as a republic. Okay, I understand. If everything goes smoothly, the Free Confederation will never forget the friendship between the Northern Merchant Guild and the Roland family. May we all survive this catastrophe and obtain everything we truly desire. With a slight upturn of his lips, Anson patted his shoulder, then turned and left the New Continent Company's office in Graysonow. On his way back to the barracks, he had originally planned to go directly to Roman, but the loyal grenadier colonel had already left alone during the New Continent Legion's retreat, heading to White Whale Harbor to find Major General Ludwig. Right now, the only Truth Society member he could be absolutely certain he could find in the entire Graysonow was Norton Crossell, an outer member. Considering this seemingly meticulous subordinate who actually knew less about the Truth Society than he did, Anson hesitated for a few seconds before finally deciding to give up. After all, there were plenty of contacts, but reliable and capable subordinates were still very valuable. The Storm Legion had many talented people, but none of them were superfluous. Since he couldn't contact the Truth Society for the time being, Anson could only return to headquarters to discuss the counterattack plan on Whale Harbor with Lewis. As soon as he entered, he saw a familiar figure and couldn't help but frown slightly. "It's you. Your attitude is quite disheartening, Your Excellency." Anson Bach, in the empty conference room, Jack, sitting at the long table opposite the door, held a glass of long cold water. His gaze revealing an utterly sincere, half smile. "I've always considered us friends, otherwise I wouldn't be here. Besides, I'm fundamentally different from that annoying novelist. You can trust me completely without any doubt, no doubt whatsoever. The fact that you suddenly appeared here without a word is the most suspicious thing." Anson thought to himself, "Since you're here, it means you already know what I need you to do, right?" "Yes, but not entirely." Jack put down his water glass. "We understand that you want the Truth Society to support the rebellious nobles of the Kingdom of Nakir and attack the Holy War Army's supply fleet. However, there are two problems that need to be solved." "Oh? Speak." "First is the issue of liaison and communication. I don't know if the Roland family has any good ideas, but what if we run into an unsuspecting fleet if we can't determine the target beforehand?" the black-robed priest asked quite bluntly. "Second, openly intercepting the Holy War Army's supply fleet, and not just a small-scale sneak attack, will put considerable pressure on the Kingdom of Nakir. For some reason, we cannot allow the Kingdom of Nakir to participate in this holy war of the New World for the time being. Why? Because the current Kingdom of Nakir, or rather the royal family of the Kingdom of Nakir, or the current King of Nakir, is the only one with the ability and opportunity to unify the entire North Sea Kingdom." "Unify the North Sea Kingdom?" Anson was taken aback. "So the Truth Society has been busy with this all along?" "No, I should say someone has been busy with this all along." Jack seemed to be making a great effort to suppress the urge to roll his eyes. "For reasons only he knows, he believes a unified North Sea region is more in line with a certain balance, or rather, a trend, and that's all thanks to you, me." Anson's expression became even stranger. "What does this have to do with me? How can it not have to do with me? Who carelessly allowed the Hantu region to be successfully unified?" Jack was utterly exasperated. "A divided nation, interfered with by various forces, achieved territorial integrity and consensus through internal integration under negligible external influence. Do you know what that means? It means that since Clovis, the Empire's nominal common ruler status in the entire world order has been shaken like never before. If Hantu was merely an external factor, then the independence of the colonies is an even more profound blow to that status, regardless of the outcome of the Holy War. As long as the Free Confederation achieves de facto independence, this trend will be completely unstoppable. The Empire is built on noble contracts and ancient myths, fundamentally different from the purely feudal Hantu in the Clovis, a nation that was conquered by force and then centralized. The connections between its regions can only be described as weak. It is powerful, but once these weak connections are questioned, it can collapse instantly, and this powerful yet fragile empire is highly bound to the Church of Order. Once the empire collapses, it means the complete collapse of the ordered world that the Church of Order has maintained for thousands of years. Its legitimacy and existence will be fundamentally questioned, and its status in people's minds will fall to an extremely low level that no one could have imagined. After speaking such a long string of words without taking a breath, Callan picked up his water glass and drank it all in one gulp. Looking at Anson as if you were completely exhausted, these are his exact words. I see. Anson raised an eyebrow. So he not only wants to use the New World Holy War as an opportunity to instigate a civil war in the kingdom of Naxiel, but also to use this civil war to unify the three kingdoms of the North Sea. In that case, anything that might attract the church's attention should indeed be avoided. You understand perfectly. Kalinjak breathed a heavy sigh of relief. So this battle for White Whale Harbor, you should help even more, Anson interrupted directly. Otherwise, if the Free Confederation is completely defeated by the Holy War Army, the kingdom of Naxiel's small actions won't be able to escape the church's notice. Right, but you've already won, Kalinjak exclaimed dramatically. In the Battle of Red Hand Bay, the Holy War Army could just watch the New World Legion go free. Isn't that enough to prove something? Not enough. Far from enough. Anson raised an eyebrow. You just said it yourself. What you want is de facto independence. The Battle of Redan Bay at most ensured the papacy wouldn't completely wipe out the colonies, but even a low-intensity war could easily destroy the regime and establish a semi-independent vassal state. That doesn't align with your goals, does it? That's right, but it should be even less in your interest, the novice priest smirked. I advise you to be realistic. At this stage, it's impossible to completely exclude the papacy's influence from the New World. If the papacy insists on establishing dioceses or semi-military organizations like frontline positions in the Holy War in the New World, your 30,000 to 40,000 colonial militia simply cannot stop it, unless the Rune family intervenes personally. But wouldn't that give the papacy even more excuses to interfere? Anson smiled. It's not that impossible, is it? Yes, it is, and it's not easy at all, Kalinjak sighed, his eyes darting around. How about this? I'll tell that bastard we all know and all don't want to see your thoughts, but this time I'm really just passing on a message. I won't give you any guarantees, okay? Anyway, if you want the fleet support of those rebellious nobles, you have to persuade the Naxir royal family. Right now, only he can make His Majesty the King obey 100%. If he refuses, I don't have any good ideas, okay? But you have to pass on one more message for me. Looking at the novice priest who shrugged and looked annoyed, Anson said nonchalantly, tell him that if we can't retake White Whale Harbor in this battle, it means that the Free Confederation's power will be completely blocked by the Church in the New World's interior. The significance of independence will be greatly diminished, and it will have little impact on the stability of the Order world, since he was able to help Clovis retain North Harbor in the 95th year of the Saints' calendar. It shows that he clearly understands the significance of a sea outlet and a prosperous port city to an independent power. Without the Confederation as a sitting duck, how much pressure will the newly independent North Sea Kingdom have to bear from the Church? Think it over carefully, and once you've figured it out, make the decision you believe is the most correct. I'm betting on him. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.